Buddy, Unstoppable Sweaty is now live. This will be our 6th Wars of Liberty casted game stream. Yeah, even before the holidays. Yep. So, let me just answer that call, and while I do that, I'm going to spread the link out to the Discord servers, alright? Okay. Still doing the URLs. Right now I'm on the Age of Community Discord. Just telling them I'm live. Good. Now I'll move on to the next ones. Think I'll do the Wars of Liberty theme ones first. Let me do this. Am live with Casted Wool. How are your days, by the way? Did most of you finish your work stuffs? I certainly did myself, so yeah. Yep. Just gotta share with all these discords and then we can get right started with it. I think we have about 16 or 17 recordings or something to do today. just about, so should be fun. I think it's a combo of 1v1s and team games as well, so we got a bit of a variety pack to look forward to. Let me do this. Jugadores. So everybody knows about it. Yep. And if you're wondering what that thumbnail is, I guess that's a game that could have been, but never happened because Juanito forgot to record the game. So imagine a world where we could have seen Inca and Paraguay face up against Portugal and the Ottomans. Would have changed the world as we know it. Literally. Would have ended wars. It would end world hunger. The whole world would be saved if we could see Paraguay and Inca face off against the Portuguese and the Ottomans. But unfortunately, because of Juanito did not save that, hunger will continue and wars will continue around the world. Thank you very much. So, if you want to save the world, you have to do a match of Paraguayans and Incas versus Portuguese and Ottomans and send me the recording immediately, or on one of these weeks. That's my PSA to the world. Yep, basically. Yep. But anyways, hopefully everyone's doing all right today. Yeah, definitely. Somebody's pinging on the ESOC server about news. Oh, for the Winter Championships. Oh yeah, I got some news about that too. So they already got me slated to do in production this Saturday for them. So if you're going to be watching the ESOC Championships on Saturday, I'm probably going to be doing production for that, behind the scenes and moving the screen and everything, and doing the UI stuff. So I'll be back to do my wonderful production coverage stuffs over there. Yeah. There we go. It was doing some weird UI thing in Discord and I had to fix it. Put an announcement on the official AOE Discord. I wonder what they're going to say 2, 3, 4 years down the line. And they're like, this guy is still doing Legacy. And I'm like, yeah, I'm still doing Legacy, man. It's just so wonderful. It's absolutely terrific. Okay. It's a little strange. Alright, there we go. Put one here. I can put one over here. Nope, this one. Discord is getting all wonky for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's the Chrome. Might want to just close that for now. Maybe. Yep. See if that improves anything. Probably will. I mean, yeah, we could put it here, I think. Yeah. And one more server, I think, right over there. going to be doing today. So let me count them to you. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then there's some other thing I wanted us to check out too, just for funsies, to see what it produces for us. Something that Sog ended up posting to that channel before and ended up delaying, just to see if we can analyze anything from it, you know. I don't think we'll get much from it, but maybe there'll be some hints there. Who knows? Anyways, I'll just paste these in now, and we should be ready to begin whenever you're ready, you know. So everybody ready today for some Casted Wars of Liberty? Verlingo's here. We got Rommel. We got Sagawai. We got Alucard. We got Angel. We got everybody here. Wonderful. Alright, so Sagawai was wondering, how come stream today and not Thursday? Well, Thursday we're going to do more of that Battles of Greece Chronicles campaign from AoE 2. Still haven't completed that yet. I think it's going to be another 1 to 2 streams before that's totally done. So you can definitely enjoy that on that day. Yeah, so how many minutes are we in? Okay. Wonderful. Alright. So I think we can start now. But before we do any of the matches, we want to see what this SOG match was all about here. It's called Beta 047. What is this exactly, and what does it do? Let's see. He claims that there were Persians and Uzbeks in this match. But is there? Let's find out. Alright. Loading. Okay, so it's just Argentina against Bolivian AI. Alright, so do we see any Middle Eastern-like features here at all? I don't think so. It just looks like a normal comp stomp if you ask me. And it seems to be a pretty small file too. So I'm curious, what does this AI do here? So, wait a second, what's that? What's that? I want to see if I can loop this around and see what's happening there. Yeah, let's loop it. I want to watch that again. What are those dark technologies that the bot is researching? I want to do it super slowly and analyze it if possible. What could those be exactly? I don't know, actually. Let's find out. What's this? I see this, and I see this. What are these? Are these technologies? Are these... What are these? And what did they do? Do you think they're Middle Eastern techs, or are they just AI plans or something? I've never seen these before. I've never seen an AI have these sort of things before in a record match. So, I don't know if this is legit Middle Eastern stuff, a hint that it's being developed, or it's just a meme, like Sog suggested. It's up to you, but I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, let's get into some real games now. I just have to restart the match, and let's get into them right now. Yeah, I just had to do that because Sogdaleague like, oh no, Juanito, it's just a joke. And I'm like, is it really a joke? I saw those like tech things and I'm wondering, okay, that doesn't look normal. Maybe it's a hint that that is something being developed. Who knows? Yeah. I'd be very shocked though if they legit use Bolivians as the base for a Middle Eastern civ. It would be really strange indeed. Yeah, very strange. So, let's look here. What's our first recording going to be called? If we go to the top of this Discord, it's going to be called Japan versus the Tupies. Now, this is an interesting one that I think we could all learn something from. I think it's J for Japón, Japones. Yeah, Japoneses versus the Tupies. There we go. Alright. Now, this is a matchup we don't see a whole lot of. I mean, I don't particularly know how it's going to turn out. I know in the past, in the case of Mapuche versus Japan, Japan used to have a really good advantage against the Mapuches. back when the Shigumas used to have a splash attack with their katana swings. Now, as you know, they don't have that anymore. They were sort of reverted back to old Asian Dynasty style Ashigaru stats, so it's not quite the same anymore. I'm curious. The map is going to be Hudson Bay, of course. This is one of the best maps for a Wars of Liberty tournament that you could ever run, because it's got a good hunt placement on it. You got enough reasonable mines to access. You got a little bit of protection from the north from getting raided just because of this big body of water there, and a little bit more predictability in terms of where you're getting raided from. And of course, if you're trolling your opponent and you want to hold the game for another 30 minutes like Jean-Pierre Lars, just stick a town center right here and make them seethe and hopefully resign. Yeah. Trade route's pretty reasonable. Also, you got some excellent natives here. You got the Cree, and you got the Not Huron, actually the Wendat mantlets as well. So, overall, it's one of my most favorite competitive ESOC maps in the whole world. So, there you go. Alright. Geaf is... looks like Kapi's going to be playing Japan in this one, and Geaf is going to be playing the Tupi. Alright, so that means that the Tupi player is very skilled, because as we all know, Geaf is one of the best Wars of Liberty players in history, other than Alucard, other than Kapi, other than me, other than Eternity and MCMR. He's really high up there in terms of ranking, you know. So this is not going to be sloppy gameplay at all. This is going to be really hardcore, competitive, duel to the death type stuff here. I think, theoretically, Tupi could potentially become a problem if they can swarm really well. That's typically how these 1v1s with Tupi go. Tupi relies on a very intense early swarm with archers, clubmen, and axemen. And they really just try their best to do maximum early damage and potentially sieging houses and taking out villagers. That's where Tupi really does well. I'm just wondering, against a civ like Japan that has so many shrines established around the map, is that going to slow down Tupi from doing their ultimate damage? Or, in fact, are the Tupi going to be able to use that swarm to actually snipe all these shrines? That's a good question, actually, you know, because one of the best ways to deal with Japan in 1v1 is to knock out their shrines. Tupi does have the tools to do so with their Yibarahara sort of pike axeman unit, and just back that up with Oibisi archers and the Maratekura's clubmen, in the proper quantities, of course. You know, it's going to come down to an interesting dilemma for Geaf. What composition of the three main war hut units in H2 does he actually want to do here? Is he going to want more of the archers? Is he going to want more of the axemen? Is he going to want more of the clubmen? My guess is he's probably going to want to go for a spam of the archers, but he is going to need Yibaraharas as a late game contingency once Kapi does his inevitable Gunto Rider production from a stable, which he tends to do later in the match. He rarely ever goes stable at the start. He usually starts barracks and transitions to stable later once his villager count and his shrine count justifies it there. So we'll find out if that actually ends up happening here. In terms of a Tupi deck, we see a number of things. We see just about all of the rush cards here, the two Oibisi Archer rush cards, the two Maratekura's Clubman ones, 7 Yibaraharas, even the Voluntarios here, these Brazilian skirmishers. These are basically weaker crossbowmen pretty much, but they have a fast movement speed, so these will actually synergize really well with the Tupi's sort of weak but massive army structure. And you got some upgrades, some pretty key ones actually. You got the Archer Combat, which is for all the Archer units. Blowgunner for the Blowgunners, should it get that far. This is an interesting trade-off card we don't always see, which is called Ferocious Devourer. And basically, it's a cannibalistic card that reduces your unit's HP by 15%, but it gives them 30% more damage. So almost like a guard upgrade in terms of damage, but an HP drop, which is a little bit under that of a veteran upgrade, really. So take it as you will, as long as your units aren't being completely hit by artillery and stuff. Probably a really good card, you know. Quivers is really good if you're going to do Pomberos, and the 2 Clubman cards as well here. In terms of support cards, we got the Marticore's one here, Kiapo support, which helps with their armor, and the Blowgar one to help them move faster, but none of the other ones. Also, we got Ironwood. I don't think this is really going to be a factor here at all, but it could. And also, we even have some Age 1 Ecotechs, exotic hardwoods, and quinoa harvest for the food for the farms. Do note that the Tupi don't actually gather coin. And as far as Wars of Liberty is concerned, they don't know what money is, Instead of, paying with, coins, they're basically paying with big pieces of tree bark as far as I know, or berries or whatever. So, yeah. A pretty basic civ to get their macro down, just because there's only 2 resources you have to worry about, food and wood. And then we all know about Japan, right? Japan is Japan, just like you see them in DE, probably the same way you're going to see them in the Winter Championships on Saturday, just about all that stuff, really. I mean, there's a few differences here in Wars of Liberty, but they're not a lot, really. Nothing you'll see right away in this deck. I mean, these are just Yumis, these are just Ashigarus, these are Nagis, these are basically just flaming arrows. This is just a Daimyo, pretty much, so you could really analyze this deck in terms of Definitive Edition if you really want to, or what you see on some of the USOC championship games as well, or some of the House of the Trading Post ones, really. And it generally works pretty well for Kapi, I find. It gives him the right balance of units, crates, and boom ability that gets him through 99.96% of matches. Kapi was very strict with me to say, make sure that you acknowledge that I win 99.96% of the time, not 99% of the time. 9-6 for life. Yeah, really. He's going to get some wood right now, probably as a defensive measure. He's going to want to get his barracks up. He's going to want to use these shrines to either get this wood to either get more shrines, or he's going to want to get some Kie skirmishers going right away. So he's also picking up a market right now, trying to get as much resources down the pipeline as possible. Now, question is, how does Geaf handle this? He actually is going to use some of the Tupi raiding parties from the longhouses. If you don't want to focus on just one unit, these raiding parties gives you 2 of your archers, 2 of your spearmen, and 2 of your clubmen. So it's basically a mixed army of all 3 of your primary war hut units all in a bundle. Think like Chinese banner armies, but on steroids, really, with 3 different units instead of just 2, just about. Yeah, so you got one over here, you got another one here. They are generally going to be way more expensive than just training one single unit by itself, but as you'll notice, it does give you a more well-rounded army that can do multiple things. He also has about 7 Yibaraharas here, as well as about 5 Oibisi archers. So he's actually using his scouting party, Big Bun, at the town center here. It basically gives you about 5 of these archers for an increasing cost of food each time you send it from the TC. Most Native American civs in AoE 3 can use their town center Big Bun about 3 times. Tupi can do it indefinitely as long as they have the food to afford it. It starts out uber cheap, but as it goes on, it's eventually going to cost 20,000 food to get it. So it's really about taking advantage of it early on, or capping off 200 pop armies with it just to make it go a lot farther. Either way, it tends to be really effective. Kapi is using stealth so he can keep that native scout on watch for where the archers are going. Very interesting. And did I mention too, the Tupi units, once you get their veteran upgrades, can also go stealthy? Like literally all of them. The blowgunners, the Ibaras, the Marticoras, even these archers, they can all go stealthy once they get their veteran upgrades in Age 3. So that's one incentive to go for an FF is Tupi, just so you can go into stealth and really ambush your opponents. But I think in this case, it's going to be Geaf mostly focusing on Tupi mass rather than special tricks like that, really. Because he needs to make sure he can basically down Japan before they get Tume Shigumas, basically. These wonderful early anime girl simp targets right here with their red, long anime girl hair, basically. Yeah. You gotta take them out before they get too many super chats from the poor basement dwellers in America, just about. Yeah. Pretty much. Take out some of these shrines here, basically. And, yep, you take them out. Nice formation, actually. He's got him into the defensive formation, which basically groups them all up together. I like that. Basically, it keeps them as a cohesive mass that prevents too many of them from straggling away from the front and getting picked off by these skirms here. Yeah. He's mostly using his zebras just to focus on the shrines and nothing else. Because, as I said before, it's going to take Kapi a bit of time before he can realistically justify adding cavalry in. So for right now, the spearmen can just focus on their siege task and let the archers do most of the fighting where needed. Even though he doesn't really want to fight right now from the looks of it, he's just looking for a good angle to get some arrows in. He stops for a shot, stops for another volley. Now it seems like they're picking off each other a bit there. The Tupi with their archers, the Japanese with their gunpowder units. Looking for the proper angle. And if he wants, Geaf should try to come down this way and take out 3 more shrines. How much pop is Kapi on right now? He's on 70 pop. So if Geaf can get those shrines down there, which I'm not sure he is because Kapi is keeping the pressure on him, I think he could really stunt him in a way the Tupi's mass might actually become a real problem here. But right now, I mean, Geaf is handling relatively well here. He's not losing too many units. He's picking fights only when he can take out a Shiguma, mainly. Because in reality, once Tupi get enough resources, they can generally keep massing up large groups of stuff to the point that they can do quite a bit of damage. It does look like actually Geaf goes for an age 3 with the Wise Woman. Very interesting choice indeed. That will actually give him about 4 villagers, which, you know, should be a very good age-up reward, I would say, at this stage in the match. Your Bahara's taken out another shrine in that spot I talked about there, which hurts Kapi quite a bit. Kapi is on 70 pop now, because he did build another shrine since we last talked about that. He is going to start adding in these Anabushi consulate units from the Japanese isolationism with his export there. So I wonder where this is going to go from here, because we rarely ever see Tupi go for an age 3 this early on in such a matchup. So that could mean a number of things. That could mean he's potentially going to add in more of these upgrades. He could potentially be going towards quivers to get the Pomberos in there. I just don't know where he's going with this. Could go in a number of different directions, really. So I'm kind of curious where Geaf takes this from here. He is still adding in raiding parties while he has the food to afford it looks like. And he is going to add about 2 war huts, is that right? 2 of the war huts that can make all of his infantry units. Yeah, Tupi only have two sort of two Tupi military buildings. You got the war hut, which is all your primary infantry, and then you have the siege workshop, which makes your Pombero fire arrow archers as well as your 2 artillery units as well. Yeah, so Tupi, they don't have a lot of buildings they have to build a lot of until you get to Great War Age, really, which they can actually reach. And yes, indeed, the Tupi units in Great War Age only cost food and wood and not gold. So that's sort of the interesting thing about the Tupi compared to all the other civs is their World War I is a lot different than the other civs just because there's no gold costs. You know, it's all food and wood. Even on things like tanks, armored cars, airplanes, all wooden planes basically. So hopefully they don't catch a flame then. Definitely not. Yeah. Now he's in age 3, and he can start thinking about what he's going to use this age up for. Is he going to get some of these big boy shipments and maybe get a siege workshop with some Pomberos? Where does he go from here, actually? I have no idea. He might focus on just upgrading his primary units first, from the looks of it, if he's just doing a single war hut. Like, what can he send? He can send this. He can send this. It really depends on what is shipping. So he's going to do about 14 blowgunners. Alright. Interesting. Kapi's got a stable here, so that might actually be a good choice. Kapi takes the moment to actually get his golden pavilion since he's not being directly pressured too much. Alright, so this is going to be an H3 battle, it looks like. From here. Gets elite Oibisi archers, so he's definitely going to be putting an emphasis on his bow units. Good choice overall, since your archers are going to be really important here. These are a very cheap archer unit, by the way. They only cost about 29 food and 29 wood. But they only have like 8 base range damage, and now when you get to veteran upgrade, it's only 10 damage. So, you know, they do have the good rate of fire, though, of most archer units. The 1.5 instead of the 3 rate of fire. So they definitely shoot arrows a lot faster than, you know, the gunpowder units are going to do with their weapons, really. Right now, as an okay mass, but I'd like to see him get more of these, potentially. The blowgunners are not going to be doing a whole lot of performance at the start here, but they might help out a bit later. Oh, is he... What is this? So these are just more raiding parties. Okay. I was just checking for possible pomberos anywhere. He might want those at some point. Pomberos would be a great way to basically round out his army of Japanese infantry. But he needs enough protection for that, too. Is starting to get some of these berry upgrades at the market. Since the Tupi don't have mining upgrades, since they don't do that sort of thing, they get extra upgrades for their berries. But it also helps them with their gathering rate of fish. Because your Tupi villagers can actually gather from fish as well on the shore. And their gather rate of farms. So in general, the Tupi are really good with their food gather rate as long as they get enough upgrades, which they should have no time getting most of the time. Japan will be focusing on his longhouses now, pride to disrupt his raiding party acquisitions. Oibisi Archers almost takes out a skirm there. I just don't know right now if Geaf has enough time to get the units he's going to need to survive this whole thing. And he better get his veteran upgrade on these, too, these Maratakoras. Because these are going to be really important for mainly meat shielding the Guntos and making a break for his skirm units. We'll see, though. Seems like right now Japan is probably in the better seat right now just because they got a bigger mass of good units here. They got the veteran upgrade on their Shigumas. They got the veteran upgrade on their Guntos. So this is going to melt the Oibisi archers if he can't protect them. And that's why we sort of see Geaf trying to position himself and not take a direct hit right now. Yeah, he's just does not want to put himself in a bad position here where he's going to potentially lose all those units. He has to be very careful indeed about how he handles that, really. Yeah, just about. Looks like Oibisi is going to take the first volley there, hit the skirms, but yeah, he's quickly going to realize once the Guntos come from the flank there that he's got a real problem here. And what is he going to be able to do exactly? Well, he's going to try to get some of these Yibras to chase back the cavalry so his archers have some more time doing their archer stuff. Clubmen get into perfect position here. Nice. Very nice indeed. Here comes the blowgunners. Now, the blowgunners, since they're considered a maneuver unit, like an Eagle Runner Knight, they don't have a range multiplier against these scout units. They only have a melee one. So it's better, actually, when these blowgunners are actually going in melee against these cavalry, believe it or not. So that's sort of why you have them there with that positioning. And it looks like some more Tupi clubmen. They break through most of the Shigumas, but there's a few remaining. Alright. Looks like he's getting overrun, though, so I don't know what he's... Yeah, he's getting way too overrun. The addition of some more Gunto sort of sealed the deal, I think. If you didn't have these, I think you could keep going for a bit, but as you can see here, 35 damage times 1.5. Kind of serious. I mean, it literally only takes 2 strikes to take out these archers. So 1, 2, 1-2. 1-2. Yeah, 2 strikes from these cavalry takes out one of his archers, which is not a lot of time to react. He's going to be calling that emergency scouting party from the town center, shipping in more Yibras. Kind of a last-ditch effort to try to save and salvage his base. But to no avail. Just too many units with too many stats. I mean, these Japanese units are no joke, as you know. I mean, they got some really good overall stats, and then they just have really good movement speed. 4.5 movement speed instead of the usual 4. And then the Kies, of course, are really solid skirm. Yeah. Good try, though. I mean, if you like playing the Tupi, that means you're probably looking for a good challenge, you know. A different way to dominate the map than normal. You know, it's not like Germany or Japan or China, where it's purely just these big, beefy masses of stats and stuff. Tupi just does a good job of swarming with lots of jungle warriors, basically, to take out their stronger, more armored and modernized opponents, really. Yeah, so definitely never count the Tupi out in the matchup, really. And now we're going to be moving on to our second game now, which I'm going to check that while the game's loading. It will be called Sailor versus Marine. So we're going to see sailors fighting the Marines. Interesting. Chile versus Canada. Alright, so I'll look for S for sailor and just see what that is. S for sailor. Sailor. There we go. Sailor. He misspelled it. Sailor. Why the double O's? No idea. And by the way, what he means by sailor versus marine, basically, Chile can actually train sailors from their barracks with one of their cards. Yeah. Most civs, if they want to get marine infantry, have to build light ships and stick them on the coast, right? As you can see on this map, which is Arizona. Arizona, as you know, is in the American Southwest, a desert state. So you're not going to find any water in Arizona, you know. At least until not now when they start irrigating it. So yeah, definitely not. So the only way you're going to see sailors in a place like Arizona in the 1800s is basically, through a card like that. Definitely. And Arizona is a very interesting map, too, before we get into the actual combat. The thing I like mostly about Arizona is it basically forces you to do your offenses from the right side like this, or the left side from the other end right over here just about. But you can never attack straight up across in a line like that, because this little mini Grand Canyon reenactment thingy here basically blocks you there. So yeah, natives-wise, this map has your Navajos and your Apaches, so if you like those natives, you're definitely going to like this map quite a bit. Yeah. Kapi will be doing the Canadians, and Memecan will be doing the Chileans. Yeah. My bets are on the Canadians, just because their marine infantry dish out more damage. Yeah. Whereas the Chileans might have a bit easier massing them up with their economy, but that might take a bit of a time for that to snowball for them, you know? The Chilean villagers have the advantage of getting more benefits from ecotechs than other villagers, right? So let's say you give them hunting dogs. Normally hunting dogs will give your villager 10% additional gather rate. For the Chilean villagers, it gives them 15% gather rate, so it's a little more effective, but at the cost of increasing the cost of the villager too. So if you research that same tech hunting dogs, yeah, you're getting 5% additional gather rate than you normally do from the tech, but they're also going up to a cost of, I think, like 105 or 103 food instead of the normal 100. So you'll see this villager cost get exponentially higher as the match goes on, as more techs are researched, and the tech escalation is in relation to what the gather rate improvement is. So if you research like gang saw, these villages would actually concur a wood cost as well. Likewise, placer mines will concur a coin cost to them. So just be aware when you're playing Chile. Don't get a bunch of ecotechs at the start if your villagers might die. Because I would say your most important job is getting the villagers out, making sure that they're safe, and then start getting those technologies and really start seeing that score difference increase in your favor, really. Yeah, so you just need to make sure that you keep your villagers alive as Chile, or that escalating cost really becomes more of a punishment than a reward for you. Really. So yeah. In terms of deck, we got this important card right here that defines the match. Soldados de Mar, so soldiers of the sea. And what are those? Sailors, yeah. Enable sailors at your barracks and their upgrades are cheaper. So yeah, basically you will be able to train a unit you can only do on water maps at the barracks and be able to upgrade them like normal units. And it also makes the text cheaper as well. So like instead of 200 wood, 200 coin for veteran, it's only like 180. Yeah. So I think in this case it's going to come down to if Chile can get a larger mass of sailors, I think, to fight the Infantes de la Marine of the Quebecois in Canada here. Because that's mainly what Kapi's going to do. He's going to make lots of these Tropas de la Marine, which is the Quebecois naval infantry, if you go with that faction, and he's going to try and mass up as many of those as he can, really. The main difference is Tropas de la Marines give up hit points for more damage, whereas the sailors in general have a pretty generic HP and attack, but they have more melee attack, so maybe going into melee with the sailors against the Tropas de la Marines in some instances might give them an edge. Who knows? Yeah. Because do keep in mind, naval infantry don't have hack armor and they don't have pierce armor. They actually have crush armor to make them better at fighting ships and artillery as an extension. So yeah, if you're fighting artillery or ships, your naval infantry is going to be the most surviving unit from the barracks that you could possibly do. Just so you're fully aware of that. And they have range multipliers against the artillery as well, so if you're looking for a barracks-based solution to artillery spamming, there you go, naval infantry. Simple solution. Yep, goes with Pierre-François de Lagarde, one of the Quebecois politicians here, to get you the Tropas de la Marine in H2. And for Mehmet Khan, he will be going with the German immigrants, the Germans. A choice I think everybody does. I mean, I think I'm one of the few people that does not do the Germans usually. I do the Arabs because I like the Gallego a lot better. I think combine the Gallego with the sailors is a viable build, I think. It might be one you might actually need to fight up against Tropas de la Marines, I think. Because the thing is with the Tropas de la Marines, they do a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, they do like a lot of damage. They're almost sort of like a Yulon analogy of marine infantry. But yeah, if you don't have the HP to be durable against that higher damage output, yeah, they just usually just win out all the time. But if you have like a really tanky unit that can absorb those heavy shots, yeah, the Tropas de la Marines sort of even out a bit, you know? Like, obviously, one way of making them even out is with cavalry. Another way is just having a tankier musketeer to be alongside your skirmish units. Yeah, really, you just have to plan it out properly. Maybe he went German immigrants just for the free outposts here, which it gives you, as well as the crates of 200 food, just about. So, yeah. Probably because it is reminiscent of the Governor General in normal Definitive Edition play. With food, obviously, instead of the coin. You know, pretzels instead of pennies. If that makes any sense, yeah. So he's going to get 800 wood. Chileans get extra creative resources with their shipments. So instead of 700 wood, it would be 800 wood. And for even other these other cards here, like Lanceros, you get 100 wood with this card as well. And this one will give you 100 food. This one will give you 100 food, 100 wood, 100 wood, 100 wood. And there's some, like this one, that actually gives you a crate of 100 XP as well. By that blue font text right there. So yeah, That's sort of a cool thing the more recent devs did to the Chilean Civ. They actually add some color coding in there to help players see visually what sort of free crate you're going to get with the card. Blue is for XP, brown is for wood, sort of gold and yellow is for coin, and then red is for food, obviously. There was going to be a color for faith back in the day when religion was still a thing, but there's no more religion in Wars of Liberty. Go figure. It's all atheists now, all secular. All those religions have sort of went away like the Soviet Union made them do, basically. Yeah. Pretty much. The Iron Current is over. Wars of Liberty forever. Yeah, pretty much. Ooh, look at this sneaky base up here by Kapi. Unfortunately, he's sending his frontier wagon to the front of the lines. Good thing he caught that. You know, imagine if Mehmet Khan sniped his wagon with the TC. That would have been pretty scary, to say the least. I go like, Kapi, what are you doing? You gotta stay away from that Lars juice. Not Lars juice, but those Lars brownies. They're not normal. They're special brownies with special effects. Very special effects, just like the gummy bears and the cookies too. Really nice snipe on that villager there, and now Mehmet Khan's forced to call out the emergency units, the Serenos, which are spearmen that have multipliers against grenadiers for some weird reason. Don't tell me why. Don't ask me why, actually. And then the firemen. You know, these are the firemen. You know, in most communities around the world, firemen are good for saving cats up in trees, as well as putting out fires in your neighborhood, right? You know, in your school, they send the firemen in to basically teach the kids what their job is. Well, the firemen in Wars of Liberty are totally different. They actually have firearms, and they just shoot at enemies, yeah. So instead of putting out fires, they're literally just firing on the enemy, yeah. Total opposite. And yes, ironically, they have torches as well and can siege buildings. So, you know, forget about getting the hose out and extinguishing the fire. They're literally the ones who are starting the fires half the time on this game. If they had a little bit more of siege, that is. Their siege is pretty abysmal, being a emergency unit, really. Yeah. Rec Games will, when they play that, Juanito Bonito, I think they played the match probably about 5 or 6 days ago. Because the last Wars of Liberty stream I did was about a week ago. So my assumption would be that that match occurred sometime in the last week. Presumably on 6 or 5 days ago. But I can go check at the end of this game if you want. You know, because it's in the Discord server and it has the exact date it was posted up on there. So I can read it off to you right away. If you'd like me to on that one. And then we have a commenter here on the Tupi. Red Code. Yeah, Tupis are not really a hard civ. Sometimes it feels like a lame civ. Pomberos are expensive, but they perform very well in the fight. Yeah, the difference between Tupi Pomberos and Aztec Arrow Knights is that Tupi Pomberos have multipliers against infantry and Arrow Knights do not. Arrow Knights are strictly considered to be either mortars or culverins for their functionality or anti-ship. Whereas the Pomberos can do all that, plus attack infantry too, and have a bit of splash. So they're just like demigod, destroy everything but cavalry sword units, really. Yeah. Looks like Kapi's getting faceting. I don't know about this. He seems to have a surplus of coin, but he just spent about 300 food on the resource that he's floating right now. That's one thing I would say I would critique right now for Kapi. Try not to get a market upgrade on a resource you're already floating pretty high in. You know, he's got a lot of coin right now. He could have held on to that food to get another batch of the Stupa Dinamidines going, but he can't now because the faceting technology for Anglo civs like Canada costs about 300 food for that second mine tech. Was it really worth it? We'll see. Unless he's planning to do this in Age 3 and make some artillery. I really don't know what Kapi's method to his Juanito madness is right here. We'll have to find out, though. Looks like Mehmet Khan's going for Age 3. Yeah, what is he going to do? He's going to do second German wave? Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I would consider maybe just going up with the Arabs. Take those XP crates that they come with and try to get some Masters of Legos out with the veteran upgrade, because that I think could potentially compete a bit with these Troopas here. I sort of remember from that first game I did as the so-called Persian Civ that basically I was able to get enough Janissaries at times to force the Troopas back, but it really just came down to numbers, right? Once the Trupa de Armelines got numbers, then yeah, the Janissaries sort of struggled a bit, but once I got my numbers of Janissaries up, yeah, they were sort of trying to go into heavy kiting mode, yeah. Why did he cancel out on this? This would actually be a really great shipment for right now, really. And he does also... Oh, he might be... Oh, he's going for this. Alright, that's good. This is a card I recommend to most players playing the Juanito Civs. Infinite 4 Lanceros in Age 3. This is such a really good valued unit card that you can use again and again and again. It's infinite. You can use it throughout the game, at least until you get to Age 4. Then you can think about maybe having infinite 7 Lanceros in Age 4, which is an even better value thing for that. But instead he seems to focus on the Frontier Cab, which is totally fine. This is going to be better for assault units, artillery, native warriors. So yeah, basically that. Also has this Huevos de Chañarcito shipment. Gives you 14 French waves. Yeah, and their anti-infantry attack as well. Yeah, just about, yep. Sieging at the trading post, it looks like. Yep. Interesting move there. Interesting to see Mehmet Khan actually going for a TP, because typically the only time we see Chile with an early TP like that is when you go Arab immigrants, because they come with the trading post rickshaw the first time you age up as them, and then if you save them up for subsequent ages, then they'll come with even more trading post rickshaws, like 2, and I think eventually like 3 or 4. Yeah. So it's kind of surprising to see Mehmet Khan going for a move like that this early on. Something interesting I could bring up too. Did you hear that there was some vote in the House of the Trading Post community about making trading posts cost $250 wood in Definitive Edition? Does that even sound like something you'd even like balance-wise? I don't know, like... I can't imagine TPs costing $250 wood myself. I mean, I thought it was an interesting idea, and I think it's a great way to basically nullify the OP-ness of Spain and the Ottomans in Definitive Edition, but I just don't know for all the other civs that depend on a TP for their build order, like China and France. Does it really behoove them well to have that sort of a nerf put on everybody, or what exactly, you know? And how are they even going to deal with civs like the Incas and stuff and their expensive Tombo costs? Good question, actually. I don't even know how that one's even going to turn out, frankly. So now he's got sailors with some Juanitas muy bonitas. Las Vivendelas. Veteran upgrade. Yeah, veteran upgrade Juanitas bonitas. The difference between these Juanitas bonitas and every other civ skirmisher is that they can heal units with their Juanita Bonita powers, yeah. So, yep, they look at the Juanita Bonita and their Hombre stats return to full health by looking at Las Fotos de las Juanitas Bonitas, yeah. Just about. Certainly, so now we got a mass here of Canadian Spontooners with the Tropa de Armelines. Kapi is now in age 3 as well. Probably going to pick up Veteran on the Tropa de Armelines, the Colonial upgrade. And probably going to do the same with the Spontooners. You know, these archaic pikemen. Yeah. So, it's kind of interesting because these pikemen are technically going to be kind of useless for everything except a bit of siege, I guess. Yeah, because they do have a decent siege value of about 28 compared to the only mere 18 on these. So, yeah, it's about going to be the only value they get there, really. Yeah. Gets the 3rd mining upgrade, Tramway Tunnel. Yeah, Anglophony civs get 3 mining upgrades from the market instead of 2. So they can do a really good job at just getting good gather rates of coin overall. Yeah. Also starting to add in riflemen. I don't know about this. This one seems a bit sus. It really does. I just don't know how this is going to turn out, really. Because right now, Mehmet Khan actually has the advantage. There. Yep, start firing. Start firing, trooper. Oh, cover mode. Watch out, man. The cover mode is active. Yeah, basically when you go into cover mode, all your units get 50% pierce armor and 50% crush armor. But unfortunately, in the Legacy game, it doesn't actually show that in the UI. You actually have to play Definitive Edition to see that in the UI, though. So yeah, basically what it leads to is pikemen becoming really good shield walls against ranged bullets as well as cannonballs, really. Looks like that whole cover mode formation there completely messed up these skirms, yeah. To the point that, yeah, even riflemen are going to be a problem now, yeah. Well, it looks like the sailors are getting some melee synergy there, which is good, but unfortunately not enough, though. Yeah. So, in terms of that, looks like, yeah, a good attempt by Mehmed there, but kind of lacklustering in the units he really needed there, But honestly, the fact that he was doing riflemen sort of capped them off from doing cavalry, I think. So yeah, Vivendera really was his best option there. He just needed to have some more res, I think, to be able to get some more. But other than that, good try though. Get an E for effort on that one, honestly. So yeah, we'll go into the next match now. Match number 3. Boot into that one. See what we got here. What do we got, actually? So what's the match even going to be called? And someone was wondering when that Tupi game was played. It was uploaded at 10:07 a.m. on the 21st of the month. So going back, that was uploaded on last Thursday. I don't know if it was played last Thursday. It probably was played on the previous Wednesday night, but it was uploaded on Thursday morning, at least in my time zone. I know Kapi lives in the Western Hemisphere, so yeah, probably not too different in terms of the date. So yeah, just so you're fully aware of that. Yeah, so now we got Metal 6-9 gets demotivated versus assault units. What is this about? Is Kapi gonna do... Ooh. Let me find that one. Demotivated versus assault. Don't demotivate, Finger Boy. It's 9.69 Finger Man. He's got less fingers than most of us do. We all got 10 fingers, but unfortunately Metal only has 9.69 fingers, He wishes he had that other portion of his fingers back, really. So, yeah. It makes it just a bit more challenging on the keyboard and the mouse, I guess, depending on which one he's missing. Yeah. I think he sent an image, actually, on one of the Discord servers showing which finger piece that he was missing. Yeah. It's kind of unfortunate, though. Yeah. I couldn't imagine me missing any finger portions myself, really. And before we get into, gameplay stuff, this is Iowa. And the cool thing about Iowa is this cool sort of thing in the center of the map where it's almost like a emblem or some sort of symbol. It looks like an eye almost. Does it look like an eye? This is like the iris of the eye, and this is like the whites of the eye, and for some reason you have these little protrusions that come out of it that you can walk through. Yeah, basically. Natives wise, you got the Lakota and you got the Inca. It's the Lakota makes sense in Iowa because it's literally right next to the Dakotas. But I don't know what the Inca are doing up in Iowa. That's literally the Midwest of the United States, right next to Illinois and Wisconsin and Minnesota, around that area. So I don't quite know what the Inca are doing that far north. But I do know that the Lakota fit pretty well into that jig, basically. So we got Maori versus Brazil. In normal circumstances, I would say probably Maori has the advantage here, just because of how bad Brazil is. It's like one of the worst performance-wise civs more recently. So, yeah, I would give my point to maybe Maori here, but supposedly Kapi, according to the recording name, demotivates the Maori, which I don't know how you do that exactly, because the Maori are actually got some really bonkers builds that they can do. You know, they can go for straight up H2 all-out mercenary pushes. I don't think they can do that anymore because of the way they rework the Kupapa stats. But in the old days, mercenary rushes with Maori and H2 were a real threat. Nowadays, you can usually either do a mass up in H2 of their normal units, or you can go for some sort of FI with the Maori. And they got multiple tools that they can work into that, like mercenary shipments, rockets, redcoats, their regular units with upgrades. Yeah, Maori can go pretty far with a lot of different builds, really. Yeah. I guess the question is for the Brazil players, how many slave trades do you actually do to get up on time with your age up? The consensus seems to be to do 14 slave age up, I think. About approximately 2 slave trades before aging up, which seems to be what Kapi is doing, I think, because he's only on the hunts, right? He's got nobody on the mining right now. Yeah, basically the Brazil Civ does not train villagers the normal way at the start of the game. They actually have to do slave trades as a big button at the town center. Like, if you look at the town center of the Brazil Civ, you got like the age up button here, you got the Great War Age button down here somewhere, and over here you got 2 big buttons, one for slave trades, one for abolition. And they've sort of got a negative relationship with each other, as you can imagine, you know. The more slave trades you perform, the more expensive your abolition texts get. The more abolition texts you get, the more expensive the slave trades become. Eventually, after you do all the abolition texts, the slave trade just goes away, and then you can train the villagers the normal way at the town centers again. So it really depends on if you're more focused on having more efficient villagers or having more villagers, really. Depending on how much coin you got, of course, to make those purchases happen. Goes for 300 wood. Now, I don't do that yet. I haven't really seen if 300 wood is a good way to do Brazil. I would like to think that going for their Explorer card is probably better, which I don't think he's got, because basically Brazil has a neat Explorer card where they Serenastas, I believe. What's the name of this Explorer type again? It's called Serenastas, I believe, or something like that. Basically, the card will give you one more Explorer, and then with every age up subsequently, you'll get another Explorer. Up to 6 Explorers throughout the game, which, you know, to me is pretty good, actually, having 6 Explorers instead of 1. That really helps out with a lot of those bigger treasures that might actually help you to catch up a bit with some of the more macro-efficient civs like Maori and so forth, yeah. And where's Metal right now in terms of... So is gathering a bit of wood, it looks like he was doing, and now he's just focusing on aging up with the food. Yeah. Maori is one of those interesting civs we don't see a whole lot of, but we probably should see more of, just because they have such a radical way of gameplay, really. And by the way, if you lose this town center here, you can actually receive shipments from this campfire as well. And the opponents can't actually siege this thing. So yeah, if you need shipments anywhere, just send them to this campfire here throughout the game, and it'll work. Yeah, it's actually the default shipment place too. You actually have to reconfigure to have it appear at this instead of this. So yeah, just be aware of that. He's going for which voyage? The voyage to the South Island. The thing is with Maori age ups, the more expensive age ups you choose on each age, the more rewards you get, but the cheaper the age up, the faster it is, but it'll be faster and cheaper, but you don't get as much rewards from it. So if you take a trip to the South Island, you literally get like zilch nada, but it's just a faster age up. Sort of like the Exiled Prince in a way. Yeah, so maybe he's going for an FF here. potentially. But here's the catcher, though. The more expensive age-up options you get with Maori also tend to come with free shipments as well. And if you look at a Maori deck, you'll notice these cards that have like a little boat next to them, about 2 boats next to them. This means that the shipment costs about 2 shipments instead of 1. So basically, you got 2 shipment costing cards where you pay 2 shipments instead of just 1 to get because it's a more powerful card. Like this one will give you 800 wood and 6 villagers, so a really significant card. But of course, you have to pay 2 shipments to get it. This will give you 16 skirms. This will give you about 14 coyote runners in terms of military functionality. So yeah, definitely be aware of that on there. In terms of the rest of the cards, though, we got Kapahaka. We got the 6 Redcoats card here. It's called Highlanders for some reason, but they're not Highlanders. They actually have a Highlander shipment here that they can actually do, but yeah, these are just Redcoat shipments just about. Now, this is a really important card, I think, for Maori most of the time. It's called Moko Mokai. And every unit you destroy generates you a coin. So, think of it this way. When you normally play Age of Empires 3, when you kill enemy units, you get XP bounty from it. This card simply adds a coin bounty to them as well, which is a whole nother reward you get, really. Also, you got a bank shipment you can get with the Maori as well, which lets you trickle coin. Horticulture is just for their farming. Now, this is a very powerful card that they get in Age 2. It's basically an earlier version of the card the Haudenosaunee get, basically, where it researches all 3 of your wood chopping upgrades in Age 2, including the wood chopping upgrade you normally get in like Age 4. Yeah. Maori actually get their 3rd wood chopping upgrade in Age 4 instead of Age 3, but this gets it to you super early. Yeah. Really neat overall. Yeah. So yeah, definitely. Might have a delivery coming soon, so might have to pick that up very briefly. Let me see if they're here right now. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Keep you posted if I have to get up quickly and go grab it. Yeah, so Brazil does the German immigrants. Is that right? Doing some German masons. Yeah, these villagers don't gather that well. Don't be fooled by the fact that they look like the settler wagons, because they're not settler wagons. The gather rate is actually very bad. And the only thing that they retain from the settler wagons is their building rate. So they build really quickly. Like, look at how fast this goes up. Like, whoop, 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 like that. They can build stuff super quickly, but their gather rate is really bad. And that's the thing of all these immigrant workers, is they have one skill they do really good, and the rest is basically trash. So yeah. If you got German masons, try to use them for your building tasks. If you got, I believe the, well, actually, there's some that aren't too bad with eco. Like, I know the French villagers' advantage is the fact that they're normal villagers that have normal gather rate. That's what makes them good. And then, basically, the Arab workers have an abysmal gather rate, but they trickle resources while they gather as well, so they end up becoming somewhat okay in terms of their eco, but the rest of them only are good at one skill. Like the Japanese villagers are good with berries, Italian villagers are good with farming tasks, whether that's food or coin. And then the Chinese villagers are good at gathering natural resources. So just make sure you're aware of what your villagers specialize in when you send them to do tasks with the immigrant colonies, really. Otherwise, you'll find you'll have a lesser score than your opponent. So I think this is the second abolition tech right here. From what we've seen in the past with Kapi, he tries to go for sort of like a mid-game pursuit of his abolition techs, just so he can get out of the whole slave trade system and have like a normal functioning economy with queuing up of villagers, basically. So that's what I think he's going to do. Here we have a plow. Notice with Brazil how we don't get hunting technologies, but we get mill technologies instead. This basically means that Brazil is really good as a defensive civ, working out their agricultural buildings, because their hunting rate is not actually that exceptional, but their mill gathering rate actually is. So typically with Brazil, you're going to want to stay more towards the base, really. And not only that, with every age up as Brazil, you get a agricultural wagon that either turns into one of these haciendas, which is your mill, or the plantation. Typically what I do is I just go for all plantations because it's the more valuable building. That's worth 600 wood instead of 400. Also means more build bounty when you construct it. Also means you can go slave trade for longer, since you're always going to have more coin, because the plantations are obviously going to facilitate that. But yeah, I can sort of understand why he's sort of going more the mill route, so he can sort of just get out of the slave trades altogether and go more with the abolition setup, I guess. Yeah. Yep, now he's getting the golden law, which is going to benefit him even further. One of these abolition texts, I believe the second one, the one he got last, actually helps with the gather rate from haciendas and plantations too. So there are some real rewards with going with the abolition text, actually. It does make your villagers quite efficient in what they do. And now we got a fort wagon coming in right now, just about. Yep. Where's the fort going to go, actually? That's the question. We also see that Metal has already gotten his H3 upgrades, just about. Yep. He's got his Huara fighters as well as his Tupara marksmen. Just about, yeah. Let me check something real quick. I'll be right back. So let's see what we can find here. Nice. So looks like Maori's now going to start to get the Moko Mokai technology from the home city. This is the one that gives you the coin bounty from killing units, so this is going to be really good coming up in a fight against Brazil. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to find a lot of military units. He's mostly going to find a fort here. Yeah. Kapi is playing this very carefully. He knows if he gives his Maori opponent too many units, then he's going to build up a lot of coin really fast and keep a huge army presence on him. So it's kind of good that he's relying on non-unit based sources of defense like a fort, outposts, and so forth, yeah. Interestingly enough, because Kapi went 2 times with the German immigrants, if he decides to go to industrial age at all, he can actually get them he can actually get a free Ford wagon with the German immigrants with his 3rd age up. So that would actually be a really nice synergy with this one right here and be able to cover this flank perhaps. Yeah, but as for right now, he's got a few conscriptos with the artisanal cannons, basically. Yeah, just about. Yeah. And these are simply just technologies you do with these Maori town centers to increase your population. Because the Maori don't actually have houses. They simply just use multiple of these town center structures called pas, which can trickle food, train your infantry and your villagers, and also have strong range attacks as well. And also provide all your population. So it's really a multi-purpose sort of like whole settlement, really. As you can see, there's multiple buildings within this little walled-off community. So yeah, it's really more than just a town center. It does many things. Starting to pick up El Nino's cycle right now. Basically, this will spawn in about 5 sandalwood trees at these buildings here. Yeah, basically this is your late game eco building for the Maori. Instead of being like a normal farm where you gather coin from. These will spawn sandalwood trees over time, which you will gather from for coin. But unlike normal farming, they're not unlimited resources, so once you gather all the coin from one of the sandalwood trees, then you have to wait for the other ones to come in, really. And El Nino is a great way to get an initial start of these sandalwood trees going, so you can have a nice ready-to-go coin resource there for you in case you're actually running low on mines nearby your base. Yeah, and also, too, with these Polynesian cids like Maori, you can actually get technologies to you can get a big bun technology at your market to actually get some natural resources from your home island or at your town center. So eventually you can get like 2 or 3 mines, multiple trees, as well as multiple huntable animals actually. So it's a really nice deal for the real late game when you're looking for some really easy to gather resources that aren't exactly as slow as farming, really. These clubmen did really well against the artillery, and now the 2-power marksmen are going to be good against conscriptos, be able to finish those off, it looks like. Yep. He's also making a lot of coin off of these kills as well, because he has that Moko Mokai card active as well. Yep. Just has to wipe out the rest of those units there. Ooh, Siege Workshop. Very useful indeed. Yeah, Maori can get all sorts of different siege weapons. Everything from cannons, to ballistas, to catapults, to rams, to whip spearmen. Maori have about 6 different sort of artillery units, if you could call them that, from this building. That all do all sorts of different means of mostly fighting infantry and buildings. I don't think they have any exact culverins, but they do have really good options for being going up against anti-infantry, I think. Yeah, basically. Just about, yeah. So now we got some mounted skirmishers here, some conscriptos, and we're going to see if Metal might be able to actually take all this wooden coin he's been making and get some decent siege out of this. Ooh, look at this, 10 stone throwers. a unit you haven't seen since Age of Empires 1, the Stone Thrower. Yeah. Yep, Maori catapults. They were originally supposed to be part of the Zulu Civ, and then they took them out. Like, many years ago. Like, back in the, after the first release of Wars of Liberty, they took out their catapults. And they left them with the double rams, and then they took out all their siege units at that point, besides the firebrands. So, yeah, basically the way the Zulu used to construct them is they constructed a house, and the house turned into a catapult that they could roll around after that. But here, they're just a normal trainable unit from a siege workshop. And instead of using wheels, they're literally carried by the Maori warriors themselves around the whole catapult piece itself. In general, they are good for sieging, but they also, of course, will do good against infantry as well, especially in mass. So yeah, look at all these catapults. Be really helpful in particular for taking down this fort here. Ooh, the assault units, the thing that's going to demoralize metal. It's going to discourage them. Yeah, Skoltas is the one thing that Maori does not like, because Maori does not actually have any maneuver units, no dragoons. They only have really good heavy infantry to try to fight the assault units, but once you get enough as Skoltas, I think the Maori are going to really struggle here quite a bit. Fortunately, these catapults do not have the best range, yeah. Yeah, look, you're gonna need more of these catapults, I think, or at least some of the ram units, the grapnel teams. Yeah, he really should be trying to get some grapnel teams to go up right against the base of the fort, I think, and basically cover these catapults a bit. Because look at what this fort is doing to these I didn't know they were this bad. Like, really, like, that's not a lot of damage. I mean, I get that they're pretty cheap and massable, but still. It's going to take you quite a bit of those catapults to actually get a siege going, just about. Redcoat, I hate and love at the same time those Kapi timings. I think that's a case of everybody here. If he's on your team, the timing attacks always work very well, but if he's your opponent, no, the timing attacks are not that pleasant. Quite far from that, so yeah. I could totally sympathize with that 100%, really, you know. So yeah, here comes here comes the escoltas, the Juanitos escoltas. These are going to be the undoing of metal here. He's literally got nothing to deal with these right now. Nothing to deal with these. No spearmen. Here comes the grapnel teams that I was talking about, but they came way too late, though. Yeah, these things are really cool. I hope one of them makes it to the fort just so we can see how they work. Yeah, basically they throw a log at the building and then they pull the log as a way to rip down the wall, basically. It's like a really meticulous Polynesian siege weapon. Yeah, so here we go. Let's see. So yeah, look at what they do. They throw the log beyond the fort's wall and then they start yanking on the log to basically force the wall to fall down. It's like a really nice piece of ingenuity there to basically take out structures, really. But unfortunately, you got an army of Skoltas there, so yeah, you're not going to be able to pull that log for very long. They're going to be pulling you into the ground, that is. Yeah, just about. Now, just some spearmen. No upgrades, of course, so this is really not looking too good. He's going to get the Tehedawa spearmen because, I don't think the Maori have any good upgrades on the Tau spearmen yet. So yeah, Tehedawa is sort of your only option at this point. Yep. Yep, just massing assault units is a great way to counter Maori to the point that they can't counter it. And in the case of metal, it will indeed discourage you from battling any further. Yeah. Like, look at this. He's just going to try to do more Tehedawa spearmen, but at what avail? I mean, yeah, they have splash. But yeah, it's really not going to make a difference against these assault units that have literal hack armor to basically nullify their multiplier effect. He did manage to snipe a weak one, though. Did take out another weak one, too. So, okay, so maybe the splash has a little bit more impact than I thought. But I don't think it's going to go really well unless he can get, like, huge armies of these spearmen and start massing them up against these escoltas like a huge phalanx. He's going to have to think really fast. I think if he doesn't do that, he's going to have some issues here. Just about, yeah. Now he's going to make a siege onto those buildings. Yep. Takes out that infantry building there. Yep. He's going to start attacking those villagers too. Yep. Very nice indeed. Very good one. Yep. Takes out that trading post as well. Yep. At this point, if you're Maori, you need to have like How many does he have right now? He has 17. That's definitely not enough. He's got some Highlanders, though. That might help out a bit here. Yeah, that'll definitely help out a bit. But he's going to need a lot more stuff here. Let's see if he can add... Ooh, he's getting something. He's getting something from the... from the combat school. He's getting the Huatas. And then he's going to get Tumatwanga. This big button tech that basically allows your stuff to move faster. This is going to be a perfect unit, I think, to deal with these assault units. Basically, the Huatas are a long-range spear unit. A lot like the Tigray Lance or the Ethiopians. So, yeah, he's just going to want to mass up lots of these Huatas and use their long-range thrusting spears to try to hit down all these Skoltas from long range. It's really going to be his best bet, I think, with this Civ. Right now, it seems like... he's doing somewhat okay. He probably should try to kite a bit with the Highlanders, I think, and try to focus fire down those Skolts. If he can do that, I think maybe he can work his way through that army a bit there. Takes out another Skolta. Yep. Wonderful. Doing pretty good. It's doing pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Alright. Survived the wave, it looks like. And here comes these Huatas. These things are beasts. These things are really powerful, just about, yeah. So yeah, basically if you look at them pretty closely, they have like this range attack. Look how long the spear is. These are basically Kamioks from AoE 2, from the Incas. So they have a really long spear reach with these super long spears that just does a lot of damage, and then they have a shorter range like sword attack that does less base damage, but it does just about the same multiplier damage. A little bit close, pretty close to it, really. So yeah, overall, just a really great anti-cavalry unit. It's really going to be your best weapon as Maori against assault. And right here we see... he ended up sending his natural resources big bun from the market. So you see right here these mighty Tasmanian mountain ash trees for wood. He's got some kiwi birds here for food. And then he's got some, what kind of mine? Greenstone mines for coin. So he's got some pretty good resources there to hold him into the late game just about, yeah. Starting to add in a safe house as well, maybe with some spies. Maybe spies? Spies could be interesting. Now, question is what does he do from here? Because I think he kind of has to go for an age up to get some more upgrades onto these Huatas. He's probably going to want to get like the reckless upgrade on these Huatas to get them more damage, I think. Because the thing is with the Maori units, you always have two different paths of upgrade. Initially, the path of upgrade will determine what unit you actually get with the upgrade. And then from there, the pathways of two will determine if you're more focused on hit points versus damage. Yeah, so you can either get one that gives you a lot more damage, but barely any extra HP, or you can get one that makes you really tanky, but you don't do a lot of damage. You really have to do the math in your head of the exchanges of whether HP or attack will matter more. And if you really know your heavy infantry / skirmisher / cavalry implementations in your army, you're probably going to figure out pretty quickly. Alright, now I might want a more survivable unit versus a unit that will do a whole lot more damage. I find myself more on the side of doing more damage and just taking shorter-lived armies and getting a lot of damage done. But if you're going up against a lot of tankier skirm civs, maybe having that tankiness is going to be what keeps you alive. Who knows? You just have to think ahead and say, alright, I need more HP or I need more damage, really. Now we're starting to pick up advanced Huara fighters as well as advanced Pumarakumu marksmen here, just about. But he got the Tupara marksman, so I don't know why he's getting that. Very sus indeed, because he really I don't think he realized that this card is actually utterly useless unless you get yeah, utterly useless unless you get the actual Pumarakumu marksman versus the Tupara ones. Yeah, that's actually going to be a fallacy there that actually costs him a really good shipment. Yeah. Was a really bad trade for Maori, to be honest. Yeah, I agree with that, you know. Because in general now, because Kapi is doing Ascolta armies, all these exchanges are going to be really bad for metal here. Literally, like, especially once he gets stage 4 and he upgrades these to the Royal Garda de Honras. These Scoltas are going to be really impossible for him to deal with. And he's going to have to find a real solution for that fast. Yeah, or else he won't make it, really. Did he get the range multiplier card for these Montados yet? He doesn't actually have that in his deck, and he probably should. Yeah, I would say get rid of this shipment and get in the one that upgrades the Cazador Montados multipliers against heavy infantry by 1. Just so these things can eat through heavy infantry a lot faster. That's what I think would be and it delivers more Montados as well with the shipment. Instead of just 7, you get like, I believe 12 of them. So, yeah. I think in that case it usually helps me out a bit more to have that one. Here's the Huatas. Let's see if the Huatas can get some work done here. The range is definitely helping them from avoiding direct engagements with the Ascoltas for the most part. Yeah, and actually lead into some Ascolta defeats there. So I think that's indeed the route he's going to want to go down. But he's going to need more of them, though. These numbers are not going to behoove him very well. Yeah, just about, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Third German wave, so he's going to get a secondary fort now from that age up, which would be a really good defensive feature they can utilize. How many Tuparas does he have here? He's got this and this. But he needs more of the Huetas from this, though. This is his most important unit here. Can he get some, like, more... He's going to need lots of units, actually, so he better start bringing in some real armies real fast here. Huatas should be... The Hueras should be focused on the Montados, whereas the Huatas need to be focused on the Scoltas. Yeah. Basically. Hey, the splash attack on the Hueras is actually working. Not bad. He is digging into there. Ooh, not bad at all, actually, yeah. Not bad at all. Yep, just take out the rest of these Ascoltas. Should be in better shape. Well, make sure these are pushing at the Montados, because these are scout units. These things are really specialized for fighting skirms. Okay, yeah, not bad at all, actually, yeah. Take them all out if you possibly can there. And every time that Maori gets into a fight, they are gaining coin from these battles, so it's really helping them out to keep up with their upgrades and their artillery production, I'm presuming. So I don't know. Is he going to get Whip Spearman next? Whip Spearman would be a pretty good idea. Because, see, the Whip Spearmen actually do crush damage, so they might actually be a really good way to eat into the Escoltas as well. Potentially. Yeah. We'll see, though. And he's got, yep, there's that Gardas de Honra upgrade that I was talking about. This is basically the Royal Guard upgrade for the Escoltas, and that'll be really helpful, really. Yep. Some scam caller called on the phone, so I'm going to totally ignore that. Oh, will you send us some donations? Yeah, you're not even a real organization, man, so I really don't care. Yeah. Yeah, never, always watch out when you're sending donations. Make sure that the companies are legit and whatever, and the organizations, because there's a lot of donation companies out there and foundations that aren't even real. Like, if you look up a website or something and see what they do, they don't even exist, so just be aware when they call you up. Just don't give them money over the phone or whatever, because they said, oh yeah, we need to feed the children, or save the dogs and the cats and the guinea pigs and stuff. No, it's not always true. So definitely make sure before you send any donation that the place is credible and you can trust them. Otherwise, you'll find yourself poor pretty quick, I can imagine. Yeah. Thankfully, I know that, but not everybody does, so a little PSA, do not send donations to people just because they're calling your line, basically. Because I guess the organization on that place was legit, but the phone number is not, so yeah, it's basically a scam, trying to resemble a different organization, basically, yeah. Overall, though, I think what we're going to see here is the power of the Garda di Honra Escolta come to full fruition here. Because these things will be a really great way for Kapi to obliterate these armies of metal here. The trench rifleman was an interesting choice. I don't know if it's going to really help a lot. He probably just wants more huatas. You know what? These might actually be somewhat useful if he can mask them up enough and target them well. Because the thing is assault units do not have any pierce armor. So potentially if he gets enough of them and he can target well, he might actually be able to take out some big armies of the Escolts. Maybe. I'm just wondering, like, what's the unit tag on these? So these are heavy infantry, is that right? So yeah. Alright, so they're not skirmish. I would say probably they should be skirmish, because they don't really have any sort of heavy infantry properties, I would say. They have pierce armor, they're mostly going to be good against infantry. Unless you give them like a bayonet against cavalry, I would presume you would want these to be like some sort of skirmish unit, really. Yeah, that's what I would think anyways, yeah. We'll see though, I mean, I don't know if he really wants to go for a fight right now. I think he would want to take out the Brazil army first and then go for some sort of siege. He's definitely going to need some way to, you know, get through these forts here. He's got Fort here, Fort Albuquerque, and then he's got Fort Alcantara right over there. Oh, he's going to town right for his base. He's not even waiting for him. That's going to be so sad, man. A sad day to be a Maori civilian. Big time. At the same time, you wouldn't want to be a Brazil civilian either in this case. I mean, look at those poor, innocent farmers who were just freed. They're going to not be free anymore once these guys come to town. Big time. Oh, wow. Good Vil kills so far. The Vil kills are real. Well, this town center did not get any garrison, though. Ooh, not bad. Not bad at all. Redcoats. Do your redcoat stuff right away, yep. So he's actually getting to town here. He's actually going to take out some buildings. Ooh, alright. Alright. Okay. He's taking out military buildings. If he can take out this Engino, that'd be very good, because this is a building he can't actually replace. Also take out the Hacienda and Plantaciones. Can he take out the Engino in time? I think he can take out the Engino. And now he's going to have to start dealing with this army of escoltas. Juanitos escoltas. Probably not the best positioning. He might actually lose a lot of this army here. Maybe. We'll see, though. I mean, he's got the trench riflemen doing some heavy splash damage down here, so I don't know. Okay, he's getting some kills. He is getting that. Alright, I mean, now you just get more of the unit you need. Get some more of the Huetas. Big army of Huetas with trench riflemen or something, I think you go in again. Yeah. Oh, he's going to try to do it more up front here, is that right? Unfortunately, Kapi is an Imperial Age now, and he's going to probably get the Imperial upgrade on these. Just wait and see. Fort Lighthouse, that'll basically help with the fort defense there. Yeah, once he gets the imp upgrade on these escoltas, I think he's in general going to have a real easy time here with most of these battles, honestly. Yeah. Oh, what are these? These are the firemen emergency unit. Alright. So yeah, he just has to get Imperial. He's going to need some wood, though, for that. So that might take him. Oh, yep, he went with the Germans all the way, so he got 2 free fort wagons for his Imperial Age. He just has to switch these over to wood. Or he's going to ship 1,000 wood to himself, actually. Oh, he's going to do both. He's going to get factory wood and wood card. Ooh, not bad. He really wants that Imperial upgrade on these escoltas right away. So he can basically dominate with the assault tag against Maori before they can really become a real menace. Yeah, basically metal is setting up very slowly here. I don't know why it's so slow. Very, very slow. Not making anything. Yeah. He needs to get like much bigger armies. And look at this. He's just queuing up one unit at a time. Like, is he really eating Lars's brownies right now? Stay away from the Lars brownies. They're not going to help you win. Stay away from the brownies. They're unhealthy for you. Turn you into Lars, which will reduce your eco score. We are making the real 6-9 position. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, even Rommel's laughing at this one. A grapnel team? What are you going to do with this thing? Oh, I'm going to throw a log at you. Yeah, basically. Yeah. This is like the most coolest siege unit, though, in Age of Empires 3 history. They got to put these things into Fam Edition. Like, literally, they throw the log at the wall, and then they start yanking out till the building falls down. That's, like, such a cool contraption that's totally different from what you see with other civs. You know, other civs use the battering ram, and they start knocking the walls down. These guys take it from the other side and start pulling the walls down. Oh, uh-oh, my delivery's arriving. I just heard the call in the other room. Just don't mind giving me a few seconds. I'll just bring that delivery in, bring the food in. Got some good stuff in there, mostly Italian stuff, but probably some other stuff as well for Thanksgiving. So, yeah, let me go get that right now, and then we can watch the final countdown battle. And by the way, did Kapi get the Imperial upgrade yet on the Scolts? Yep, he did, so that should be fun. rest of this match here and see the end of the skirmish. So last we checked off, basically Kapi waited in his base to get all his potential upgrades for the Escoltas he could. The Imperial Guard de Honor upgrade. Also the Bay Horses upgrade from the Arsenal, which reduces the food costs of the Escoltas to make them a cheaper unit. So yeah, you have to look at the Brazil Civ itself to see the discounts. So now they only cost about 141 food and about 122 coin, because what the Royal Guard upgrades for the Bonito Civs does is, instead of giving them additional stats, it makes them 10% cheaper. So 135 coin ends up becoming about 122 coin. Yeah. Really neat. And then the food cost combined with Bay Horses becomes quite cheap as well. Just so you're fully aware of that. Yeah. Just about. Yeah. Gringo, if you are making comments, there by a few long minutes without sound. Yeah, well, I was bringing my delivery in. That was delivered to my place. Yeah, I had to order a bunch of stuff for today before the holiday comes on Thursday. So yeah, that's why I did that. I basically got enough food that's going to last me in the next week. Hopefully. Got some, and I also had to get the Thanksgiving stuff delivered as well. So yeah, basically turkey, all the fixins, pumpkin pie, plus all the stuff I usually eat. So yeah, it's a lot of money. Probably at least like $100 worth of stuff, basically. So at least I got that covered now. Don't have to worry about any more delivery calls after that one, huh? Yeah, thankfully. Yep, just about. Yeah, thankfully everybody, most of the people are still here, so it didn't cause too much damage. But yeah, I try not to have the delivery people come during the stream, but yeah, they have their own schedules, so sometimes they show up in the middle of it. Unfortunately, yeah. 2 frontier outposts, alright. I mean, honestly, at this point, from the looks of it, I think Metal... Yeah, Metal's just given up at this point. Look at all the resources he's got, though. 10k food, 10k coin. You could definitely do something with that. I mean, I don't know, like... Is he having a nervous breakdown or something? Like, oh, I'm having a 1-2 nervous breakdown. I can't do anything. Like, something like that. Or did he get so stressed out from Kapi's Escolta rush that he's actually in Lars's brownies and gummy bears right now, having exotic experiences before our very eyes? I don't know. Yeah, like, look at this. Look at all the villagers. I haven't doing anything. Oh, jeez. He broke him. He broke Metal. Metal isn't supposed to break, but he broke Metal. The metal was broken into many shards. Wow. I didn't know you could break metal like that. Wow, wow, wow. Who would have ever thought the leader of the 6ix9ine clan got melted so quickly? Unbelievable. Not even putting up a fight. Just let the Escoltas roll right in. And now he's starting to queue up the spearmen. And he's probably just going to quit. Yeah, he's probably going to quit. But my question is, why didn't he get to some of these Huertas out of the combat school? Like, that probably would have been even better than his normal spearmen, because at least they have a range. And they don't have to path into each other to hit the Escoltas. They can just act as a cohesive phalanx and just clean up unit after unit. Yeah, I think he probably should have just made more of the Huertas. What do the Huertas cost, actually? So they cost... Oh, they cost wood. That's why he rage quit. Oh, okay. Alright. I forgot that. I thought that they cost food and coin for some reason, because that's what the T-Grave Lancers for Ethiopia cost, food and coin. So, I mean, I kind of forgot that they have a wood cost as well. So now I understand where his frustration is. Okay. But still, I definitely wouldn't have made more of those to hit it with spearmen. I would have just kept doing the Huertas. and hope that I could get enough stats to claim my way through him. Because here's the thing, he's at least at his guard upgrade with them. He's only missing like one upgrade level compared to what Kapi has right now. So I mean, he's not in the worst predicament. Yeah, I could totally understand his frustrations dealing with Kapi assault stuff. Yeah, pretty much. Good try though. I mean, it's always good when we see Maori players playing here because we don't see them often enough, I think. Trying to compete, honestly, yeah. Devs, please fix Maori versus Assault. Well, here's the thing. The Polynesian culture is incomplete as of right now. Yeah, the Polynesian culture is incomplete. They were supposed to be reworked, I think, at some point, as well as new civs being added, but it just hasn't come about yet because Will of Wool has been sort of absent doing Will of Wool things, so it's been taking a while to get down to it, really. Hopefully they do come back to the Polynesians at some point and rework them to have some of those more fulfilling roles. Sort of having the combat school was sort of a step in that direction, basically. Yeah, so we'll see what the next recording is called right now. Let me find it. It will be called 2 vs 2, Tupi Romania versus Otomos Colombia. This will be a Geaf recording, actually, so this should be a bit more different than what we're used to. And what's the recording name called? Okay, 2. 2 for Tupi. 2 for Tupi. 2 and Tupi, 2 together. Numbers. This one. Here we go. I'm kind of curious how this one turns out. Actually, really am curious how this one turns out, actually. Alright, so right now, we got Nicolas teamed up with Kapi, and then we got a team with Geaf and Metal. Now, this is going to be an intense team battle here. Geaf is no joke, and if he's teamed up with the Juanito missing part of his fingers there, I mean, you could have a real problem here. On Colorado of all maps, this is a really fun map for 2v2. Mainly, you got this really nice trade route here. It has up to 4 TPs on it. But it sort of segues in such a way that everybody sort of has a TP that they can access. You just have to sort of be aware of what's coming out of here, and here in the Colorado Mountains, basically. Natives-wise, you got Comanche natives, so a bit of maneuver, but other than that, not too much going on. So let's see how this one turns out. So who's on the? So Nicolas is using Colombia, and Kapi is using the Ottomans. Evet, not the Persians. He's using the real Ottomans. Yep, the real Ottomans, not the Persians. If he wants to sometime, I challenge Kapi to use the quote-unquote Persian civ, which is basically just Ottomans with the Portuguese home city attached to him. But I don't know if he's going to take that challenge, you know. It can be tricky, but sometimes it's rewarding. Because you do have those good Cazador shipments and organ gun shipments you can drop in. But other than that, it's living hell to do, basically. Yeah. And wait till they have a real Persian civ in this mod. That'll be very fun. Yeah. I mean, in general, this map can be pretty good for the Ottomans because there's just so many trading post opportunities here, basically. So yeah, Ottomans can do pretty well on this map. And teamed up with Colombia, I think they can add some interesting unit synergies that they can do together. Whereas Team Geaf and Metal, I think Geaf is going to play this out a lot like how he did the last game. And it's going to come down to what Romania does. From my understanding, Metal does not play Romania the same way I do. He is not a big proponent of using the modernization bonus again units early. Like I like to do early Vandatori, he just sort of does Durabante spamming. So we're going to have to see how that actually goes here, because the thing you got to be aware of, Kapi knows his way around Janissary Abyss Gunner, he knows his way around the Ottoman FI and FF builds. Kapi is a full Ottoman expert, so you need to be ready for all those sort of builds and be able to evolve and adapt to the situation. And also deal with what Colombia is doing, because Colombia has a very diverse roster of units. It all comes down to what sort of age-ups they pick first, right? They can get good maneuver units, they can get good assault units, heck, they could even get a musketeer that has a good sword attack against infantry, They got a lot of things going for them. So you just have to be brave for whatever Colombia picks against you. And they can even decline those units as well and just go for an immigrant instead. Yeah. If you didn't know about the Colombia Civ, you get a lot of choices with them. You can either choose to stick with sort of your national interest and age up as your own states of the Grand Colombian state or empire, basically. Or you can decide to leave one of those states alone and go for an immigrant age up to bring an immigrant colony under your control. And something that you can actually do as Colombia, which we see right here, is actually get this card, Colonia Tovar, which will actually ship you a German colony with about 3 of the German Masons. So even if you don't want to age up as an immigrant, you still have an immigrant option in your back pocket as the Germans. You can actually upgrade them and all, but it's good to at least have the initial technologies and the ability to send some of the German immigrant units throughout the rest of the match, like their Udon, their Skirmisher, as well as their Culver and Mortar hybrid unit based off of the Schneider, Danglis, and the Mountain artillery weapons of the nation states, basically. Yeah. Yep, let me see here. So he's got Tovar. He's probably going to get this as card number 2 or 3, I'm presuming. That's at least what I would do. He also has Yellow Liberalism. Outlaws are cheaper. Ooh, he might do Outlaws today. That would actually be an interesting choice. Yeah. He's got the Gulia di Colomoro card, which is very favorable for Voltigero play. Voltigeros is one of those units that are becoming really popular with the Colombians. Basically, it's a skirmisher that acts a lot like cavalry. So the way it works is it has its rifle. It'll shoot a shot that does a lot of damage, and then it pulls out its machete and goes into a hard melee against the infantry, just about. Turned into a pretty decent warrior unit overall. And then after about a minute's pass, it pulls its recharged weapon once again and fires a range shot, and then continues with more machete slashing. It's a really neat unit that can play into both rushing strategies as well as defensive strategies too, because you can manage those shots in such a way that you can sort of defend against attacks, and then when you're going on the offensive course, you can deliver the deadly charge with the range attack and then the following machete assault. So, yeah, really fun unit overall, I would say. Also has its charged attack cards here as well, like Santalos de País, which adds a charge attack to the Llanero cavalry. And this one, it adds a powerful charge melee attack to the Conscriptos, Chachalos. Yeah, so it's got really all the cool Colombia upgrade cards, I think. As well as the most important card of all, Grito de Independencia. This is the only way you're going to be able to train all those ultimate units that you get from aging up as Grand Colombia states. Because that's the part really where you're choosing between immigrants and Colombian states. Would you rather have all 4 ultimate units from Colombia, Venezuela, Panama, and Venezuela? And Ecuador, I should say. Yep, Ecuador, Panama, Colombia, and Venezuela. Or would you rather give up one of those for an immigrant, or possibly even give up all but one of those to get an immigrant fully upgraded? It's really up to you, Sometimes it's going to be better to just train the Colombian units because of how versatile they are, and other times you're going to want to use those shipments to get an immigrant colony. But as I've said before, if you really want to, you could just say, I don't need immigrants. I already got the German one covered by my home city, and just leave it at that. That's totally fine. It usually works. But I experimented a number of months ago with the different immigrant synergies with Colombia, and I've found that some of them, like the Irish, the French, and even the Confederates really synergized well with the Colombian builds. Arabs, for whatever reason, to my surprise, did not perform that well. I was pretty shocked since I consider the Gallegos one of the better units for the immigrants, but yeah, I was pretty shocked by that. That's why I had to give it a try for myself to find out. Ooh, so Colombia's going to be the musketeer spammer, and Kapi's just going to go full abyss. This could be real problematic here if they're not careful. I could see Geaf is going full Maratacora's clubman to try to rush the Abyss gunners. And Metal's just adding a bunch of infantry in to try to fight off the conscriptos. Unfortunately, there's too many conscriptos here and they can't really risk a direct push just yet. I think they're just trying to fish in the Abyss gunners enough that they can go in for that sort of attack. Oh no, here comes the conscriptos though. He's got Calorasi. The Calorasi will be perfect for this. Calorasi. He's got them on both sides. This is perfect. Yep, the Calorasi are the ones that end up getting them. And the Maratacoras are just going to pile on as well. Whereas the Romanian range infantry will focus on targeting down any conscriptos that are currently. Oh, this was a perfect attack. It's going to take out another batch of the Abyss as well. Another batch of Abyss gone. This is perfect. Couldn't have asked for a better situation, honestly, here. Yeah, this was a wonderful assault. Good job with the Maratacoras providing constant pressure and swarming power. This is where Tupi becomes a real dangerous problem. Because they can cheaply afford these really cheap units, relatively speaking. They can actually get some real serious swarms of Warhide units around the Abyss gunners to the point that they turn them into useless pieces of peanut butter and jelly at that point, you know? Actually nothing. I mean, can Kapi even afford to keep spamming out these Abyss gunners? He's just giving up on it. He's going to age 3. This is huge because now Nicolas is forced to try to stall out as much as possible by continuing to queue in these conscriptos. This is a perfect situation. He's going to try to ship in about 5 Musketeros, which is an assault unit, to try to get back some melee ground with them. The thing that will make these Musketeros a bit of a problem is the fact that they have a splash attack with their machetes. So they'll actually potentially get some more favorable trades against these Maratacoras, which actually don't have any hack armor. We'll have to see, though, if it turns out like that. Because, of course, Romania's doing ranged infantry like the Hajuks, as well as the Dorobanti. And those potentially, if Mike rode well, could target down those Musketeros one by one. Especially in such modest numbers right now. I mean, here we go. The Musketeros are going to try to make some sort of last-ditch defense here. Because the barracks and the foundry are being assaulted right now. And it looks like Geaf is actually pressuring up here as well with the Maratacoras. So this is a whole map ordeal. And one of the other things a really strong Tupi player can do, they can actually afford such large armies that they can hit multiple points on the map at the same time and drive the enemy utterly insane. Like I expected, the ranged Romanian infantry melted the Musketeers due to their lack of pierce armor. Now they can safely take out the barracks and then the subsequent artillery foundry. Kapi did go to age 3, and he's probably going to try to get Mamluks, followed by Falks. He's saving up the coin for Mamluks right now. And that'll throw them for a bit of a loop because that's an assault unit. So these Maratacoras will need to be in really godlike numbers to even put a dent in those units. Oh, he's still pressuring them up here. That's insane, which is stalling his Mamluk shipment arrival time. This is real hyper aggro right here, folks. I just don't know, man. Like, this is a really good push. My question is, how do they do with the Mamluks? The Mamluks is going to be such an interesting dilemma for them, because right now they're doing skirmish with scout. Not the best way to deal with a melee assault unit, unless it's really large numbers. Yeah. But definitely the raiding part here is helping because it's preventing Cap from getting a wood and adding in a barracks or foundry that could otherwise be synergizing with the Mamluks. And it's basically going to be seeing if Nicolas can provide a counter-offensive to try to do that. He's getting a barracks right now. He might even be getting 2 or 3 of those barracks to try to set up some sort of a defense there. Using the grizzly bears to claw at the house, that's actually real. You know, if you haven't seen those videos of bears break into people's homes, a grizzly bear can actually break your door down, your windows and stuff. So that's actually somewhat natural in the natural world, that the bear can actually rip your house apart. They really can. They're like 100% pure muscle and can totally tear through everything. Here's the Mamluks. They almost have about 1.5k HP, which is quite big. Unfortunately, though, no support, no help. No cavalry, no infantry, no abyss, no artillery. So these things are just being completely targeted down and being made obsolete right now. And Nicolas here is not even sending any appropriate help in enough time. He's going Mushatero, which is probably the appropriate way to do this, but it's arriving at an inopportune time. I think that if they were out a bit sooner, Mamluks would definitely be doing a lot better here, and that HP would have stayed a lot longer. Yeah. I mean, we'll see if he can get enough Mushateros in time to make this work. For now, Kapi can just focus on turtling, since Ottoman town centers, as you know, produce villagers for free. So he doesn't actually need to keep getting food to keep that economy growing. He just needs to hold out and hope that the Mushateros are enough to liberate him here. Right now, it seems like they're doing okay. You know. Oh, he sent the shipment of Jans as well. That's perfect. Yeah. Seems like now they're alright. Where is Geaf in all this? Oh, yep, Jeff's going to age 3 right now. He's gonna get the Mattis support right away, because this is a maneuver unit, and the maneuver units are gonna have multipliers against assault like this. So that's a good age up timing by Geaf to be able to get his blowgunner shipment out in time. He'll be able to fight on par a bit with the Jans, I think, but mostly he's going to have a good way of blasting down those Mushateros. So that Romania can mostly focus on dealing with the Jans. Yeah, these aren't even trained Jans, they're shipments, so Cap has to go through the... Yep, he's got barracks, and he's probably going to just stick to Janissary for now, I think. Seems to be... Alright, so he's starting to engage with the Jans right now. He's got skirmish, so I mean, takes out one Janissary, but... perhaps Geaf is telling him, back up a bit, I got the blowgun... He's training the blowgunners as well, so he's already getting those blowgunners on the field. Notice how they have a 3x multiplier here against assault, which is these right here. As long as he's targeting the right stuff... Yeah, see how they melt these Mushateros with their multipliers? I mean, these would have been great against the Mamluks, but against Mushateros, they can't even deal with them. Because you can even see the glowing green. Look at the glowing green. That's the poison in these darts. Actually blasts through the assault tag of those Mushateros really easily. And now Kapi's going to do a shipment of 5 Sefahis. Which, I don't know about that. I would have done the artillery first. Because the thing is blowgunners are going to completely use those poison arrows to dismantle their HP. You might be going down the wrong route by going for an assault unit like this. Because right now, I think it was kind of a mistake, but what Nicolas and Cap managed to do was, they sort of set themselves up for a total failure against a maneuver tag like the blowgunner, because he was training Mushateros, and now Kapi's literally shipping a powerful assault unit himself. So they're just not going to be right. And then he's adding the support card in too that adds additional movement speed to the blowgunners. So this is really not the best situation to find yourself in when you're going full assault. So here's the Sefahis right here. Normally a horrible unit to deal with, but when you have this many blowgunners, it's probably one of the best units to deal with. Yeah, like, look right here. He just has to, yep, take that one out. Yeah, this one's basically down. It's still kind of surprising, though, how these Safahis are still trying to gain a leg up against these blowguns. They have that splash attack, so they could still conceivably do some real damage to them. But because these blowguns are sort of like a cav archer style unit instead of a gunpowder dragoon, they actually have hack armor instead of pierce, which means they're somewhat impervious to the maces of the Safahi. They actually can soak in some of that damage. Just a little bit of it, because they are, they are infantry, they're not cavalry, so they can't take a lot of bashes by those maces, but they can take surprisingly more head-on damage than you would think they could. So blowgunners doing great here. Each blow of the darts is just doing a really good job there, just about, yep. Wonderful. Ooh, perfect. Take that one out. Wonderful. Yeah, he just has to get into the right positioning, and the Safai's become quite manageable. Yeah, he just quits at that point. It's like, GG. GG, well played. Now, Voltagero, that's something that could actually threaten these blowgunners quite a bit, because these guys are anti-maneuver. And notice how they go into their machete after firing their first shot now. These things are a real menace to deal with for the blowgunners here. But because he's the last player left, I don't even think he cares at this point. He's just sort of letting them take in the melee. But yeah, he can afford to kite them a little bit, which will help out save some of his numbers. Yeah, and then they just get lost with the pathing with the Romanian units there, just completely soaking them with the range shots right there. Yeah, good battle though. We'll say that. Good battle. Absolutely a good battle. GG, well played on that one. It was a good attempt. I mean, normally Abba's Conscripto would be a real deadly combination, but Geaf, through his ability with the Tupi, was able to get sufficient mark to Kora's numbers enough to take away the early game from the Ottomans, and then when they tried to go for a frantic Age 3, was able to take that from them using the blowgunners. It really came down to the Tupi at that point. Romania more or less played a supportive role, occasionally taking on functionalities like taking out conscriptos where needed, or janissaries where needed, but most of the heavy lifting of that battle came down to the Tupi's performance as a cohesive, swarming, rushing force, really. Yeah, so that was a good battle, honestly. And we're going to see more good battles like that here now, as we get on to the next match. Alright, so let's see what we can find right here, actually. Let me see. So which recording are we on now? So now we're going to be looking at one that's called Bedouin Out of Sync. Bedouin Out of Sync? What's that? Is it going to actually out of sync? Really? Oh, because they played Egypt. They played Egypt. Wait a second. There's going to be a 2 versus 2 with both players playing Egypt? Oh no, this could be very out of syncy. Out of syncy, yeah. So where's the map even? It's going to be Florida. You got Portugal here and a Ottoman. And they're going to be facing off against Egypt and Egypt. The great land of Egypt. Breadbasket of Egypt. Wow. Very fun, actually. And the map is Florida, so you got like the beach. Nice Florida beaches over here. Do some fishy. Most of Florida is just like sort of this green, so flat open area you can move across. And then you got the swamp more inland, where you obviously can't construct in the swamp, but you can build on top of the green parts here. So yeah, good variety of geography on this map, so it's always a favorite of mine. And you start the game out with the market as well, which you can use right away to start getting your hunting dogs or your placer mines, depending on what your build is. Mainly, usually just hunting dogs, but I guess depending on what your civ's age up is like, you could justify getting your wood chopping or your placer mines in there too. Maybe, yeah. So what kind of Egypt build are they doing here? Are they doing FI Egypt? Or, well, I saw a Bedouin, so they're going for a Bedouin rush. A 2-player Bedouin rush sounds kind of broken. Yeah, it really does. Oh god, look at how fast the game is progressing. Like, this is gonna be a this might actually be a real house thing. We'll have to see though. Yep, that's the Muhammad Ali Pasha basically using his empower ability on the villagers. Just like the pharaohs in Age of Mythology, you know, your Egyptian explorer can actually empower villagers. Basically shaking around his staff there, and then you see these lights shine down on the villagers, basically. Not the same light that you get with the missionaries, but more of a sort of like whitish blue light from the skies, which I'm assuming is either from Ra or Helios or Osiris or someone. One of the Egyptian gods, basically giving them that power. And it's kind of funny because if you listen to the audio enough, if you play Wars Libya and you listen to the audio, you can actually hear Ali Pasha go, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, like that. And it's kind of like one of those memes that Tahadis put in there initially, where he's sort of chanting, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, like that. Sort of to make them sort of like the Muslim Civ of Wars Libya, because remember, Back in the day, Egypt was going to be the only sort of like Araby civ in the mod. So Tahaz probably wanted to make him sort of feel like sort of that Allahu type of civ, without realizing later on that they'd actually be adding in Omani, Saudis, Persians, Afghans, Uzbeks, all these Middle Eastern civs to do that instead. Yeah, very interesting how that turned out. Where's Aladdin in all this? They're doing the same build, it looks like, right? Yeah. Does he have his library yet? I know Sog has his library right now, but I don't see... Unless he's got it over here. Oh, he's got his library up here. Yeah. The thing that makes Egypt different than other civs is the fact that they can move their buildings, since they're literally just caravans driven around by stinky camels, basically. I mean, it's great that your buildings are mobile, but doesn't it smell? Having a bunch of stinky camels with their tails literally facing the wagon where you're trying to drive. That must be a horrible experience, being the driver of that caravan. Like, you know, every time you like move the ropes up and down to get the camels to go, they literally lift their tail up and release noxious camel gas onto your face. Ugh. Really bad. I don't know, to me, I'd rather just go on foot at that point than just having stinky camels in front of me like that with their tails facing my face like that. Must be a really bad scent, just about, because if you've ever visited like a zoo or anything before, or some sort of farm or something, some of them actually do have a pet camel or two, and it's probably like one of the weirdest smells you'll ever smell, really. And that's just them being in an enclosed space. But I can imagine if you're riding a camel or you have one in a caravan with them facing their behind towards you, it's probably a really noxious scent overall. I can imagine. Yeah, basically. So now we got the 700 wood coming in, it looks like. Yep. And this should be really good, because now this is basically going to allow them to get multiple garrison caravans, I think, that they need for the rush. Yeah, Egypt can age up very fast as an African civ. They can usually reach age 2 around, I believe, 3 minutes. Very fast. And they can start using unit shipments and or crates to set up a very quick rush, usually. Because right now, as you can see, he's got the 700 wood there. And yep, Alden has his 700 wood, and then they're going to go for... I'm assuming, yep, they're going to go for a Bedouin attack, because Bedouins mostly cost wood, so they're just going to do that. These are the Bedouins right here. They're actually houses. They're actual houses. If you look at them, it says supports 10 population, because yeah, that's what these are. They're literally cavalry that support population for you. So they can fire arrows with their little Bedouin bows, if I guess you could call them B&B Bedouin bows. And they do some multipliers against cavalry. About 2 multipliers against all cavalry. So really good against things like hussars, cuirasses, dragoons, mounted skirms. They do good against all those things. So kind of an interesting niche unit. But the thing is, they have a lot of hit points. They have 400 HP since they're literally a building. And about 30% melee resistance. So they can actually take a bit of abuse from stuff as well. Ooh, looks like they're doing a shared garrison rush here. You got bowmen and spearmen. Oh, they're going to get them good. I think they're going to go after the Armans first, it looks like, maybe. Yeah. Here comes the bowman, too. Okay, here we go. Should be fun. 700 food. They're going for a real garrison caravan attack. Yeah. Yep, here comes a spearman from down here right now. It really out-synced. He wasn't lying. There we go. And now all the textures are ruined, so the Greek guy looks like United States cavalry marshal now. That's interesting. And this is literally Simon Bolivar with the weird hat. This guy looks about the same, but yeah. Very strange indeed. Did the walls just change? It went from like the original colors to now it's all blue and red. That's interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay. Well, let's get on to the next record now. Cell took that auto noob player. He was toxic with Lars, with Geaf, with Metal and me. Oh, he is? So he's a noob and he's toxic? That's a horrible combination, man. Here's a PSA for you. If you're going to be toxic, be good at the game. You know, if you're toxic and you're bad at the game, that's really not a good outcome, you know, because you'll literally get uninvited to every single match at that point, basically. You get canceled like cancel culture. You get literally canceled out of existence. Yeah. So, in memoria de la partidaza que nos olvidamos de grabar. The Inca and Paraguay versus Portugal and Ottoman game that was never to be. So, since nobody recorded that, we will have to do Brazil Dinamarca. So it's going to be Danish and Brazil versus the Portuguese and Ottomans. So, sort of that same team composition on the enemy side, but this time we're going to be seeing Brazil and Danish instead of two Egypts, basically. So, B is for Brazil. This one. Alright, let's see how this one turns out, actually. So, the map is Indonesia. Cool map. Well, it's in Indonesia, of course. And just like Indonesia, it's literally an island. Yeah, you got like an island up here that has some resources. You got an island down here that has some resources. Got an island here that has some resources. And an island here that has some resources. Start the game with one of these marathon catamarans for like scouting, transport, what have you. And you also start the game with a saloon as well, or a tea house as it's called in Wars of Liberty. Yeah. Just about because Jetlander thought that instead of beer and assorted beverages, he thought that the Europeans would rather drink a cup of tea. Hence the teacup right here. Yeah. It's kind of strange to me when I think of that. Like, the original building in AoE 3 was a saloon, so it was filled with a bunch of outlaws and stuff. Are you really going to see a bunch of outlaws go into a house that looks like this and buying tea there? Like, what outlaw drinks tea? I mean, that's even too European, I think, for the Europeans to even do. I don't know. You think an outlaw cowboy or desperado would have tea instead of tequila or whatever? I don't know, actually. That's a good question to ask him. Yeah, overall, though, should be a good match. Got the Danish with their Ox card here, giving them some extra gather rate. And then you got the ally here, the Brazilians, playing somewhat. I think they're going to play a lot differently than Kapi does, because Sog probably has a whole different build order in mind compared to what Kapi does for his. Yep, he's going to do an initial slave trade. Question is does he get enough coin for another one, though? Looks like he does not. He just gets one slave trade here for the most part. Probably to keep up with his age-up timing, honestly, which I can't blame him for. Do we know what deck he's going to do here? So he's got multiple deck options. Don't get this deck. Don't get this one. This one is really bad. Don't get this one. Whatever you do, man, don't get that one. You could get this one or you could get this one. This one, Rio de Janeiro, is pretty okay. I mean, he's got this. He does have the Campana de Cordillera card, which is really important because it gives your Cazador Montados an add multiplier against heavy infantry, a lot like counter infantry rifling on the European side. But it has some interesting options as well, like Costrumbismo, which gives you a covered wagon, but also allows wagons to move faster and build quicker. And he's got Argentine Brigade to ship in some horse grenadiers. Another interesting twist. Yeah, so he actually ends up going with this deck. And instead of 300 wood like Kapi got, he actually just has the Virgin Forest card here to improve his wood chopping rate by 20% overall. So more of that late game greedy option to get on that wood, I think. Yeah. He's going to age up right now, before even the 3-minute mark, using the German raid. The German wave. Yeah, jawohl. Whereas Alden Topak, what is he doing? So he's got the team Ox card and Colbertism. He sent Colbertism the food trickle, looks like. Yep, and he also sent Brazil a nice Ox card here as well, basically. So now Brazil can benefit from the improved gather rate of the Ox card. And another neat thing about the Ox card as well is once it comes down to setting up late game gathering buildings for Brazil, Brazil will actually be able to turn this Ox card into either a mill or a plantation, because that's what the Ox card does. Not only does it help improve the gather rate of nearby units, but when you decide you don't want it around anymore, yeah, you can turn it into an economic building, such as a plantation, a mill, a livestock pen, a market, or a dock. Yeah, or in the case of the Danish, a anchorage, which is basically a dock, but it's more fortified, good for fighting enemy vessels with, and improves the gather rate of your fishing ships around it, too. So yeah, lots of cool stuff going around overall. So he's going to use his agricultural wagon for a mill, build the German colony over there, and frontier wagon is going to go onto his side right here, which is, I think, a good move since enemy could potentially come around this Jesuit mission and hit you. So you do have to be ready for that. Danish going up with the Inlight and Quartermaster, I think. Oh, the Inline Governor. Oh, the Inline Governor. And why is he in line exactly? Because every time you age up with one of them, you get this golden age, which is, you know, the Danish King Frederick here with the golden ring around his head. And that basically during the golden age, your units will gain more XP bounty while working and building stuff and so forth. And it just helps you to reach shipments a lot quicker that way. You get a small golden age when you are shipping cards, and then you get a longer one when you're doing age ups, typically. So if you're going to train a bunch of units and construct buildings, wait till you get a golden age first to really maximize your ability to reach your next shipment. So I can advise you on that. So in terms of deck, at this point, I mean, he's got some units here. He could send it on Soldatar, which is like a really weak musketeer. Even worse than Russian musketeers. It's even trashier than that. But it's also somewhat cheaper than them as well. So, I mean, if you're looking for masses and masses of muskets, these are like the thing for you. Just that they're going to be abysmally weak individually, so you should be ready for that. It has some mercenary options in Age 3, like the Schutzen, which are basically just Jaegers. These are basically similar to the Hackabels, the Black Brunswickers, basically. Dragoons, Fort, has the basic combat cards. Espengolar, these are just Danish heavy artillery that functions similar to an organ gun. So yeah, quite a bit of stuff going on here. And we didn't even check these guys yet. What? Portugal's doing a fishing boom alongside their town center boom. Yeah, that could be pretty good. Eduardo Nagniza or whatever. Going up with Zaltuk, the Toxic Almond player. What has he got for his deck? He's got Bashi Bajuks. We don't always see Bashi Bajuks in these decks, honestly. It's kind of a surprising one. Yeah, the Bashi Bajuks, basically just a raiding unit, a raiding mercenary. So they got like multipliers against villagers at range, and they're just really good for wiping out large groups of hunts and mines. Pretty much, but only if you can sneak up on them. If they get caught, yeah, they're not going to do that great, and they'll probably get wiped out themselves since they're utterly useless against everything but villagers. Yeah, kind of an interesting choice. And then he even has irregulars to add a multiplier against villagers to his cav archers. So I should try to see how good this is in some matchups, because since you can start training cav archers in Age 2 in Wars of Liberty as the Ottomans, maybe as part of some sort of semi-FF or something, you could get some really good raids in with this, perhaps. Yeah, I think maybe that's the case, and I should try that out. Who knows? Because the thing is, for most villagers have hack armor and not pierce armor, so going for a cav archer raid could actually be a really beneficial setup, I guess. Yeah. It has the dance hall, which why has it got dance hall? Dance hall in Wars of Liberty is really bad because it doesn't even give you the Ronin Samurai anymore. So this is like a really bad, really sus choice here. He's got schooners. Does he have he's got a dock and he's got schooners. All right. Is he even making any fishing boats though? Yep, he's got a few of them. So he's just making some of them. All right. That's good to know. That's good to know right now. Yeah. Juanito Bonito, win room. When we're at the end of our cast of games, Juanito. Still got a number of them to do. After we get through this last SOG one, I think we got a metal one to do, and then we got a bunch of Kapi ones. Actually, there's another Geaf one, too, somewhere along the line that we have to do as well. So, yeah. Gonna have a lot of cast of games tonight to do Juanito Bonito. It's interesting how he spelled that. It's usually Juanito Bonito, but he spelled it Juanito Bonito. So what's a Bonito versus a Bonito? I don't know, actually. You have to tell me. Yeah, you'll have to explain that one to me a bit. So now we got Danish here basically constructing a house there. And, okay. It does look like Sog is sort of similar to Kapi. He'd rather go more the abolitionist route, get the abolition text out of the way so he can start training the villagers normally, with the added perks of abolition, like the villagers gathering better, having additional HP and attack, and trickling XP as well. So, yeah, in that sense, I think Yeah, he's doing probably what the common consensus is. And now I sort of understand why he's got the Costrambizimo card. So that way when he does get the abolition done, he'll have 2 town centers to basically start queuing the freed slaves out of just about. It's not quite at the end of abolition yet, though. We still see these called slaves at this point, yeah. He looks like he will do Cazador Montados against Cazador Unmontados. Yeah, Unmontados, yeah. It's kind of the funny thing whenever you see Portugal versus Brazil. Brazil has Cazadors on top of horses. Portugal has Cazadors not on top of horses, basically. And they actually, I think they exchange pretty even, honestly, from what I recall. At least if you use them properly, because basically I think the mounted Cazadors give up some of their attack, but they gain more speed. Yeah, so it becomes a thing of if you can outmaneuver the dismount Cazadors a bit better, I guess. Yeah. Yep, and then you got the Lansodatars right here. Yep. Like I said, these things are really weak. 8 hand attack, 14 range attack, and 102 on the HP. If they weren't as cheap as they were, they'd be like the worst unit in the game, but they cost like only like 50 food and 15 coin. Like, that's a steal for really any unit, so I guess you can't complain too much. But certainly if you have any team cards that makes units cheaper, probably would want to apply it to make it even more spammable tool, I guess, to your advantage, because you could probably get some pretty large armies of 200 of them if you could add some team cheapening unit cost cards, I think, to their stuff, basically. Yeah. And I think the mounted Cazadors will really help out quite a bit because they have some really good armor, just like their dismounted counterparts. They have an armor value of about 50%, so they resist about 50% of all bullets and arrows and so forth, making them a pretty nice companion to these Danish infantry, I think. Oh, look at him catching those volunteers off guard, though. That was a good move by Aladdin to get some free kills out there, yeah. Now they got him completely surrounded there, basically. Now they're going to probably take a snipe at that explorer. Or they're just going to let him walk in his merry way. No, they're going to start firing at him now. Explorer, get out of there, get out of there. Every moment I live is agony. Yeah, now it is, because you didn't get out of there, like I said. Got yourself to blame now. Were those ship lance arrows, or were those train? Those were trained lance arrows, so he's going to start training lance arrows as well. He's also getting breweries. This is a powerful German immigrant technology that gives you about 3 gold works wagons. These works are basically buildings that cost about 3 population, but they trickle you gold or coin. So think of them like banks, but they are upgradable at the cost of actually taking away some of your population. So yeah, basically. Yeah, I mean, what is Ottoman's even doing? Well, Ottoman's are just building walls all over the place. He's got a wall here, got a wall here, and he's got 2 falcons like sitting in the middle there to. So he's basically camping at this point. Which, I don't know how that's going to go, really. Really depends on a lot. You know, we'll have to see how this actually turns out here. Not looking too good, though. We'll say that. Yeah. We'll say that. Looks like Zog is investing into upgrades for his Cazadors, because I do see the skirmisher combat here. This is another abolition tech that he's going to get, basically. to get himself to freeing the slaves and being able to train them normally. So, yeah, Portugal has gone up to industrial age. That's usually a good move for Portugal to do because, as you know, with Portugal, every age up, free covered wagon. At this point, this should leave Portugal with about, 4 town centers. And how many villas are they on right now? So they're at about 37. And they could start sending up 4 queues of these villas now if they want to. Yep. In terms of cards, no eco cards besides Eco Theory, which I find a little bit concerning. Honestly, I think you could have done a little bit better than that, honestly. Yeah, at least I think so. It's got an Aviso here. Does he have any other combat ships, like Lorcas around here? I don't know, actually. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, this will be a tricky one, though, to figure out. It really comes down to if Portugal can pull their own weight stronger than the 2 enemy players, because I don't know, from what I'm hearing, that this Ottoman will give a lot of powerful armies overall. Ooh, he trained a Safahi. An Algerian Safahi, that is. Interesting. Yeah, these are basically just Black Riders in terms of stats, if you're not aware. So, yeah, going to be good against assault units and artillery mainly, but in melee can fight scout units as well. Sending out a massive, about 2 Falcons with Cazadors, yep. Portugal in Wars of Liberty does not get organ guns anymore. They actually use Falcons like all the other European civs. And none of the European civs have horse artillery anymore, too. So just be aware of that. If you like horse artillery, you're going to probably want to move over to the Anglophone civs that have a cannon called the Napoleon, which they use as their horse artillery, basically. So 2 Falcons and some Cazadors. Definitely no answer to cavalry there, so those Lanceros that we saw Brazil get, including these ones, are going to be a real problem. Is getting Guard Cazadores now, though, so maybe he can do something. We'll have to see. More Cazadors on the way. How many Lanceros does he have? So he's got about 6 of them. Alright, well, is the ally going to help at all? Or whoa, whoa, whoa. You're leaving him high and dry there, son. It's every man for himself. He's more worried about his artillery than... Wow, good way to give up an advantage. Got enough Jans, I think, to protect it. No, he's not even moving him into position. He's kind of ignoring that. Gee, yeah, get him with those Cazadors because you're going to lose that one too. Some more Janissaries coming in, but unfortunately they're pathing so bad that the Montaros are just going to intercept them. Is that right? Yeah. So even more Cazadors are coming in. Yep, he's going to probably try his best to micro down these Lanceros. Here comes the Lanceoldators. Falk is just being used for siege at this point. The delis are being used to push on to the Matados, which is probably the right move. Yeah, the Portugal's doing really well score-wise, so I think it's going to come down to if Portugal can just pull the weight of both team members. It's clearly the Ottomans are just rolling their Janissaries through enemy territory and losing them all practically for nothing. For peanuts. Just about, yeah. So Cazadors doing quite well here against the infantry. And now he's switched to Nizam Sid. These are basically Nizam Fusiliers from Definitive Edition, except that they're not. I mean, in name and appearance, yeah, they're basically the Nizam Fusiliers you always loved. But at the end of the day, they're just Janissaries that cost 2 population and have slightly more hit points in range attack at the base stats. Yeah, like that's literally just it. Literally it. Nothing more here to talk about, folks. Like that's it. that's all, folks. That's basically it. Yeah. They really gotta rework this Nizam to being like a fun unit, because otherwise it sort of puts Ottomans in the weird situation where, yeah, they basically have weird stats on their stuff just about. Yeah. Added in some Guerrilla line infantry. Yep, so basically a bit of anti-cav as well. So the Portugal's doing really well right now. He's got his anti-cav and his anti-infantry figured out at this point. So, I mean, the Portugal's really testing the limits of this Danish and Brazil here. Like, what is even going to be their response? So the Brazil is out of food. It's going to come down to the Danish, who have enough food for veteran Hussars. Not even veteran Hussar, these are just ordinary Hussars. So he's even lacking the upgrades to keep up with these guard skirms. Yeah, the Portugal is really carrying the Ottomans really hard here. You know, with the skirms even being able to pierce through the HP of the Hussars, yeah. Just trying to get veteran Hussar while trying to queue in more of these in as well, but it's just not working. Maybe you should have just waited for that veteran upgrade to come in and then come in with the larger swarm of the Hussars, because now there's enough Cazadors here to basically focus fire down any Hussars that you do. And certainly enough line infantry to provide enough overall coverage, I think, as well. So yeah, that issue. So just going to try out the Horse Grenadiers, which, you know, it's kind of a wild card unit that can sometimes do really well and sometimes not well. Basically what they do is they throw a grenade and then they act like normal Hussars for like 60 minutes and then they throw another grenade again. So instead of just sitting there and throwing like 200 bombs out of an imaginary bomb bag that they have, they throw their bomb and they get the sword out and then magically another bomb appears and then they throw it. Yeah, basically. Yep, take out all those, just about. Yeah, it's really coming down to Portugal here, just doing really good overall performance of his army. What's his res at? Because he did a fish boom with the villager boom. How many vills? So he's on about 85 vills. Fishing boats, 26. So yeah, he did really good with his score here. Like, he's almost at 500 score. That's why I said Portugal is one of the easiest cheesy civs to get to a Great War Age with, because they get such a great score if you leave them alone that it's really not hard for them to hit Great War Age really early on, or even hit an early Imperial Age. Like, Portugal is not too far away from getting to Imperial Age right now, and if they do that, I think it's going to be really severe for the opponents. Yeah. Also even got the rendering plant too, so the fish and whaling rates also going to be improved as well. Yeah, this Danish and Brazil is basically scrambling to try to deal with the Portuguese army, but it's just not working. A fort, a Danish fort. Danish fort's going to try to hold the fort. But here comes the bombards. The great bombards. Yeah. I mean, one shot of that bombard should basically dent this fort enough to take it out. But even then, Portugal's infantry going in for the slide in there. It's about halfway down, and then it's going to be... Oh, it's going to be taken out before it even finishes. So that's like the last chance I think they had of holding any sort of holdout here. Now they basically got to, yeah, go into melee against these Falks from Danish. Even the Safahis here can provide some assistance there against that Falk. Yeah, this Portugal is just really making it really hard to deal with anything because of their godlike score. And shipping in 2 steel guns, 2 heavy cans. And they're on the cusp of getting to Imperial Age too. So we're talking like Imperial Line infantry and Cazadors now. Like, this is getting really overwhelming, honestly. Yeah, really is. Yep, here comes line infantry there, just about. And then they're just going to fight their way through the villagers at that point and take out the rest of those. Those bombards should be able to siege their way in. I think last sort of wall of defense, I think they got us those 3 Falcons that are trying to target down the bombards with their crush attack. It's kind of scary to think that 3 direct Falcon headshots, 4, took like 5 Falcon headshots head on to take out one of those cannons. Yeah, bombards are really brutal unit to deal with in any game, especially in 1v1s though, because of their FI potential. Go for an FI and you get 2+ bombards between the factories and the shipments just about, so really good unit all around there. Safahi's trying to blast down the artisanal cans. Really not even holding up much of a line at all there. Total beatdown, I would say, in terms of everything in that one. Line infantry gonna siege their way into the buildings just about. Yep. Oh yeah, they're cleaning house, looks like. Yeah, get those steel guns into position so you can try to blast down the last batch of artillery. It's honestly a miraculous situation the Danish have been able to actually keep up with all these cannons. How many vills are they on? Yeah, they're actually pretty close to their vill cap themselves, so I mean, they've been a pretty strong ally there regardless of the outcome. Being able to provide, honestly, tons and tons of artillery to the front. Will be a GG though, unless something godlike happens here. Yeah, Portugal's on the point of going Imperial Age with the Field Marshal, picking up Genitors to get some extra range on their Dragoons. So yeah, this is adding mortars in for Ultimate Siege. Armaments changing the Safavids was an interesting twist. We'll say that. Probably because Portugal was doing most of the main work, they could afford to experiment a bit with sort of that Black Rider only setup. Yep, just blast away at that fort. GG, well played. Good one. Good match overall. Let's go for this. Yeah. That was a nice one. So now we can go on to the next match now. Let's see what's in this game. Got loaded up right here. Alright, so what we got here exactly? What's the game called actually? Let me check the Discord. It will be called Turk Hater No China. Turk Hater No China. Sir, just for you. Oh god, he pinged the toxic almonds player just for you. Oh boy. Let's see this one. There's comedy and lore behind this one, so we have to see it. Let me see. Where is it? This one. I'll wait for it to load up though. Should take a second or two. Alright, so it's going to be China versus almonds. Is that right? Looks like we're on the high plains. The plains that are super high. Not because of Lars and his brownies and gummy bears, because, well, it's at a high elevation. Yeah. And looks like the trade route cuts through the middle of the map. You got about 5 trade sockets, which this should be a very easy advantage for the almonds. Like, almonds love these huge giant trade routes because almonds are so shipment dependent that they really need these types of maps. But other than that, you got really good natives between the Comanche for a maneuver Dragoon, and then you got the Cheyenne, which are basically hussars that act like Dragoons on the side because of their anti-cab multipliers and so forth. Yeah, I think Wars of Liberty made a change where they basically reworked the Cheyenne's tags to actually make them non-scout, to make them basically Montaneras, basically, or Infernales. So much more like a mounted pikeman now than a hussar anymore. So that was a pretty cool change on Wars of Liberty's part for making them into a much more anti-cab based role, I think, than they were previously. Yeah. But we'll have to see, though, because metal is the best China in the world, according to Kapi. So we're going to have to see how well this turns out. I mean, we got a toxic Turkish Ottoman noob going up against China. So, of the 9.69 finger guy. So this should be a very interesting matchup, to say the least. Yeah. Starts out with the village. And I'm assuming he's going to probably go Summer Palace, but he might go with the White Pagoda and go Disciples. Maybe. We'll have to see. My question is this Seltuk guy enough to handle 1v1? Because I've seen him build some okay armies before in his AMs with bombards and stuff, so I mean, it really depends on how spontaneous and quick he is with his feet, I think, and send up these fights. We'll have to see, though. Yeah, question is, what deck is China doing? China is doing a R1 or R2? R1 or R2? Which one? This one, this one, this one, this one. Which one? I mean, this would probably indicate maybe the White Pagoda if he gets this one, because it includes the 5 Disciple shipment as well as Snatch the Pebble, basically. Yeah, so this one would be more good for the White Pagoda than the other one, basically. I'm getting Well, you know what this tells you is the Civ like Portuguese or China, that if you don't see them get a shipment by now, that means that they're probably just going to hold off until H2 to send a shipment. For some civs that don't have normal villager cards like China, Portugal, it can sometimes be more appropriate for them to... Never mind, he forgot. Yeah, I was wondering, because sometimes it's pretty okay for somebody who has a non-normal villager shipment-based civ like China or Portugal to hold off on that first shipment and just get more units and crates later on. Looks like he's not one of those people. He's actually going to get the 300 wood. And I think, that's probably a good idea, because if you get 300 wood, that essentially means you're going to get 2 more free villages out of that, because you can build 2 more villages. And with the China Civ and Wars of Liberty, every time you age up, you get a free villager at each one of your town centers and at each one of your villages. So really, if you play your cards right, this is really could be considered like a 2 villager shipment. Only now you also have 2 of your houses already established, and like 1 million livestock pens worth of places to put your furry animals at. Really, yeah. China's also competing for the trade route, which that's a good way to go up against the Ottomans. I mean, if you can take away one of those TPs or possibly more from the Ottomans, that's a good way to make them see so hard, because they need those TPs for the unit and crate timings so much. Yeah. It's making me wonder what the Ottomans are even up to at this point. Like, he's held on to 300 wood. Hasn't even gone to mosque yet. Like, if you're not going to go for TPs, you got to go for a mosque. And start getting some of that XP out of the mosque, as well as sign yourself up to start getting upgrades to improve your settler arrival times a bit more. Yeah. Yep, the first one costs like 100 wood to have your villagers train 5% faster, as well as improve your unit training time a bit too, so yeah. I just don't know what he's doing with pulling onto that 300 wood unless he's getting a artillery foundry off the bat. He went with the statesman, which is the same as the governor general. So I mean, I just don't know what he's doing. Like, is he going for an FF? Seems to be doing mostly hunting there, and he's got the coin for the FF. Yeah, so he is going to do 700 coin. So maybe he's going for that FF or FI. Starting to look like that. The one advantage you do have, and this stings so much in the 5th edition when you're in a ranked game between China and Ottomans, is the fact that China ages up so slowly, typically, that Ottomans can totally exploit their FF and FI functionality against them so hard. And we'll see if that's exactly what happens here or not with these Ottomans. Because I know it definitely happens in the 5th edition, but in Wars of Liberty, I think it's a little bit more fair. Just because there's less royal decree text that the Ottomans can really destroy you with in Wars of Liberty compared to DE. Because in DE, you got the Nizam Fusilier, royal decree, and as well as the Safahi one, too. Then you got a bunch of Safahi shipments, you got Nizam shipments, you got Bombard shipments. You got like the Manchu shipment. It can be, and the Mamluk shipment. It can become really unbearable, really. So, kind of interested in how this turns out, actually. Ooh, China flipped around their coin time. So China's going to go to H3 as well. This is basically the sign of a naked FF. You send the coin first, followed by the wood after that, to start getting the infrastructure going, really. Yeah. So China's got about 2 TPs right now, which is going to be really good there, I think. Because that's going to deny 2 TPs from the Ottomans, who, for whatever reason right now, aren't even really focusing on TP production, which I think, for what Selçuk is doing, is probably a real mistake here. He probably wants to do that. He's getting walls, so he's playing Turtle-like? Yeah, looks like it. I don't like this wall though. Why does it look like a horse's head? You don't make a wall like a horse's head or a dinosaur's head. Like, there's not enough room over here. Yeah, it looks like what does that look like? It looks like a head with a big nose, like an elephant or a pig or something. Missing the ears on it. Who would make a wall like that? What is this protrusion for? Why don't you can put it around here and connect it here, like, because here's the thing. Why didn't you put it like down? Why didn't he just wall it over here and get the mine completely covered? Because now your villagers might bounce around trying to get over there, and you have to put a gate in, and then they're just gonna get raided. Because remember, you're dealing with China. China has raiding options. Lots of raiding options, you know? Like a poo-poo player for 2. They got those raiding options. You need to be ready for that. If you're not ready for that, it could get really dire really quickly. Yeah, trust me. It really does. You gotta be ready for that sort of thing when you're going up against China. Yeah. Exactly. Yep, here comes the Abbas, because he went with the gunsmith to get Abbas with his age up. Question is, what does he do from here? Does he just stick it out in H2? Or does he go H3, I'm saying, or does he go to H4? Gets the 2 Falcons. Right. You could get 1,000 coin and go up to H4. Maybe. After that. Oh no, he canceled out the Falcons. Gets a barracks, gets a house. China. It's got the Summer Palace, and then the Porcelain Tower is wonder number 2, so that's going to trickle resources. It's a consulate down. So he's preparing something. He's cooking. He's cooking. He's cooking something. He's cooking some beef teriyaki. Yeah, beef teriyaki. That's good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's dog or cat or mouse or squirrel or whatever, but it does taste good. Absolutely. It really is delicious. Yeah. I mean, the Chinese food in America, you know, it's not real, it's pretty fake, and it's got, like, a lot of, like, health concerns when you eat it, but, taste-wise, it seems to be, like, phenomenal comfort, you know. Sweet and sour and spicy and tangy, and it hits all the taste and savoriness. The Chinese food is delicious, you know. It's just not great for your body. Like, the salt lovers is... Well, I think you can ask for no MSG in it. Like, that's the biggest concern is the MSG levels in the Chinese food. But you can ask for them to take it out. I don't know how much that impacts the flavor of the sauce, though. I think mostly it just makes sure that, hey, it's not going to give you a cardiac event after you finish eating it. At least in large quantities, because one of the most common types of buffets you can get in America are basically Chinese ones. Yeah, I think every other town has some sort of Chinese buffet. And I think most Chinese restaurants I know about, at least the bigger ones, all have a buffet option on certain days of the week where you can just go in there. They have like this area that has the heating lamp on it. You just grab whatever you want. They got chicken fingers, spare ribs, beef teriyaki, egg rolls. And then you have the entrees like your General Tao's chicken, your sweet and sour pork, and all that. And you just load that plate up with whatever you want. And then if you want to grab another one, you're more than free to grab another one too. Yeah. Kind of crazy, honestly, you know. I mean, if you're really hungry, I guess you could eat $100 worth of food in one sitting, but what is that going to do to your insides? Yeah, it probably is the best taste on earth, but at what cost is the question. Yeah, basically. Oh, the Safahi are doing quite well here. And that's because, unfortunately, the Chinese received a certain unit rework in this most recent patch. Basically, these banner cavalry used to be dragoons, and they were really good against assault units, but now they themselves have turned into assault units, and, you know, they're... Yeah, I mean, they're okay. I mean, they got 22 range attack with no malices and a bit of a multiplier against infantry, but when it comes to fighting this type of stuff, it doesn't even compare to what they used to be like, you know? It's not the same, man. It's not the same. Yeah. Basically. What is Armin's even doing, though, for, like, a long-term plan? I'm kind of curious, actually. What are they even doing here? I mean, got 2,000... Oh, he's going to age 4. Because he has enough food to go to age 4. He's going to... I would just sit these guys down for a few seconds and just regen some of their HP. If it was me. Oh, no, he's going to try to go age 4, and he's going to attack him, isn't he? He might stall him out a bit with the Safahis, honestly. We'll see. I don't know, man. Is that timing really good? He's got this double wall that looks like a cartoon pig's head. Ooh, I got double layers. That'll totally keep me safe and dry. Look at that! Yeah, there's your wall. There's your security. Your security blanket. There's that one. That was a great idea. I was going to age up and get the socialite for 800 coin. You can get 800 coin from this. Wow. What are you going to do with that? I don't know, like, villains to train anything with. Good thinking, buddy. That was a great idea. Now you get to listen to the music of your own doing at that point, yeah. Really, I mean, what does he expect out of this? Oh, he's taking out the meteor hammers. That's good. But yeah, I mean, I think he's realized at this point, oh snap, I really messed up on this one. Like, you know what's bad when you got the hand mortars on your town center like that and no way of even... Well, he's trying to bid with the Safahis, but he just doesn't have enough of them to clean them all up, though. He had like a couple more, maybe. Could have stalled out time a bit. Yeah, now, does he... Yeah, he's got the shipments to hold out, but he can't even make it to age 4 to even take advantage of them, really. It's kind of a bit sad, yeah. So, what is the post-game going to be for this one? Let's see. GG by Metal, by the way. That was a good setup there, I think. Definitely took out that Armin before he became a serious problem, which, you know, you don't always get that privilege in an Armin versus China game. Armins can often get that FI long before you're even ready to deal with it, but in this case, he held down the fort and made it happen, really. So now we're going to boot up and go to the next match. So let's see what we got here. Record games. What's this one going to be called? It is going to be called, what exactly? Assalto 1, Assalto 2, Assalto 3, Assalto 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you got Turk Hater Rage Quit and 2v2 Sagane. So basically we got like 9 more games to go, it looks like. Most of them are called Assalto, so we'll just start with those ones here. Alright, so what's going to be in this one? So we got Kapi and Parks going up against Lars and Metal. Looks like Kapi's going to be doing his Serbia again, teamed up with Parks, who will be doing Romania, against Lars, who will be doing Dutch, and Metal, who will be doing Romania. So we got 2 Romanias here. Romania 1 and Romania 2. On Malaysia, basically the main thing you have to know about Malaysia, everybody sort of has their own pond of water here. Their own sort of sea that they can fish from without too much interference from the enemy, unless they sort of walk all the way down here and stick a dock right here. Or they set their water HC point here and ship in some boats there. That's the only way this becomes problematic. Otherwise, it's really your water to fish, really. Yeah. I mean, I think in this matchup, it's going to come down to a few things. It's going to come down to if Serbia and Romania synergize very well, and of course if we know how many ones that Lars actually rolled before the game started, if you know what I mean. Because that's really how this is going to go. If Lars rolled more than 2 or 3, I think it goes to Kapi. If Lars rolled only 1 or 2 and stayed away from the cookies and the brownies and the gummy bears, maybe they'll do better. We'll have to see. He's the wild factor, as they say. You know, Lars is the wild factor. Like, if he plays Dutch like godlike well here, he could very well win the game easily. But if he, you know, is still fixated on his plate of cookies and brownies and gummy bears, then could become a problem, really. Yeah. Bro, there is a game create. Lost 10 money. There's a game create. What do you mean a game create? There's a game open right now? Oh, interesting. Well, we gotta cast these matches first before we do any sort of lobby stuff. Yeah. Gotta get through the work stuff first before we can have fun in the matches. Yeah, basically. It's like these villagers are basically gonna hunt right now. For what civ is this? Romania. Yep, Romania. That side, and then you got the Dutch over here. Yep. Interesting choice by Lars there. If you didn't know, actually the Dutch settlers have an increased gather rate from mills and berries. Yeah, pretty interesting, huh? Yeah. And then the slave villagers here are better at mining and plantations, and then the Javanese laborers here are good at chopping wood, basically. So yeah, Dutch has about 3 different villagers, each one specializing in one resource. It is totally linked to what they cost. So the better villagers with wood cost wood, better ones with coin cost coin, and settlers still cost food. So there you go. Basically, I consider them like the Trandy or the Triangle Civ because they got like 3 parts. You got like the African part, the Indonesian part, and then you have the European part. And not only does it link to their villagers and their specialties, but also their ultimate units, because you get a food costing ultimate unit from Europe, coin costing 1 from Africa, and then a wood costing 1 from Indonesia. So it sort of fits that whole trajectory of like 3 different parts of the Dutch realm, basically forming different parts of the Civ, really. Yeah. I think at one point they were even thinking of adding like a wood gathering building too, to synergize well with the Javanese laborers. I don't know if they'll do that or not, but it could potentially become something they do at some point, yeah. So what's Kapi going to do with terms and Decky here? So he's probably going to go for some sort of recruit spam and then try to get the Iron Regiment, I think. That's what I would do if it was me. So yeah, definitely. Aging up with Alexa Nenadovic from the barracks. That'll grant him some free Hajuks that he can send right away to start rushing and Lars. Whereas Metal, what does he got? He's got Market, so he's probably going to get the Wood Age up, basically, whereas Pox has a Livestock Pen, so he's aging up with Veniam and Costache, which will grant him about 3 peasants. And then Metal's politician gives him about 400 wood. He would be Dmitry Kantemir, basically. Yep. Yeah, basically these nation-state civs like Romania, Serbia, Greece, they all age up through their buildings and not through their town center, basically. Well, the town center's a building, but it's not secondary building. You age up through your secondary buildings as these nation-state civs. Yeah. And of course, they all have their own benefits, of course, just like with the Europeans. And thankfully nowadays, not like the good old days, now you have a button here in the UI of the town center for these nation states. It basically tells you what each of the buildings politicians does, so you don't actually get the wrong building and the age up bonus is really bad for you. You actually know what you're getting into, which, you know, definitely helps you with your decision making process a lot more, instead of having to memorize different politicians. Because that's what we used to have to do in the old days. We had to memorize what the politicians gave us on the age up for the nation state civs, and just hope that we remembered which one it was and not get the wrong one. Like, oh no, I needed 400 wood. Now I got a priest and 100 coin, or something weird situation like that. You know. Now, if you want a priest and 100 coin, you can go right for it and know that you're doing it, and not get totally surprised by it. But if you're like everybody else and wants a 400 wood, by all means, you got it. You got it. You got it right then and there. Bada bing, bada boom. Done. Yeah, basically. Looks like now we got about, what's that, like 700 wood? Is that right? Yep. Constructing a barracks, it looks like, pretty much, yep. Oh, here comes the recruits. It's really nice nation-state musketeers. What sets them apart from normal musketeers is the fact that they have less HP than the average musket, but they do more damage. And then on top of that, with the Serbian bonus, if you lose infantry, or any unit for that matter, all the nearby military units will gain more attack temporarily, too. It's sort of like a last-ditch revenge that they engage in. Yeah. So yeah, you can sort of see around this grave here, all these units will get more attack, basically. And as they move away from those graves, yeah, they'll get less attack, and then eventually these graves just disappear, and then they lose all their attack bonus stuff, so yeah. So the best thing with Serbia is literally just lose as much units as possible, so the enemy will lose as much units as possible when it's all said and done. Yeah, a bit different logic than you think about, because when you think of like chess, you know, the pieces on the board, you're trying to win the game with as many pieces as possible to get the highest score, if you will, in like a tournament. But for the Serbs, it's not about how many pieces you save, it's about how many you lose. So everything else on the field is literally just doing like quadruple the damage it normally is supposed to. And then when you add the Iron Regiment card for the Serbs, which we saw before, it will also increase the recruits' attack even more than it does for the other units, and as well as their hit points. Turn the recruits into the most recruitable army in the world. Yeah. We'll have to take out that house now. There. Definitely Dutch. I don't know what Dutch is doing here. I think Lars did eat the brownies and the gummy bears from the looks of it, so it's not too good right now. Ooh, look at that. When you take out a nation-state explorer, they turn into a statue to commemorate them. It'll actually increase the movement and attack rate of fire. It basically allows your units to move faster and shoot faster, too. So, yeah. It's a really nice way for you to help win battles that the enemy is foolish enough to actually take out your explorer first. Basically. But the thing you gotta realize is the enemy can actually siege this national hero statue themselves and get an XP bounty from it of about 20. But if nobody burns this thing down, it will expire after a number of minutes, basically. Just about. Yep, you can see it start to lose its HP right now. Oh, he's using the town center to snipe it. That's smart. So that way you can get the XP from it. Good idea, actually. 200 IQ move right there. So now he's got some XP. Looks like Metal did go up to oh, Metal, wait a second. Metal actually did my strategy. Instead of going to age 2, he got the early Venatori by paying 400 wood and 400 coin to get Venatori skirmishers in age 2. So he is sort of playing by my playbook a bit there after seeing how effective I do it. Yeah, that was a good choice, actually. So yeah, because now these Venatori are basically a unit they're basically going to do much better here, because you normally get these skirms in age 3, so they're kind of here in an age early to pop out a lot more damage overall against the enemies there. Yeah. Oh, looks like Pox sent out the Cazador Indios as well from that card that the Romanians get. It's called, let me see. It's called Societia de Geography. It basically gives your explorer a couple of these bodyguards here, which are basically Cazador Indios that you normally only get with the Latin Juanito civs. They're basically an immigrant unit from Croatia that acts sort of as like a force publique skirmisher. So not only do they function like a normal skirmisher, but they also have multipliers against native warriors too. So yeah, that's always a nice card to send, because it does give you a bit of an early boost in age too, I think, in terms of having a decent skirmisher that early. Looks like the town center's doing a good job though with sniping them. Yeah. giving him those units a run for their money. And then he just resigns, like, boop! I resign! Yep. I mean, he's probably looking at Lars over here and thinking, what is Lars doing? How many brownies did he eat? He must have ate the whole plate. Must have ate the whole plate of brownies. Yeah. It's alright. I mean, the brownies are good, At least, hopefully they taste good, you know. I've never had brownies like that before, so I don't know if they taste good, not good. I don't know how good they are. You know, for me, I just like regular brownies, you know. I like either just regular brownies or peanut butter ones or caramel ones myself. I've had some like more holiday themed ones, I guess, that have like sprinkles and like chocolate cream on them or whatever. Those can be pretty good. Yeah. Brownies are definitely good if you're looking for more of like a cake-like snack rather than cookies, which might be a bit more crunchier than you might want. But I've had soft cookies too, you know. You get a lot of these soft cookies that have M&Ms in them from a nearby store, so that's definitely something I enjoy every day when I get up, instead of having to eat a real meal right away. Yeah. Send out some Minutemen, it looks like. Yep. Got the Minutemen there. More Hajuks. Yeah, I think it's just going to become a matter of taking out that town center and then going in for the finishing move there. Really. Yeah. What time is it now anyway? It's like 8:43. Oh, okay. Just didn't know what time it was. Because we got like 8 more games to go, I think, because this game is just about done. So we got about 8 more matches after this one. If they're anything like this one, they'll be a pretty quick breeze to get through, I think. Yeah. Nice, take out that town center there. GG, well played. Good try, though. I mean, they did try. Definitely. Wonderful, wonderful match. So now we're going to go on to the next Assalto, Assalto 2, Assalto 2. See what's in that one. Let's go into that one right now, actually. So let's see right here, actually. Yep. Assalto 2, Assalto 2, this one right here. This one. Perfect, yep. Okay, so it's going to be Kapi and Rommel versus Pox and Juanito Fierro Basado on Hudson Bay, so we'll get started. So it looks like Kapi is using the Germans, jawohl. And what is, yep, Rommel will use the Swedes. And then Pox is using Haiti, and Fierro is using Argentina because it's practically what he plays 90% of the time is Argentina. Sometimes does Canada, but mostly just Argentina. Yeah, because he's a Juanito Argentina, so he loves Argentina for that reason alone. Yeah, I mean, I think match-wise, Argentina teamed up with Haiti is certainly a good combination. It's mostly going to be good in the areas of shock units, mainly. Because Argentina is mostly a cavalry-based civ, and then Haiti can add in their own shock units too. Not only from the stable, but also the barracks, At the stable, they got their own escoltas and units, but from the barracks, they can add in Zinglins, which is their scout unit, and also their Mosquiteros, which is their assault unit. So, yeah. Basically, the way assault units work for the Juanito civs is Mosquiteros, in theory, are supposed to be the trash unit, assault unit that you get to use in Age 2 and 3, and then you sort of switch over to Escoltas later in game. But for some Juanito civs, majority of Juanito civs, they do get either a Royal Guard upgrade for the Mosquiteros, or some sort of card that unlocks their Guard and Imperial upgrades in the case of Mexico. So, yeah, for the most part, Mosquiteros are sort of like the cheaper, weaker assault unit that has splash, whereas the Escolta is the stronger, more expensive assault unit that instead of splash has multipliers against heavy infantry, making it good for singling out smaller groups of units, whereas Mosquiteros, if given the upgrades, can take on larger tasks usually. Yeah, pretty much. Especially Hades. Hades Mosquiteros are actually really good, because they can get this card called the Macandleply in Age 4 that gives them critical strikes in their splash attacks, which you actually see right here. And then they do get about 3 combat-based cards as well. This one, as well as... actually, not this one, because this one improves infantry hand attack, but unfortunately, Mosquiteros aren't actually infantry, they're shock units, like cavalry, so they actually don't have that, pretty much, yeah. The thing I find interesting in this deck is the usage of Mystical Prestige, this voodoo doll here, which basically boosts the gather rate of nearby Sabite villagers. It's not a card we see a whole lot. I think I've seen Bondar use this before, but not a lot of other players, really. This is a card that can sometimes be useful. It's called Mother of Revolutions. It helps reduce the team's age-up cost by 15%. And it improves revolution cost by 30%, basically. But unfortunately, at this time, Haiti is the only civ that has revolts anymore. So if you're like a team of Haiti players, that's like the most legendary card you could send, because it literally gives you all revolts, basically, that you can like spam on the enemy. But yeah. If it's just you, I would just use it for the team age-up bonus, not the revolt one. Yeah. This is just the regular Zinglin shipment there. Crates, volantes, artisanal guns, rum distillery, rum industry, actually. Rum distillery is like a normal card. This is rum industry. See about 2 gold works. First Arab wave. Alright, so he's playing more in my style, getting the Arab wave. That's good. And Fiero's going up with Italian wave. Kapi is going with the Statesman. And then Rommel is going up with the Statesman. So they're both going Statesman. So 200 coin, 1 outpost wagon between the both of them. Yeah, okay. I think in general the Kapi Rommel team is mostly going to do Musketeer spam between the both of them, because what Sweden can do is they can do fast Musketeers, the Beverdingers, which cost food and wood, but they have a really good movement speed. Like, I think it's 4.5 movement speed or even 5 movement speed. They like move really fast. And then their military stats are kind of like a pike musket hybrid, so they give up some of that musketeer performance and HP and attack for just strong hand multipliers against cav. Like, instead of 3x, it's like 4x, so they really, really do well in melee. Yep, looks like he's getting Norland logging. This allows you to have 2 sawmills instead of just 1, and also makes them cheaper to acquire too. So normally a sawmill costs about 350 wood, since it's basically like a bank that trickles wood instead of coin. But yeah, this basically makes it really affordable. So yeah, now it costs like a mere 211 wood, which, yeah, that's fairly good. It's going to ship in 6 Bevelengars now, actually. Yep. Basically what these buildings do is they trickle wood, and then they leave behind piles of 100 cords of wood on the ground that your villagers can use to basically pick up the wood and gather from it, basically. And then there's also big button text to the right of the building that you can also add in that increase the hit points of all your buildings, too, except for walls. Yeah, basically. Yep, Kapi is just going to start doing a line infantry spam right away on the forward front here, it looks like. That's what he does with Germany. He goes, jawohl, jawohl, jawohl. Musketeer spam, jawohl. And it works 99.69% of the time, yeah. Exactly. Here comes the Zinglins. These are basically coyote runners, but they have multipliers against villies. So, against a villager, they actually dish out about 36 hand damage, which is actually pretty... Zinglin snuck up on him. Look at that. Wow, look at that. Sneaking up on the... Oh. What is this? Why is he going back and forth with them? Can't even decide what he's doing with them. Gotta love it, though. Did give Fierro some more time to get his outpost wagons out from frontier defenses. So he's going to put one like right here, and he's going to put another one right here. Question is does he have enough time to defend? Because now he put them so close to the town center that now Kapi can just siege right through him now. This was a horrible placement. Horrible placement. And because now he can go for this one now as well over there. If he wants to. Yeah. I don't know though. It's looking kind of interesting actually. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Getting a bit dicey at this point, yeah. Oh, he's doing Kree trackers. Who's doing the Kree trackers? Is that Haiti? Haiti's doing Kree trackers? Oh, okay. That's a bit different than I expected. That's actually not a bad choice. You know, the trackers, they got really good hit points. 300 HP. Quite good against the line infantry. I wouldn't be surprised if Cap actually... Yep, he's moving to the stable right now to get Hussars in. Yeah, exactly what I expected. Unfortunately, this just does not have the right numbers, though, and Fierro was not giving the good amount of infantry support that the allies should give to deal with it. Also, if you're Haiti here, you should definitely be getting Gallegos out of your colony here, because that would actually make a really good defense, I think, for your team. He's just not doing that. He's getting Marinage, which allows you to make maroon native archers from your barracks and forts. I mean, I don't know if you really need that. I mean, you just need some strong muskets like Legos, because here's the thing, man. Germany gets some hussars. It's looking like GG well played if you don't get any strong musket on the field right now. Basically, I mean, you gotta definitely get that going. Really. Here's some hussars here, just about. Yep. Oh, they both got Hussars now. That's even worse. Oh, ooh, Fiero resigned. Uh-oh. Fox is all alone now. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, these archers actually get a pretty decent hand attack, though, like of 10. Notice how they do those big karate-style kicks that go, yeah! Yeah, they can do a lot of damage. Typically, yeah. Good rush by Kapi and Rommel there. They barely even had any sort of defense at all. They just fell apart like a house of cards at that point. Like, whoop, woo, whoop, woo. Like, easy come, easy go at that point, yeah. Just about. So now we'll boot into the next match here. Assalto Tres. See what we can do here. Quarter games. Actually, no, I already know what the name is. It's Assalto Tres. A is for Assalto Tres. Alright, so who's it going to be this time? It's going to be Kapi and Eternity versus Viringo and Metal on Adirondack. Yeah, it looks like a big giant head here, basically. Yeah, you can fish here on the corners, and then the trade route is more towards the south. Natives-wise, you got the Madlets here, so you definitely got a real tanky native views on it. So yeah, it's a pretty good map overall, I would say. So yeah, let's get started. So Metal will be using China. Best Civ. And Senor Viringo? What is Senor Viringo doing? Japoneses. So Team Asia, I guess. Team American Wife. Team American Waifu. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, half the Americans get their wives from China and the other half get them from Japan. I need tread Asian wife. Yeah, basically, yeah. And what is Kapi? And Kapi's using Germany, and Eternity's using Sweden. So literally the same Germanic Civ combo we saw last game, except now Rommel has taken a vacation and put Eternity in his place. Really, Eternity has a really solid Sweden. I had to deal with in the Liga, of all things, so I do know how good he is with the Swede. He's probably going to just play full Bevranger, a lot like how Rommel did it, I'm assuming. You know, and if he does need to add in other things like Hussar, Volunteer, Grenadier, he'll be able to really adjust to that appropriately. So, not too worried about this team. This team will go places, I think. Yeah. It really is going to come down to how well Metal can manage on his side, because as we all know, Senor Viringo takes a bit of time to get going, you know. He's got to worry about his Juanitas Peruanas, and it sort of slows him up a bit in terms of performance. So yeah, basically. Christian Olofsson taking out these Black Bears. Comes the Lambada party. It truly is a party where every market technology grants you a free villager. Yeah, think of like the Italians in the Fam Edition, their bonus where every tech gives you a free villager, except it's only at the market. Well, that's what Sweden does in Wars of Liberty. And as a result, they don't have any normal villager cards. Yeah, they get like a Team 3 villager card in Age 2, and then they get a Team 8 villager card in Age 4, but that's about it. They're all team cards. They're not like normal. They're not supposed to be efficient cards that you would send to yourself in a 1v1. They're rather cards that you would send in a, they're normally cards you would send in like a team game of at least 2 to 3 people. And get like 9 or more villages across the board, really. Yeah. I wonder what would happen if I went for like an FI in a team game at Sweden and tried to go for the Team 8 villager card. Is that like a real legit booming strategy? It gets the whole team up to like plus 11 vill count and leads to nasty results. Could be. I mean, I should probably actually try that at some point. Granted, I have, a good team to try it on, because obviously if you got Lars and friends on the team, you have to sort of be ready to defend the team. But if you get like a Kapi on your team or an attorney on your team or all the above, then you're pretty much all set to get that completed, really. Yeah, just about. Yep. Christian Olafsson, what are you doing on the ground, man? The Japanese anime girl lady gave him a boo-boo with the katana. He's on his knee. He's going to need mommy to give him a bandage on his leg because he's crying like a Swedish IKEA EU boy. Yeah, basically. Yep, took out that outlaw. Basically, it's pretty sad when a couple of anime girls can do a better job at fighting than you can as a Swedish guy. Because you've lived your whole life putting together IKEA furniture and eating Swedish meatballs. Yeah, living in the EU, just about. Yeah, so where's he aging up? Statesman. Statesman seems to be a real popular one among these high-level players. Yeah, probably because it opens the door to FF, I think. As well as the advantage of having an outpost near your base to slow down rushes as well. Yeah, that's probably why everybody loves the Statesman and Governor General when you're a professional player. We'll see on Saturday when I do the Winter Championship production for ESOC TV, if we see a lot of people go with the Governor General and DE, and see if there's sort of a correlation between that, maybe. I'm assuming there is some sort of correlation. It looks like Faringo's going greedy with the Toshuga Shrine. Wait a second. Why are you doing this? You should have literally put it right over here. Because now you're only going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 6 animales. You put it over here, you get all 8 animales for the Toshuga Shrine. Could have just put 2 shrines here, put the Toshuga here, got these, and then put another shrine down for those. That's what I call efficiency, man. How many shrines is he going to get? Need to get one for these, and then, I don't know, I guess it works out in the end, but I'm just thinking efficiency-wise, I would probably want my Toshuga Shrine to be on top of these ones more than anything, Yeah, just about. Then maybe he's worried he's going to get rushed because he's Verdingo and he might get distracted by Juanitas Peruanas while trying to defend. Ooh, look at that. Oh no, that was a straggling villager there. That one's going to go in. The outpost did not build quick enough to save the villager. That's too bad. Now Verlingo is going with the Portuguese. And he can get some Academico volunteers right away to start combating these line infantry, I think. Yeah. Basically the same stats as the Bestieros in Definitive Edition, basically. So yeah, pretty much. China is getting 700 coin. 700 Chinese monies. Chinese monies. Yeah, that's a good name for it. Yeah, exactly. Just going back to this server there. Yeah. So I know which order to do it in after this match. So it's Sulta 4 and yeah, okay. I know what order we're doing it in now. That should be no problem. Take out Triming Tufa Hauda. Triming Tufa Hauda. Yep. These are basically like a secondary emergency unit that you can make. They don't have any multipliers, but you can train them actually from these villages. Problem is, though, they do lose hit points still, so just don't think it's going to be a long-term solution. They used to not lose hit points, and then the devs figured out, hey, the people were actually rushing with the emergency units, and they're like, wait a second, this isn't the United States in Definitive Edition, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. They fixed it right away. Yeah. Basically. Here's the Akanamikos with the Shogumas. These anime girl musketeers with their red anime girl hair and their ability to win over the hearts of Americans and Canadians alike with super chats and stickers, super stickers, and memberships and merchandise off of the company website. Yeah, basically. Comes the Chukonu. Yep, basically taking out the Grenadiers, good, but now you just have to deal with all these line infantry at this point, yeah. Ooh, Grenadier throw, that was pretty bad. Yep, basically these Grenadiers in Wars of Liberty work a lot differently than the ones in DE. So these ones only are actually a one-pop normal infantry unit that they only show export here because it's the Asian Civ. If you look at the actual Civ, they have about sort of a more or less similar cost to Musketeers, except they cost a bit more coin instead of food. Yeah, overall, they throw a grenade, and then they have to wait another 60 seconds before they can toss the next one. In that sort of waiting period or cooldown, they just fire their musket attack here, which is, you know, it's less than the line infantry, I will say that. But, and they actually have similar HP to a line infantry. They have a bit of pierce armor to make up for it, though, so they can actually survive bullets a bit better. They really should be considered just anti-infantry musketeers, really, because that's what they sort of do. They're either acting as sort of like normal backbone infantry, and then when their grenade arrives, then they can actually gain favorable trades, basically. Yeah, just about, yeah. Building a secondary barracks for Sweden. And this is another strategy, too, with Sweden you can use to get large masses of the Bevenengars, is you can get this card here, Advanced Torp, to basically make the Torp cheaper and the Beverengar allotments that contain more units. Because what you get with this building called the Torp is you get these big button text called allotments, which are basically batches of like eight of these muskets, basically. But if you send the card here, then they come out in batches of like 11. And basically you can make more bang for your buck off of it, really. Because those big button allotments get more and more expensive each time you send it. So if you're going to be sending it, you want to make sure you're getting the most units you can out of it. So it's better to just send Advanced Torp first before you use allotments, just so you can get larger and larger swarms of the infantry you're looking for, really. And if you can get a lot of these Beverengars, you can actually end up with a really good rushing siege amount, to the point that, yeah, you can start to snipe things like the Summer Palace. Yeah, I mean, Hussars should totally be dealing with... Why is he not going after the siege, though? Yeah, that's a little weird. A little bit funky. Yeah, looks like line infantry will be joining in now. I like how this basically got the China pin. I mean, how much res does China even got? Well, China can only even afford just the red banner armies right now. Really gotta use shipments to get the Zangus in. Well, the question is, do the Zangus even arrive, or does the town center fall before they even arrive? Oh, yeah, the town center is not even gonna make it for that. Thankfully, he has a village somewhere, though, that he's able to ship those to. Yeah, the one in the back here. That was fortunate. Imagine if he, lost that shipment there. That would be, game over right now. Yeah. quite the serious situation to find yourself in, to say the very least, yeah. Thankfully, some German hussars, jawohl, to chase down the skirms. And you got this huge ball of infantry here to go up against Ringo's mass of the Shiguma musketeers, basically. Yep. Yep, just gotta take out those villagers there. Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's definitely chasing him back. That's definitely happening. Big time. Yeah, that should be a pretty clean sweep, I think. I mean, the Shigumas are definitely a problem because of their movement speed and their ability to pull in and out for better positioning, but I think, yeah, enough infantry to just finish these off here should do it. Hussars making a siege onto the Summer Palace. Yeah, this Suga Shrine is definitely not going down, so I mean, I would just keep fighting with the Shigumas and whittling them down as much as possible there, which I guess he does a bit. Yeah. Yeah, that's the cool thing about Beveringars is they actually have more or less more movement speed than even the Shigumas do, so they can actually outmaneuver them, which is pretty rare for a musketeer to be able to do. Look at these disciplined boxers, basically boxing their way through these hussars. Yeah. The Shigumas. Yep, some sort of a defense, I guess. But for how long, though, is the question. Yeah. Yeah, way too many hussars to count at this point. I think that basically does them in. Most part, yeah. Interesting how he went for the veteran grenadier but not the hussars. GG on that one. They definitely put up a much better defense there, I think, than the last team did. Definitely. Felt like things didn't collapse as quickly for them, you know. It's definitely not... And the thing is, it was literally Eternity here with Cap, which is arguably a more deadly team than Rommel and Cap. So, I mean, I don't know why the other two in the last game couldn't put up a better defense against, you know, that. Because you'd rather be playing Rommel than Cap any day of the week, generally speaking, in terms of performance. Because Eternity... Well, yeah, Cap or Eternity, because Cap is obviously the captain, the capital player. Then Eternity's the next best one because he's got really good ability to rack up a quick score and all that. Then Rommel, you know, Rommel has certainly his good rush tactics, so he'd probably be a third of the list, yeah. So now we're going to do Assalto 4. Is that right? This one? Yep. Then we're going to do Assalto 5. Looks like we're back on Indonesia again. We got Kapi trying the Tupi this time. Teamed up with Geaf, who is doing the Maoris, so it's like native Civ domination today. And against Guevon Generico and Lars. The brownie boy. The brownie boy. B&B, the brownie boy. Loves his special brownies. A little too much for his own good in the game. Yeah. And for that Paraguay guy, we finally got some Paraguay gameplay here in a casted game. Perfect. People have been asking for Paraguay gameplay for a while, and here we go. Some Paraguay. One of the best civs in the game. It's actually the most balanced civ in Wars of Liberty. Most people don't even know that. There's a lot of people like, oh, the Paraguayans are too OP, or they're not strong enough. Turns out they're actually the most balanced civ in the game. Yeah. They were always designed as the most balanced civ in Wars of Liberty. So, if you win a game as Paraguay, you're theoretically a good player. Because, you know, they have no deficits and they have no things. So, yeah, you're a legit fair and square winner if you play as Paraguay. Yeah, most people don't know that, so it takes a bit of learning, I guess, to get used to. Interesting. So, he basically goes for an immediate food works. Ooh, interesting. I don't usually see that. I can't remember the last time I've seen anybody ever do that before. I don't know. It's piqued my interest, though, because, maybe I should try that. Yeah. Is getting a food works that early actually beneficial? Maybe. Maybe it is. I mean, I gotta try that. I gotta legit see if that's something that I could potentially do there. Yeah. Oh, it looks like the red coat. Oh, wait. Did I see Capitolina's units? What a way to abuse the Serbian. Yeah, I saw that. That was... that was so bad. Not even funny. I mean, the Serbian bonus is deadly enough, but when you're deleting your own units to make the most of it, that is pretty bad. Kapi being Kapi at that point. Yeah. I don't know. So what's he aging up with? He's going with the French wave? Maybe this is the new bakery build that we've been waiting for. Yeah, this might be the new bakery build of the ages. Yeah. Just go up to age 2, get the bakery build, get 2 bakery... You get the bakery tech at the French immigrants, you get 2 food works, and then... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it might actually be a legit build, potentially, so we gotta pay attention to it, I think. It might actually have some real promise there that we're not aware of yet. So yeah, definitely willing to investigate it a bit more and see what it's truly about, really. Yeah. And then we got Lars. What deck is he doing? He sent medicine. I find that to be a pretty interesting choice, actually, because, instead of like a gather rate boost, you're basically saying, hey, I want my villagers to train 20% faster. I don't see it a whole lot, actually, so I don't know if that's truly credible of a build or what exactly. Yeah. Goes up with the Artisan. This is the same as the Core Master that gives you 400 wood. Whereas Geaf is going up with the Voyage to New South Wales, so a bit of a slower voyage than Metal used earlier today. But he does get some rewards for it. He's going to get some food, I believe. He's going to get some animals, and I think maybe a dingo or something, yeah. Whereas Kapi's going up with the Chief for about, I think, like 400 wood. Is that right? Yeah. I don't usually go with the Chief because I'd rather keep him around later to make my buildings cheaper. At least that's what I think is more valuable, honestly. Yeah. Now, if it was the old days of the Great Warriors when you used to build buildings normally, that'd probably make the Chief like a demigod of a thing for the Tupi. But since you train trucks to build your buildings in Great Warriors, it's not as great anymore, At least in the late game. Like, really, like 30, 40, 50 minutes in where you're thinking about tanks and planes and, yes, automobiles. Yeah. Actual armored cars, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Tupi does have a good Great Warriors, though, just because they don't have to worry about coin as much. You just have to make sure they have enough trees nearby. Because as it stands right now, Tupi actually have no reliable late-game way to get wood. They need, like, some sort of mango grove or something given to them for the time being so they can actually get that wood. Otherwise, they just fall apart after all the trees are gone. I wonder if the devs thought about that. Are they aware of that? That Tupi literally just lose the game once all the trees are gone on the map now? Because what they had before was they had the ability at the monument to use the nature power to build a rainforest and be able to chop the trees from it. Similar to Lush with Gaia in Age of Mythology. But now they don't have nature powers anymore, so they can't actually access that anymore. So if they run out of trees, they run out of Tupi. Yep, pretty much. $700 wood, going for raiding parts. So I'm assuming Geaf taught him how to play the Tupi because he's playing kind of similar to how Geaf was there before. So he's probably playing somewhat similar to Geaf there. I'm assuming Geaf is going to go for an FF or an FI as the Maori, I'm assuming. At least from the looks of it. Yeah, here's the dingoes he got from the age up there. They'll definitely help with taking out the treasure guardians there. Sam Rev, the pet dingo. Interesting name you got there. Is Samurai Revolution Australian? I didn't even know. Didn't seem like Australian to me. Seemed like a gringo. A gringo from maybe Kansas or Iowa or something. I don't know. Iowa or something. I think he is a gringo from last I checked. Yeah, so no idea on that one. Yep, so what voyage is he doing now? He's doing the voyage to the South Island. So this is an FF. Because basically, again, South Island voyage, it's basically your exile prince. Doesn't give you any rewards, but it's the cheapest age up, and it's the fastest. So he's just going for speed there, so he can get some of these age 3 shipments, ideally. These big unit shipments, and then start upgrading like crazy. Yeah, that's usually the main way you do Maori, typically. Whalebone carving increases whale gathering and infantry is 5% cheaper. Interesting fishing card, yeah. Flax weaving, yep. Wood trickle. voyage to the South Island. And what is Paraguay at this point? Guevo and Generico. So he's got about... Oh, so he probably did the bakery thing like I was talking about, because I see he's already got about three of the food works out at this point. And in terms of coin works, he's got today's. He's getting a wood one now. So yeah, resource-wise, he's doing pretty okay with the infrastructure. He's got his barracks, making some Premier de Ligne. Only problem is, though, is you got Kapi starting to do his raiding parties of the Tupi units and starting to take out villagers there. Yeah. I think what happens is they wait for Geaf to get his upgrades going, and then they're gonna just start to attack at that point. Yeah. Lars is doing some line infantry there. It's a bit of a defensive measure. Yeah, I've seen Lars do Portugal lately, and he does handle it pretty well. It's not that hard to do Portugal, you know. You just queue up a bunch of villagers, maybe get a few fishing boats, depending on, you know, what you're sending up there, right? By the way, Portugal in Wars of Liberty does get a free fishing boat with each age up, so that's one more thing they get to look forward to. And then from there, just spam line infantry Cazador to win, or Dragoon Cazador, depending on what the shock tag of the unit they're doing is. If it's scout, just line infantry. If it's assault, throw the Dragoons in there, and you got yourself a win condition. Basically, just that's it. That's all you have to do there. Basically it, you know. And you got a Paraguayan ally just spamming the Primero de Lignes to help you out. These are basically just really weak Musketeros. I mean, they have the same splash rate as them and about 13 damage, but their HP is like abysmally small. But it's okay because they're very cheap. 35 food and 25 wood. That's like, ooh, that's like so cheap. It's almost as cheap as the Tupi archers, the OABC archers. And then, yeah, you just mass them up in huge numbers, you know. Send them at the enemy, basically. Yeah. Looks like Paraguay is getting isolationism. It basically improves the gather rate of all your works buildings, your food one, your wood one, and coin one by 10%, but it makes trading posts like 200% more expensive. So instead of like 200 wood, you're spending like 600 wood. Like, you can still build them, but, you know, it's going to be costly unless it's super late game, you know. Because in the old days, what that card used to do is actually disable trading posts altogether, which I think it made people kind of sangry because they couldn't get natives anymore and they couldn't do a trade monopoly if you had players like Lars stalling the game by an hour because they wouldn't resign. So yeah, they had to make it a little bit more reasonable. Like, oh yeah, if you really need this trade monopoly or native, yeah, you can get it. It's just going to cost you a arm and a wooden leg. Wooden leg of a table, that is. Yeah, basically. To get a... Yeah. What treasure is this? Is this, it's 375 coin? That's actually a really good treasure for Lars to get. He's already going up to age 3 as well with the gunsmith, so he's going to get some 6 free cazadores from that to combine with his line infantry there. I can't say for certain who's going to win this one now, just because of the fact that Kapi's playing such a different civ like the Tupi. And then Maori, of course. Because Maori and Tupi can either do really well or they can do really bad, depending on what the opponents are doing. And I think Portugal with the Paraguay, that's kind of a hard one to discern, because Paraguay can become a real problem with the Portuguese ally, just because they got the strong economic friend there that has good units in Portugal, and then Paraguay just does the spamming of the Primero de Ligne and the Acayobatai to the point that, yeah, they can overwhelm a lot of different civ combos, especially some unorthodox ones like Maori with Tupi. At least the way I think it's going to go. It could totally go in many different directions, actually, so we'll have to see. How many OBC arches does Kapi have at this point? He has about... How many? 24, is that right? You got 12 Martakoras. You got about 12 of the Yibraharas. Aging up right now with the Shaman. Oh, Paraguay's getting the bakeries now. Did he get, He did not, so is he gonna have... I don't know. I don't know if he shouldn't have gotten bakeries right now, though. I mean, he's only gonna be able to use one of these food works wagons right now. So he can get to, like, age 4. Yeah, he's gonna... Yeah, he's getting multiple town centers at least. That's good. He's using his master engineers to get 2 extra TCs, so at least he's gonna have a bit of a defense there. For right now. And playing at that point to improve the gather rate of the woodworks. Yeah, I guess this is sort of the point of the match where you're going to want to start getting at least the level 1 upgrades for all these works buildings. Preferably the second one as well. Just to get the gather rates up on them all. Because really these works are the powerhouse of your economy. It's not actually the Quaguas, it's going to be mainly your works buildings that get you the most eco. And the most stable eco too, because villages can be raided pretty easily. These works buildings, these are like fully fledged buildings with as much HP almost as a barracks. Well, not quite as much as a barracks, but you know, definitely closer to that of a market, so it does take the enemies quite a bit of time to snipe one of these things. So yeah, it's your preferred eco, really. And you should probably cancel this out as well, because he's basically could get about 100 coin back for that, unless he's planning on going to age 4 right away. And getting his build limit up on the French workers once again. Yep. Is getting Fundiciones, which is a good card that basically gives you your heavy works, which is like your ultimate building that produces Cojite rockets for free over time, so that's good. Starting to get the veteran upgrades on the Akayo Batai, as well as he's already got on the Primero de Líneas at the moment, yeah. Where's he gonna put it? He's gonna put it in the back. My critique of that is we're on a water map, Indonesia, and one of these Juanitos could potentially get a seed ship, you know, of some kind. Into like the late game, because the one thing you got going for you right now is wait a second. If he's got it back this far, they could hit with their canoes. Yeah, they could hit with one of their canoe units, you know, the Maori with their Waka canoes, or the Tupi with their canoes, yeah. So yeah, that's really not a good placement for that heavy works. You definitely don't want canoes coming back here and, you know, taking that. Yeah, basically. No, these aren't combat canoes. These are dugouts. These are dugout canoes that the Maori can make. Basically, what makes them different than a normal canoe is the fact that they, number one, well, actually, they're not much cheaper than the fishing boats are nowadays. You know, the fishing boats here are 80 wood, so about the same. The thing that makes these dugout canoes different than other fishing boats is the fact that they can hide inside of warships, basically. So if you have like a caravel or a, you know, a war canoe or something, you can actually throw these boats inside of them, basically, and hide them. And then you can redeploy them at any time, too, and resume gathering. Yep, picking up defined measures. The second woodworks upgrade there. Getting some Juanitas Bonitas. The Vivendelas. Juanitas Bonitas. Here we go. About 21 Juanitas Bonitas. Yep. Got the Regimiento Escota to get the armor and HP up on your Acayobatais and your Mescopateros. Lars is just doing a huge spam of the Cazadores. Yep, good move. With Dragones and some 9 infantries. Yep. Oh, he's doing full Huata. Probably to deal with the Paraguayan. I mean, right now, I feel like what Lars is doing is just going to handle that. And even the Paraguay is getting Vivenderas, so I mean... I'm feeling almost as if Team Lars and Paraguay might actually do something there to beat them. Which would be a huge upset, but I think they might be able to do it. It's totally possible right now. I mean, cards are on the table. Saying it can happen, you know, it might actually happen. We'll have to see, though. Have to see where it actually goes from here, really. Yeah. Oh, the Huatas doing some problems there. Ooh. Even Kapi has some Pomberos now. These green fire arrow archers here. These things are pretty powerful. Because they're basically arrow knights are also good against infantry. Yeah. Yeah, like 2 splash with about a 1.3 multiplier against infantry. Yeah, that's pretty serious, you know. It's crush damage too, so they actually cut right through the armor of the Cazadores. Oh, that's a good equalizer. Unfortunately, Paraguay has a huge army of Cojite rockets from their heavy works there, so they're actually going to push them back now. Yep, just about. And then Paraguay is starting to make more of the Acayobatai trash cavalry now too. So yeah, they're going to push this, it looks like. And they're going to start the siege at these forward buildings too. This thing's going to be taken out. Is Geaf queuing things at him, or what's he doing? So he's not going to make anything there, it looks like now. He might lose his pa here too, on the way, on the Wapa. Yeah. But now he's sending a really powerful shipment, which is the British Expeditionary Force. It gives you about 18 red coats and about 2 rockets. So it's basically like getting 2 pieces of heavy artillery with a bunch of muskets, basically. So, yeah, that's going to be pretty powerful there. Have to see how that one goes, actually. Yeah. Yep, just shelling down that pod with the rockets is going to make a huge difference. Also some culverins too. Some culverins are joining in as well, so that's going to be a bit of an added asset there for sieging. Definitely the culverins are going to be really key for those rockets. You know, I'm almost wondering if Geaf might actually throw those rockets to those culverins. Because that would be a fatal situation, I think. Yeah. Just about. So yeah, he's just sort of waiting there for them to come in. Do they know about, let me see. Let me look at it from the Paraguay perspective. Do they know about the rockets yet? They do not know about the rockets yet. That's why this is a little concerning. Yeah. Where are the rockets? Well, the rockets are being kept in the back there. They're willing to sacrifice some of these vills, I guess, too. Just so they can get good positioning with the rockets. Yeah. Alright, so the rockets are coming out. Unfortunately, the cohetes are right here, and they can actually almost hit them. Alright, so cav are being thrown there. Oh, you gotta hit this one. Hit this one. Where are the culverins? Up back here? Oh no, yeah, this is looking questionable. The man should have these things basically in limber mode so they can get to their place over there. Wow, yeah, I mean, hey, you got culverins, man, just use them properly. He had the perfect counter to this, and he's not even using them. He's just rolling them around. Lars, put the brownies away. Put the brownies away, Lars. What are you doing to the battlefield? Put the brownies away. Had enough of them. You ate the whole plate of them now. Now your eyes are turned bloodshot, and now you want to eat a large bag of Cheetos and Lay's garlic and sour cream and green onion chips. Yeah, sour cream and chive chips. No, it's sour cream and green onion, isn't it? Yeah, basically. Yeah, right. That's what happens when you eat special edibles like that, is you get the munchies and then you want to eat even more. So, for all we know, Lars could have basically messed up that micro because he literally had sour cream and chive powder all over his fingers, and probably cheddar and sour cream Lay's, for all we know, too. And possibly even Cool Ranch Doritos and what else? You got the Cool Ranch Doritos, you got the cheddar and sour cream. Yeah, I mean, he could have even consumed the fiery limon Doritos and have molten lava down there too, so I don't know. Yeah, well, it does turn it to molten lava, so yeah. Like, I one time had a whole bag of those fiery limon Doritos before, and my whole stool turned like molten lava, like blood red, like actually not blood, but it was like almost like magma from a volcano. It was all like red and almost orange. Like, wow, this stuff really is on fire. I think it's all the Kappa scum enzymes in it that basically gives it that color. It's like, wow. And it felt like it too. It felt like it. So it was definitely not the most pleasant feeling in the world, to say the least. Yeah, I will say that. Yeah, so they still got those rockets over there, right? Yep. Well, the thing is Paraguay could get the Putti RG upgrade on these Escopeteros like right now, honestly, and that'd probably be a good move, I think. There, yeah. Oh, he's got the Pomberos right up against. Oh boy, yeah. Fortunately, though, he's got the Huatas right there to joust them down. Yeah. I really thought Lars had it until I found out he's in brownie and cheddar and sour cream Lay's potato chip mode now. Yeah, basically. I don't know. Yep, basically. Let's see. You gotta love those Pomberos. They just do so much damage. Yeah, these things right here. They do a lot of damage. And I like, too, how their fire is literally just green instead of, like the normal color. Like, literally their bows have, like, green fire right in front of them. It's almost as like they're using, like, dark magic in a way to do their splash damage and everything. So now Paraguay is going to try to outrange them using Cielo Cola. Basically gives their artillery 2 additional range so they can try to outrange enemies, basically. Yeah. It's kind of weird when they're sieging, their fire turns a normal color, but when they're in combat, their fire is like green. It's almost as if they like use different types of magic on their fire to do different types of damage, really. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, unfortunately you got the brave Huertas there to basically guard off the Pomberos from any sort of real damage, really. And since the Huertas are like a polearm, they're saying their multipliers against Assault is the same as their multipliers against Scout. Which means they really just do a whole lot of damage overall to them. Yeah. Yep, GG, well played on that one. Good try, though. I mean, I think they almost got it. If Lars just put down the cheddar and sour cream, lays potato chips, and used his culverins properly to take out the rockets, I think they might have been able to get some good momentum there and allow Paraguay enough resources to, you know, spam out the Esco. Well, wait a minute. He could still afford that RG upgrade. The PTI Escopetero. Well, he did upgrade him, so I don't know why he's just not making these, though. Why is he making Primero de Linea? Why is he just doing all these Pitayas? Pitayas or whatever. Pitayas or whatever. Because that would really be the best unit he could spam here and get Buckshot, too. He doesn't even have Buckshot on him yet, which you get at the Arsenal. It just gives him more damage and more splash, really. 2 splash instead of 1. So I don't know why he didn't get that there, basically. Kind of a questionable situation. Good demonstration of Tupi with Maori, though. I will say that. So now we'll go on to the next one, which I believe will be Assalto 5. Let's go into that, boot into it. Record games. Soto 5. Alright, so we got the Hods, Bizzle, Kapi. What are you doing? Oh, Kapi, don't do that. Kapi. Map St. Harold's Island, and yeah, it's basically like a big giant glacier in the middle of the Arctic Ocean or whatever it is, and yeah, you got this sort of cool little shelf here, basically, between the ice and the snow. You can't build on the ice because you'd basically slip and fall trying to do that, and yeah, this is actually usually a typically good place to launch raids from, usually, into your opponents. And if you are going to put your vills up here, better know that you have some military up here to protect them. So yeah, let's get started now, basically. So we got the Hods down here going up against China. Some of the best rush civs in the game, you know. Hods, one of the best rush civs in Definitive Edition. One of the easiest ones anyways. I don't know if they're the strongest rush civ, but they're one of the easiest ones to use. Yeah, because whenever we see Hods in the ESOC championships, they always tend to be a really good, strong, aggressive playing civ, really. And depending on the matchups, yeah, they can do quite well. Yeah. Probably going to see a lot of hard gameplay on Saturday when I'm doing production for ESOC Winter Championship. It's one we see a whole lot of the times people use, especially on certain maps. Yeah. I think in general on the Malaysia map I see them a lot. Sometimes on some of the other maps as well. Generally they win probably like, I'd say like 80% of the time somebody pulls a hard, they're going to win with it. Just because of its aggressive nature. No, I don't know in Wars of Liberty against China, though, if they're going to be able to pull off that same luck. Because if you get a good timing with China, and you can get the right shipments in, I think China decimates Hods. But if the Hods are better with their age up times and their macro, I think the Hods take the win. So I really think this is a 50-50 split down the middle ripple sort of matchup here. That's at least the way I see it, just about, yeah. Ooh, the Redcoats say Kapi and Geaf, the most OP team in Wool. Not sure how to win versus them in a 2v2, to be honest. Take note, guys. This is a perfect example how to play a team game and lame and abuse two OP units. Huata and Pomberos. Yeah. Good observation. I think we all sort of saw that. Well, the thing is, you don't necessarily need Maori to pull that off either. You could do the same thing with the Ethiopians, because the Ethiopians can also get that same sort of unit with the Tigray Lancer. The only difference is with Ethiopia, they arguably have a stronger boom, I think, depending on how you set it up, and their Tigrays cost food and coins. So if you're out of wood, you can technically spam it easier with Ethiopia with their Tigrays. Yeah. And then, of course, Ethiopia has all sorts of other interesting anti-infantry options. You know, they got the Mihel Safaris, they got the Skaris, of course, they got the Oromo Horsemen, and the Neftanya muskets, basically. So they got some interesting ways of becoming OP. Yeah. And the Sebastopol Bombard as well. So, yeah, different things like that. Looks like Metal is doing the disciples here. The Triming Trufa Hauda Kung Fu Fighting setup. Yeah. I'm assuming he's going to do White Pagoda. Is that what you think he's going to do? Yeah, I think he's going to do White Pagoda here. That's the way it's looking, honestly. He's using the disciples right now to get some extra treasures along the way, which I think is pretty smart. Is he going to get Holy Refuge next? He could. Could justify it to get the XP trickle and then start to get his upgrades on the disciples quicker. I mean, is he going to get Holy Refuge? Well, the thing is, too, it makes those technologies 50% cheaper, which he really needs so he can get the most out of the disciples, really. He's going to get this to get the extra bit of food he needs. Unless he's going to snatch the pebble first and then this. I don't know how he's going to set this up. Yep, White Pagoda it is. Yep, he's doing the Kung Fu fighting. Bruce Lee deck, yeah. Yeah, why are the disciples all the way over there? They should have been like right next to the Explorer there to help do the Kung Fu punches and so forth, yeah. Take that one out and then that one. Yep. White Pagoda. Looks like Hods are about to age up now. Yep. Travois, what is he gonna put down? Probably Warhud, yep. Usually with this sort of rush with the Hods, you try to put the Warhud sort of center map, if possible, or as close to your enemy as possible. But the thing is if he messes this up a lot, he could have the Disciples literally just snipe his Travois down. Yeah, he knows, he's like, oh no, I'm running away from that one. Yep, don't go too far. Yeah, good move on that part. Now, what does Mel do from here? He's going to snatch the pebble right now. And then you got the disciples there to Kung Fu fighting into that polar bear's tail. Now you can send all the disciples at the Hods. But the thing is though now the Warhot's going to be a really decent defense against the disciples now. So they're going to have to probably get some... Yeah, they're going to send the Tigerman in to be a bit of decent siege there. And then from there I'm presuming he's going to maybe get some consulates. Because I would justify maybe going with the consulate again, about 11 partisans to be the siege. And then you can send the Tigermans after that. At least the way I see it, you know. Because maybe in this case, too, he should have maybe considered getting the market earlier on. And yeah, he should have had the market in H1 and just gone economic concessions, I think. Which is that special Asian technology you get in Wars of Liberty that gives you about 75 more export, but it ruins your trade rate at the market, you know. So that way you can get 2 consecutive consulate battalions going pretty close to each other usually. Because now... got this nasty Warhut here that just took out a disciple now, and he's got to hope that he doesn't lose all these disciples to it, really. Where are those other Tigermen? So those other Tigermen are coming here. He's got his one army there. Yep. See how this one turns out, really. Up 34 siege, going to take out TPs there. It's kind of rare to see the Hods have 2 TPs. I know the 1 TP is part of their build order, but see them having two. It's a pretty greedy, greedy move on Kapi's part there. Yeah. It's got some Youngs. I wouldn't get Youngs, not anymore, because they lose hit points. I would just get, Oh, he did it to deal with the oh, no, he's used a Town Destroyer. No. Now I understand. Alright. It looks like he already did damage. Oh, no. He's gonna get away, too. He's got his use his villagers to try to punch him. Oh, no. Town Destroyer is the destroyer of all towns. It basically is a card that gives your war chief here basically how much siege? 255 siege. He can basically take out buildings all on his own. Pretty much, yeah. Looks like Kapi's going to mostly turtle it in his base and just ship in the forest prowlers, it looks like, to fend off whatever China does there. For the most part, yep, here comes the forest prowlers. Pretty good skirmisher to be able to fight them off with. And then he's going to send the Big Bun too to get some tomahawks in as well. Yep. I mean, right now he's kind of just throwing units at this point to the forest prowlers. And the war chief's ability is definitely not helping either. His disciples need to be on top of those forest prowlers. He's just not doing it. Oh, is he gonna try to pound down the war chief so he doesn't lose another building again? Yeah, Town Destroyer just completely destroyed him. Yeah, Town Destroyer being well a destroyer. Destroyer of destroyers. Thankfully, he's getting some RNG with the Disciple ability there, where fallen units are turned into Disciples too. Ooh, he's getting great RNG. He just got 3 Disciples in a row. Talk about lucky. Lucky. Yeah, that might just be the defining RNG that gives him a comeback. Yeah, no. Alright. Just gonna try to retrain him. Is that right? May as well with that much coin, I guess. Right. Try mean provide hada defense. Got the Shaolin there. I mean. Oh, good. That was good that Kapi was distracted for a second on the village because now he's going to get some snags, some extra kills on the tomahawks there. Ooh, good move there. Yep, good one. Ooh, good. If he gets that war chief, that's even better. So a lot of XP he'll get from that. I think now he's just going to focus on aging up, honestly. Getting that food needed for the age up. Ooh, good. Alright, that should deal with his problems for a while. How many forest prowls has he got, actually? Well, he's got to fend this off now, too. He's got to basically get him to stay out of his base long enough to get that food. I don't know. I don't know. Now, at least he got the Shaolin Master to tank a bit and give you some more time. I don't know if these Chukanus can actually take out any of these forest powers, though. Alright, so now he's just going to set up the Wonder in the back. He's got a monastery rickshaw going in here. Oh, he's going to get the porcelain tower for resources, is that right? Alright. I might even consider again the Summer Palace now for the food and the free banner armies, which you probably need at this point. Every little unit you can get now probably counts quite a bit. Yeah, and you could probably try to back up your villages a weeny bit. Try to hold out here. So you kind of just have to survive to the next age and get meteor hammers, and Zangu. Once you get that, I think you're in pretty okay shape. But you gotta get those things here. Thankfully, he's got all vills on deck to get that wonder going, so he's at least got that favorability there. He's got some disciples that he's adding in. Unfortunately, more vills are going to be picked off there. Yeah, I just don't know. Now he's starting to get some of those monastery techs, training forms, and probably one of the other ones as well, to get the disciple stats up. He's gonna try to take out at least one of these forest prowls and get some more XP, I guess. Unfortunately, Kapi's kiting so well that the disciples aren't really able to get any disciple blows in there. Could take that out with the Chukanu, maybe. Nah. He's also missing some XP there to get a shipment, which is not that great. That's why I said go Summer Palace, you know, get some banner armies and you could change it to like standard army and get some Nien riders to deal with those skirmish or something. Also, where's the consulate? You could get like a consulate army now or something and help yourself. Like, go British, get some green jackets. Yeah, some green jacket, grasshopper green jackets would have been good there, I think. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, big time. At this point, I think it's kind of a lost cause because you let him get too many skirmies. Too many skirmies for comfort. Yeah, exactly. Here comes the 5 meteor hammers. But at this point, is it enough? Because now he's going to lose his white pagoda, which is sort of the whole point of his build here. So I don't know what he's going to do now at this point. Yeah, looking like a GG well played situation. He doesn't even have the war chief in the siege. Like, he should actually be sieging right now and helping him. Just to get that wonder down quicker. Now he joins in with the siege, yep. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, that's a lot of XP. He's even going to kite off these meteor hammers. Oh, wow, yeah, he's got enough of them to actually fight off the meteor hammers, too. Like, is he on, like, the attack dance at the... No, he's got the Explorer one right now to keep his HP up. Yep, and then Musket Riders to deal with Assault. Yeah, that's GG. Well played on both sides, actually. Yeah. Alright, so now, I think after this one we're going to have some more recordings that aren't Assault the ones necessarily that we're going to see. Oh, we got a question here from Ethiel Guterres. Question, how can you play this mod now that ESO is dead? You can play it using Game Ranger, Radman VPN, Hamachi, and any other like Game Ranger type software. Yeah. That supports LAN connections, yeah. You can play LAN too, like if you're in the same house or whatever and you're next to each other, you can do LAN, you know. Yeah, but otherwise you would use either Game Ranger, Radman VPN, Hamachi, or any other sort of software along those lines to play it that you already could before. And Geaf came by to say, hi, Juanito Bonito. We got Geaf here. One of the best Wars of Liberty players of all time. And I do mean it. One of the best of all time. Yeah, so what we got now? We got, 2v2 Sagune from Geaf. Let me see that one. Should be an interesting one to cover. This one right here looks like Sangune. He misspelled it. Sangune. Never heard of Sangune before. So is this like the real Sagune map, or is this just Hudson Bay? Oh, this is real Sagune, yeah. Yeah, this is Sagune. It's basically Hudson Bay, but really big. And the water is not that large. Like Hudson Bay, the water's a bit bigger here, but definitely on this map, a lot more landmass, you know. Certainly a lot of placement, you know. You got people right down here, and then you got a player up here, basically. Yeah. It's going to be Guevon Genetico and Teata. Senor Vilingo against Geaf and Fierro. Alright. Should be an interesting matchup. Looks like Vilingo's running the Incas. The Rainbow Coalition Civ. And Guavon is running Rusa. Fierro's running Canada. And Geaf is running the Maori. Alright. So, I mean, I would say probably this goes to Maori, Canada. Yeah, this tends to be a good map for Canada. On average. I mean, on average, I see Canada do very well here. Yeah, I mean, I think Canada provides enough cover for Maori to do whatever they want to do in terms of FF, FI, and so forth. Because instead of adding in Pomberos to help the Huetas, you can do Metis, you can do Mounties, you can do Bourgogne du Quebecs. In Super Late Game, it really does offer you a lot of options, I think. Depending on which faction you really like. Because obviously if you go with more of the British-Canadian faction units with Canada, you're going to get longer range. If you go more of the French route, you're going to have better short-range attacks and melee. So It's really what you prefer, really, among the two factions. Sometimes mixing and matching is preferable. Sometimes it's going to be preferable to mix and match those units there, too. Yeah. So what does Mary get first? He gets the Flax Weaving Wood Trickle card here. Basically the same as Distributivism, but for the Mary. Assuming that's what Russia's going to... He doesn't get that. The Russia gets 300 wood instead of Distributivism Wood Trickle. Go figure. I don't think that's right. Something seems wrong about that. I thought Wood Trickle was better. Because the Wood Trickle helps you throughout the game. This 300 cords of wood is, something you're really going to have to spend a whole shipping on to basically utilize later. Yeah. I don't know. This deck looks like it came from the Asian dynasties from the looks of it, because I just see only sort of legacy stuff in here. You got Sevastopol with National Redoubt. You got Boyars. You got Strelic Combat. You got Fort Tufal. Yeah, this is looking like an Asian dynasties deck ported over to Wars of Liberty, and that's totally fine. You get the main functionalities you're looking for out of it, I think. Especially the forward focus, I like that. Definitely like that. Because that basically means Russian, Industrial Age, is going to be able to rush opponents with forts using their line infantry. So I think that's definitely something to look out for here. Absolutely. Big time. Ransack is certainly going to be a good card in general to boost up the siege of all your blockhouse units, including your Plastoonis. Yeah, definitely. So I'm assuming Geaf is going to do the same sort of setup as before, South Island, Wales, and then do the South Island for the Age 3 Age Up. Yep. Sort of looking like it's going to be that, honestly, at this point. Yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see, though, what the build is here. Got one fur trader with one shepherd dog there for Canada. Oh, he sent the two fur traders first. Alright. I was wondering, oh, snap. Did he forget to put the right card in there? Nah, that's alright. That's alright. Because basically what this does is this gives you two of your hero hunters. The fur traders for the Angloflyers are basically a hero, like an explorer, but also it can hunt animals. It can gather from berries and work at mills as well. But it's killable, the fur traders do die if they get destroyed, basically. They will actually, really die, and you have to retrain them and everything, so yeah. But when you get this, you get one fur trader, but then you get a shepherd's dog, which is your permanent explorer, the one that actually doesn't die. But the problem is, it's just a little doggo, they go, burp, 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 basically, everywhere you move on the map. And it has a nice ability, too, to mark its territory, pull up his little doggo leg and leave behind some lemonade in the grass to know what's going on there for a number of seconds, and then it has to redo that again to find another area, basically. It's not as reconnaissance heavy as the cartographer, but it's pretty close to it, really. Yeah. Guevon Genetico is Mandalore. Huh? I didn't know that. Alright. That's good to know. That's good to know, definitely. I know Mandalore. I know Mandalore's gameplay. I've seen him play for many years. I think the first time I saw him play was during the Kika Mademitos tournament back in 2015 and 2016. So I've seen Mandalore around for a very long time. almost around long. He's been around as long as Geaf has been in Wars, Liberty, and me. So, yeah, definitely an old face there. And I've known Ringo since I think like late 2016 when the Peruvian Civ was released. He started to come around and play a lot. Yeah, basically. He still plays Peru a lot, but now he's intermingles between Peru of the future, which is Peru, and Peru of the past, which would be the Incas. Yeah. So let's see what. So we got Huamaca with Cantonus, basically Strelitzes. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think. Oh no, Maori! Watch out, Maori! Maori! This is very bad. This is bad. This is good timing for Varingo's team. If they can take out one of these paths with the Huamacas and the... This could be pretty significant, actually, yeah. Let's see if Varingo knows to use his Sapa Inca to help regenerate the HP on the Huamacas and keep them around longer. No, he's not going to do that, but I think they can still take that out. Oh, no, this is very bad. Very bad. Oh no, yeah, this is not looking good, man. What is Geaf doing in terms of shipments? So he's still trying to age up. Oh no. Yeah, look at all that XP that Varingo got. Now he's gonna have to retreat too, some of these bills. Even worse. So how many Trupa de Amelines has he got? He's got 1, 2, he's got some Spontooners. Well, Spontooners are going to do nothing against these Huamacas. He's going to lose another Pa. Look at this guy. Lupe Kapakika. Pa is going to go away now. Cantonists are actually firing on the Spontooners. Oh, yeah, this is not good. He's losing like 600 wood worth of infrastructure, right? And he's got all his food crates here too. Unreal. He's trying to reposition his villagers around here to get those. Oh no. This is bad. So are they gonna get a villager here to mop up that food crates? Because if they do that, this is no. Gonna try again, another one up here, and then he's gonna lose that one too. Oh no. This is horrible. This is bad for Geaf. This is not Geaf. This is Lars getting the munchies off of his edible gummy bears. This is not good. Yeah, let the oinker survive. Let the little piggy survive. That balance. Only the little oinker will survive and go on to play that what's the name of that game that all the VTubers play with the pigs playing cards? Yeah, that game basically. I already forgot what it's called. Called Dishonest Cards or something. I don't know, something like that. You just lost 900 wood worth of stuff. He's gonna have to build another one up here now. Question is, can he distract? Wait a second. All right, so more Huamac. Oh no, he's gonna stop him from getting vills down there from grabbing the food. That's smart. That's good. But now Cossacks are joining too. Oh no. I don't know if they can do anything about this. This is looking really bad right now. And then they got Cossacks to boot to deal with the skirmishers. This is horrible. How do you let this happen? Looks like Mandalore. Yeah, he could still pop out Cantonus at free will. Varingo, he's about to age up, so he's gonna probably add in the Inca Moors, and then it's gonna turn into a real rainbow coalition. Yeah. This is scary to see from Geaf. It's not like something that would happen to me or Lars or something. Like we'd overextend the resources and make a bad play and let them do this. But yeah, this is like total retreat mode. Oh no, and then he's gonna pull them out again. He's gonna lose another 300 wood. Another 300 wood down the pooper. But here's the Cossacks to intercept the skirms this time. Oh, now he's gonna... See, this is the one good thing Geaf is doing. He's basically making sure nobody grabs his food. Nobody grabs his, whatever Maori people eat, those kumara things, those sweet potato things, or yams or whatever, making sure they don't eat those. Yeah. Now he's going to take this one out. And then he's going to be practically in Canada's base, and they're going to lose their base too. How is this happening? It's not supposed to happen, Geaf. Yeah, that was a very risky play from Geaf to do a naked FF. Yeah, he lost like everything because of that. He lost everything because of that. Wow, this is Loyola Legends type. It's legendary, but in the different way. Yeah. Yeah, now Pharaoh's not going to be able to hold the line against that. You kidding me? That's not going to work. Good way to throw it, I guess. Basically, yeah. Unreal. That's all I can say with that one, yeah. Just about. Just a little bit. Yep. That's all I can say. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Fiero's gonna lose his TC, and then this is gonna get sieges. I find it funny how Ringo's like, yeah, I don't even care about aging up, he's just queuing up the Huamakas, whatever. He's not even going for the juicy items like the mortars of the Manco Horsemen that could totally seal the deal here. It's just like, yeah, just spear spam to win, man. That's all you need. You have to focus on anything else. Lily, nothing else. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Yeah. It's one way to throw a game. I do give him respect for continuing to build these structures and still going for the defense. Yeah, he's still holding on there for dear life. I don't think they can win now because Peru just goes, Inca just goes to H3 and gets Inca Moors and seals the deal now. Ooh, Geaf did do good by getting all those redcoats going, because that's at least going to stall him out a bit more with the veteran Shao Tech active on him now too. Yeah. Ah, they're holding up some sort of defense here. Oh, they're losing the defense. They're losing the offense. They're losing the offense now. Ringo has gone to two Ushnu Huamakas. Yeah. It's got two Ushnus now queuing them up. This one and this one. Yeah. They're going to have to regroup, I think. Maybe they can do something. I don't know. Maybe they can. Fencing scroll, so he's basically focusing on training these things up quicker. Yeah, okay. We'll see. See what happens. Alright. Alright. Sure thing. Alright. Yeah, I mean, Mandalore's going to H3. He's getting ready to start pumping out 2 Falcons. 2 Falcons for the win. I don't think they can fight Falcons at this point with whatever they're doing here. That definitely can't happen. That's a lot of Huamicas. That's way too much. I think they're just going to break through and start sieging stuff myself. Yeah, I think they're on the dugout canoes. Jeff's trying his best to use the boat shed out here to get some dugout canoes back. Yeah, basically when you play on any map, the Maori Explorer can get a free boat shed builder ship out on the water, and you can put it anywhere. Basically, the boat shed is your dock. But unlike normal docks, you can put the boat shed anywhere on the water. You can put it on the shoreline, or you can stick it deep into the water as well, anywhere. So yeah, it's almost like a floating platform in a way that can basically do your dugout canoes as well as your military canoes as well. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty big blunder by Geaf doing the naked FF. It really cost him the entire game. Like, I was thinking, oh yeah, Team Geaf, Team Fiero, they're going to have an easy time with this. And I guess there's one way to mess that up, even as Geaf. It's like that guy broke the wax cylinder during the Antique Roadshow thing. Like, he starts turning, he cracks the thing on stage. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Big time. Good. We needed that one. We needed that match, so that was legendary. Geaf played well, just needed a better ally. Oh yeah. Fiero always wanted to. I mean, sometimes Fiero comes through with his Infernale rush with Argentina, but as far as Canada's concerned, you gotta keep Canada away from that Juanito. I'm a much better Canada than Fiero is, either me or I'm a good Canada, Kapi's a good Canada, Alucard's a good Canada, Chapo's a good Canada. So many good Canadas, it's just not Fiero. Just won't be like that in a million years. Will there be a good... Yeah, basically. So now we're going to do Assalto 6. Yep. Assalto 6. So who's going to be in this one? So it's another 1v1 between Metal and Kapi. Metal does Korea, and Kapi does Japan. On Mendocino of all maps. The one, the only Chorizo Zalate Liga map. Yeah. Everybody knows Mendocino from Chorizo Zalate Liga. I heard he was going to do a Liga today, but did he even know it was on a Juanito Glingo stream day? I don't know. Yeah, I guess they were going to do D3 or AOM or something. Yeah. I don't know. But the thing is we're on the map that made Chorizo Zalate streams well known, Mendocino. Yeah. It exists on Definitive Edition as Dakota. Except instead of these sort of like craters here, it's instead big giant rock formations that go upwards and not downwards, basically. That defines these circles, pretty much, yeah. And on that map, instead of like more Mesoamerican type natives like the Zapotecs and the Mapuche, you got, I believe, Cree and Cheyenne, or Cree and Comanche, or something like that. Like, definitely, because it's Dakota, it's up in the Dakotas, it's like northern U.S., practically on the border with Canada and Minnesota and stuff, So that's definitely tundra. They call it the Northern Desert up there, basically, which means it's technically a desert, but it's not like Arizona or New Mexico where it's a hot desert. Up there, it's like a cold desert, where it's usually like frigid up there in like the winter. It's like we're on like the East Coast during the winter, you usually only go down to like 10 below zero at most Fahrenheit. But out in the Midwest out there, Minnesota, the Dakotas, Montana, it can go down to like 30, 40 degrees south, like 30 degrees Celsius below and stuff like, and crazy stuff like that. Get really cold. Not quite as much as the North Pole, but it definitely gets up there. It's definitely more akin to Canada than most of the U.S. climates, really. Yeah. So anyways, Japan is going to start out with Heavenly Kami to get cheaper shrines and have shrines that are a bit more effective, whereas Korea, what's Korea going to do here in terms of deck? R2 or which one? I mean, I'm hoping he's going to do this one because this is definitely fishing oriented. This is heavily fish oriented, I think. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So he's going to do the top one. Sends about 3 villagers. He's got some wood cards here. He's got Hermit Kingdom, aka North Korea. Yeah, basically, this is basically a stronger version of Eco Theory, improving stuff by 15%, but at the cost of removing your export acquisition ability. So you can no longer get export in the game after you send this card. The only ways you'll be able to get any export at all after this is either Sumptuary Laws, Trickle, or using the wholesale text with the U.S. consulate. Yeah, basically. Because what you can actually do is, with the U.S. allies at the consulate, they have these wholesale texts where you throw in a bunch of food and you get a greater amount of export. Same with the wood and the coin. So those will be the only ways you'll actually be able to get export if you send this card, really. So you kind of have to play it very carefully indeed. Yeah. But the fact that I don't see diplomatic intrigue here tells me perhaps this is what Metal actually wants to do, is just play like an isolationist and just have a slightly better gather rate. Which, I totally sympathize with. I just would prefer to have my Russian consulate with me when I play Korea, just so I can get those masses of Bolshenets and Plastoonis to round out my army a bit. Especially since your only cav option for melee is like the iron flail, really. So you don't have a lot of flexibility with the Koreans in terms of cavalry. All you get is assault. You don't get any scout option, which could leave you a bit empty-handed at times. Yeah, say the very least. Yep. Yeah, so we'll see how this one turns out. I mean, I think in most cases Korea can beat Japan pretty easily. I just wonder if Korea's going to do it properly, though. Yeah. This is, yep, so he's aging up now, right? What wonder is he doing? He's doing Grand Palace, right? Yep, Grand Palace, good choice. How many vills does he have on this? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This. He's got everybody on top of this thing. He's probably got he's going for like a total fast age up. Is that good? I mean, I guess in the long run it's good, because it means now you're going to have another queue of villagers, but still. Okay. We'll see. See how it goes. Yeah, I mean, Well, I mean, let's see what card Japan gets first versus Korea then. So Korea is going to get 5 villagers, so they're going very greedy on here. Are they going to get a house now? Because the thing is if you don't have a house available, you don't have population available, this just restarts the cycle once again. It doesn't wait for you, so you kind of just lose that villager. So he's got to play this carefully, man. He's got to do this right. If he doesn't do it right, he's going to lose out on a lot, I think. Yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see if he does it right here. Hangyu. And what's the other one? Hangyu. And Simsi. Simsi. Hanyu. Simsi. It almost sounds like the Korean voice lines go like Chichi. Dritto. Simsi. Hanyu. Yeah. It's kind of funny how they set that one up. Now, one thing you can do is Korea to get a pretty good edge here. Start to get Dangpa Spearman and start sieging down those shrines. Or you can get a consulate, get diplomatic intrigue, and get about 11 Opalshenet pikemen from Russia to start sieging those shrines very quickly. That's usually what you're going to want to do here. But I don't see that right now. Does he even have a barracks? Yeah, he's starting to get the barracks now, but that's really delayed. He could be doing this a lot faster, honestly. Because now Cap is already at the point where he's getting his... Where's his barracks? Does he have a barracks yet? He's got shrines, no barracks yet. But he's got Kie shipments, so he's already starting to get those. The Kie will stop the spearmen in their tracks. So, I mean, gotta be a little bit faster, a little bit more eyes on the prize, you know, with this. Because if he already had Opalshants on the field taking out shrines and stuff, yeah, Japan would have some serious problems here. Like, really serious problems. But now, because he's so delayed, the Kie skirmishers are going to get a huge leg up and start to really rain down fire here. To a great extent, you know. Yeah, just about. Yeah. Alright, so got about 5 Kies there. Just about, yep. Barracks is consulate. Okay. So is he gonna do? He could get diplomatic intrigue like right now and start to pick up like really good mass of 2 groups of flankers right now, and just go Kiev with the barracks. Literally. Is that what he's gonna do there? I mean. Yeah, like get a barracks and just start doing that. If he wants it. Oh, he's going to get Academicos, though, the consul, actually. Okay. That's good, too. That's a fairly good option for Japan, usually. It's kind of lackluster for the other civs, but for Japan, it works out pretty good. Because then they can just spam Shiguma, Musketeer, and put the Academicos behind them. The only reason it's bad, it's kind of poor for India is because they have the Abyss gun option, which is arguably going to be better in most cases than the Academico, typically. So yeah, it's better to have 4 Abyss gunners than 7 Academicos, typically, in any sort of skirmish. Yeah. That's why sort of India does better, because their Ottoman consulate gives them Abyss gunners instead. Yep, so he's going to start pressing in with the Kies right now, looks like. Yep. Just about. See right here what happens. Looks like the Kies are going to start taking some hits against the villages there. Ooh, Deng Spearman making a siege on the shrines, yeah. Oh, Kies. Yeah, Kies will be able to fight that off with their katanas, yeah. Yeah, so he's just going full skirmish to grind down Korea. Yeah, well, at this point, Korea needs to know that they have to... Well, he went to H3, so he's going to do watches with Byongyungs. Is it Byolgiguns? Byolgiguns or something? I don't know. I call them Byongyungs usually. Keep it short. This is a bad unit to do against Japan. This is a horrible unit to use against Japan, man. Worst unit, actually. The only time you ever make this is literally to snipe one of his daimyos. That's about it. Worst unit you can make right here. If you're looking for anti-cav, just get the, Actually, wait a second. 33 range attack. Alright. Actually doesn't look too bad. But still, I would try to get archers instead, though. You know. I don't know, actually. I'm trying to look at it. Like, 33 range attack almost seems somewhat decent here. Yeah, and then... Okay. See where this goes. Maybe they rebalance it or something. I don't know. Seems like an okay damage output. I definitely don't like the lack of HP, though, especially against the Kies. And the 12 range is not looking great, either. Like, if it had, like, 14 range or 16, like a Dragoon, yeah, I'd actually maybe consider it, but, yeah, this is mainly a semi-maneuver unit, because you can tell right here it has multipliers against Assault, which, with the card called Japanese Training you can get in Age 4, you actually can increase the multiplier up to 3x against Assault, so, yeah, pretty much, yeah. About 10 more of the Byongyungs. And the 2 Watches. The Watches are going to be the real deciding factor here, I think. Yeah. See what happens. Kapi could potentially snipe these. Oh, he's going to stagger mode. He knows what he's dealing with here. He's got action. He's got action, Jackson. Let's see. Shinjo. Ooh. Nice one. Youngs are gonna start blasting their way into these, yep. He's also got the few of the Myung archers too, providing some good long range cover as well. 12 Youngs. Oh, okay. I kind of almost like the unit now because of the damage. I mean, I don't like the lack of HP. I think that can totally make it a risky unit. But in terms of like range damage, it doesn't seem awfully horrible in Age 2. Almost seems like a recruit from one of the nation states is in terms of its damage output. So I mean, maybe, depending on what civ you're going against, maybe Byongyungs is looking a little bit nicer now. I mean, I certainly like it against Latin American civs because not only is it offering decent damage stats now, but it always stamps on the Juanito's ability to do Musketeros or Escoltas at any time now, because you already have the anti-assault force you need to start going in, you know. Yeah. But certainly 14 or 16 range would make it even better for me, I think. In terms of outright performance, yeah. Just something to give it a bit of extra range against normal muskets, and yeah, but I don't think you probably need to do that much. What's the cost on it? It's 40 food and 40 coin. Yeah, that's not horrible. It's not the worst, actually. It's like a crossbowman, but it replaces that wood cost with coin. Yeah, maybe there's something behind this I don't know about. I mean, he's using, and then he's got the watches covering him. I mean, I don't know. He might be doing something good here. Might be cooking. Maybe cooking. And I guess he's sort of, well, Kapi should know that these are her, don't have multipliers against Cav, so he could do Gunto. He is doing Gunto, actually, alright. Yeah, well, I guess that's sort of a thing, too, to consider. The fact that these Gunto riders do not have, their multipliers against skirmish will not affect these Byung-Gungs at all. So, yeah, maybe that's something worth considering there. Yeah. At least maybe, I mean. We'll have to see how this fight goes. If it feels like, you know, Guntos and Skirms can still mess this up, I'm still going to have my reserve thoughts about using Byung-Gungs in most situations, but we'll see. Looks like they're going to go after the Teshugu first. Should be a pretty nice target. One of the softer targets because of the placement in relation to the TC. Looks like... yeah, he needs to roll that a lot closer. He should be able to take that out with... he's going to be able to attack the infantry now. Okay. Alright. They're fending okay against the Guntos. I mean, they might not specialize against them, but they're at least offering some sort of a meat shield. He just needs to aim his watches a bit better there, I think, because if he could aim them a bit nicer, yeah, he could be doing okay. He's aiming them at villagers, though. That's not the best situation. He's got these archers here, too. He's got them up the veteran to boot. Okay. So he's performing somewhere. He took a few villages out as well. Alright. Well, the thing is, though, I think it's kind of clear the Cap is sort of in his element now, because now he's getting the Shogunate. And this is usually where things go downhill really fast in the landslide, because, now he's going to start shipping this, and then this. And he's going to have like an endless wall of siege and anti-infantry artillery spamming this basically to do to him on the front lines. Yeah. Let's see what Korea can do, though. Is he able to readjust and pivot and stuff? I mean, he could get some Chongtongs and potentially survive that. When you have a unit that's that cheap, I guess you could do Chongtongs to deal with the Kondanao cannons. Perhaps. We'll see. See if that's something that's actually feasible here or not. We'll have to find out, actually. See, this is when these Byung-Gungs become a real menace, because if Kapi's not careful, he could actually lose this to them. You know, this could be a real problem, a real pickle for him. A pickle prom for him, actually, yeah. Well, let's see if he can snuff him out and hit him. Gonna have to come down to precision. Look at all these shipments he's gonna get. He's gonna get more range on his archers. See, I would get some of the bigger Byung shipments now and start sending those in against the daimyo there. Nagoya Gaishi. Yep, here's the Mortarus. He's already getting started with the siege. Yeah, I mean, hey. I think he almost got it there, but just... I mean, he's getting the watches now, so I don't know. Is he getting, like, Cav, though? Yeah, he's getting the Guntos, alright, so yeah, I'm not feeling too good about this. How is he queuing up both groups of these? That's weird. Alright. That was a good match. That definitely had its moments. I mean, I think I would have probably pressed in a bit more deeper there at the start and did a few things differently, but I definitely want to consider Byung usage now a bit more, perhaps. Maybe I'll even do an upload on maybe like a match using it or something. I don't know. We'll have to see, though. So now we're going to restart and go into our next match. Let's see what this one is. Gotta look at what we're recording. It's not the Salto 7. That's gonna be the final one. But Thork Hater Rage Quit. So the salty toxic guy plays the Ottomans. Is gonna rage quit here. I want to see this one. We love rage quitters. Rage quitters is what we live for here in the Wars Liberty community, is rage quitters. People that just, they just disconnect their internet and go, oh no, it's too OP, GG, like that, basically, and they don't even type. They just go for the rage quit. Go for the L. So we got Lars and Kapi against Saltuk and Metal. What's the map? What map is this again? I forget what map this is. Is this, I'm trying to remember. What map is this? Is this an ESOC map, or is this a, custom map for Wars Liberty? We don't see this map a lot, actually. I don't know what this is. Got Navajos here. We got, I don't know what map that is. Oh. I'm trying to figure it out. We have like the diplomacy tag. No, we don't in recording. I was gonna check that. Like, oh, wait a second. What map is this? Looks kind of okay, actually, because you got like some cool trade routes here, and then you got one up here, and got the native there. You got one over here, and yeah, it's fairly okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a long match because look at the timer thing down there. It's barely even coming out at like 1.5 minutes. So we're going to have a really long one here, to say the least. Yeah, really long one. So it's going to be Metal is Korea. Self-Took is using the Ottomans, of course. Lars is using Portugal, and Kapi is using Japan. Alright. Pretty good sits for all of them, I think. Yeah. Kapi's going to just use his 1v1 deck from last game. Metal is going to use his R1, right? Yep, R1 from last game. Lars is going to use his, he's got actually a good amount of decks here, so that's quite impressive. So he's going to use the deck called... What's Mersland? What's Mersland? Mersland? That's someplace in Brazil or something? Mersland? Yeah, well, he's got mostly ecotechs, military upgrades, standard late game Portugal, but he does have some mercenary shipments in here too. He's got the arsonists, and he's got the maragatos. These are basically mercenary Blandigu mercenaries from, I believe, Uruguay or Brazil or something. Basically, they're mounted shotgunners, yeah. So instead of like a normal Dragoon that has like normal Dragoony stats, these guys actually deal about one splash in addition to damage. So they can actually hit multiple cab units at the same time as well as multiple cans too. But not necessarily by like a normal splash. Basically they fire bullets in multiple directions. They fire like multiple bullets out that can hit the same unit or they can hit multiple units. Land to a lot of damage, usually. Yeah. So yeah, quite the interesting unit, to say the least. It's got the early shipment of them as well as the later shipment of them, too. Yeah. So Portugal's going up with the Artisan. That's probably the best choice for them. Kapi's going to go with Teshuga Shrine. Self-Took going up with the Artisan. Picking up Aga. Weird choice, actually. I'm kind of surprised he's going with this. We really never see people get the Explorer cards, usually. It's kind of a bit strange, actually, yeah. And then you got here Sublime Port. Transfers all your food and turns into a Grey Mile Wood. I mean, whoever runs this card, like, unless it's a treaty game, I would say never run this type of a card ever, because it just doesn't do you any good. You should probably just put capitalism or eco theory here if you're going to go for something like that, you know? Just saying. Just saying. Yep, just about. Now, in terms of grand strategy, how does this turn out? I think, honestly, if you're Team Japan, Portugal, you probably just want to play more defensively. Go for that FF and FI. For Portugal, the FI is going to give them a better boom because more free covered wagons means more villagers. For Japan, a quick bump up to the Shogunate will give them that daimyo they're looking for and the ability to just spam out that artillery shipment lineup that they're going to need to do this. Yeah. But at the same time, you could argue the same thing about the Ottomans. You know, the Ottomans like the FI as well. Now, Korea, I think, is sort of the only one in limbo there that, you know, they could sort of play it any way, I guess, you know, and have it work. You know, that's at least the way I think it's going to go. I don't know 100% if that's how it's going to go, but seems more than likely that's the way it's going to set up. Yeah, really. Yep. And one more thing you could do in very late game is Portugal here. You could just ignore combat altogether, hope that Japan can defend you, and try to go to Imperial Age or Great War Age. Yeah, only with certain civs like Portugal can you even attempt to go for a Great Voyage in 2 versus 2 on average. Yeah, just because of the way of the combat and the late game and all that. Portugal gets one of the quickest and easiest Great Voyage timings, usually, just because of their booming ability, of how natural it is. Yeah. So I would be surprised if we saw Lars maybe go for Imperial Age of Great Voyage here. Could be an actual good investment with a great return. Yeah, we'll have to see though. We'll have to see where this goes exactly. Yeah. So we got about 6 spearmen. Keep queuing up the villagers here. Keep queuing in the villagers, yep. Got the hunting dogs going in now. Starting to rush the shrines. That's a good choice by Korea to basically cap down Japan as much as possible. Armin's going to do the same thing from their end using Janissaries as well as these pets that they were able to find along. Well, this is from the Explorer card, and this is just a treasure reward, the Jaguar. Shrine is right here. Yeah, I wonder if what can happen if you can take out 3 of these shrines here, basically. Could be a good move. Good siege of the shrine there too, yeah. Yeah, it looks like the War of the Muskets has begun. Shiguma versus Jansei. Oh, here's some Kie skirms, so it's not quite musket versus musket. Yeah, he's just gonna pull out. Yeah. Alright. Oh, Abyssgars. Yeah, the Abyss have joined the fight. The Abyss add a whole nother layer of complexity to this because the Abyss will shred both the Shigumas and the Kies. So that's a big leg up for Armin's there, yeah. Big time. Yeah, now they just siege their way through all those shrines. There's not much Japan can do there to pick them off, because once the Abyss get a hold of you, they'll bless whatever unit you have there, whether it's skirmisher or musket. Yep, they're gonna start sieging more shrines, it looks like, yep. And then they could start moving on to these shrines too. As Lara's getting close to, yep, he's going H3 now, so we'll be able to start training some cazadores, I believe, to start defending that front for Kapi. Save those shrines at least over... Does he have any shrines over here? Nah, he doesn't, so we'll at least protect his front of his base, though. Yep, more shrine sieges for almonds. And then start sieging at some of these shrines as well. What's he waiting for there? Is he kind of worried about retaliation? Korea's pushing in with some young archers, taking out a villager that was actually going to work on that TP line there. He's going to get some XP. Wow, these young archers are doing quite good, taking out some settlers along the way. So far, it seems like in this early stage, Korea and Ottomans are actually doing fairly okay. But as you know, with Portuguese, that means very little if they can keep constant queues of villas pumping out. Because they got medicine, so they can recover those vill numbers a bit quicker than normal, you know. That's certainly a very different card to send as your first one, but it does mean vill queues for Portuguese will be steamrolling out. Faster than what we normally see. Yeah. Portugal's going to get refridge because that's something you see with Portugal that you don't see with a lot of other civs. With the Portuguese, because they have a lot of shared security with their massive town centers that they're practically guaranteed to get, they can afford to send upgrade cards like refridge, royal mints, textile mill, cigar roll. They can afford to send these out a lot sooner, basically. Yeah. A lot sooner, just about. Got some cazadores and line infantry there to defend against that weird raid of Korean heroes. Yep. Ottomans just taking advantage of their massive Jans and Abyss to walk around the map. The thing that you don't understand about Ottomans is in Ottomans in Wars of Liberty, they sort of drop off for a while because they don't get veteran or guard upgrades for Janissary or Abiskar. You actually have to wait till Imperial Age to get some Imperial upgrade that adds about, upgrades the unit by about, I think, 85% or 90% or something. Instead of that, and yeah, basically. So, army units sort of drop off around the age 3 and 4 time period. Except for artillery, which still gets normal upgrade coverage, and the Nizam El Sassid, which is their ultimate unit at age 4 for a musketeer. Yeah. And the Safahis. This is the Safahis shadow tech normally as well. So Safahis, Nizam El Sassid, and the artillery are really your only normal upgrading units through the ages, just about. Yeah, really. Totally surrounded there by the Gunto Riders, though. Yeah, that's pretty serious. Truly is, yep. Yeah, absolutely destroyed there. And look at the Falconets, totally exposed. Now we know why he's an Armin noob. That is not how you do Armins, man. You do not do that. You know when it's time to mass, and then when you know it's time to retreat to your base and get ready for age 4 and 5. That is not what you do. You gotta love it, though. Yeah, you gotta love it when it happens. That's all I can say. Yeah, say the very least. Yep. It's gonna get to the cherry orchards. Is that right? Yep. All right. What's Korea up to? Korea's going full Myeongyung. Assuming they're gonna get like veteran guard upgrade on these. Maybe. Maybe, baby. But again, archer combat. Traditional archer combat on there. Oh, what is he doing with these bombards? Does he think this is enough to protect it? A couple of Nizam Azids? Oh no, this is horrible. Look at this horrible management of artillery. No wonder he rage quits. He just deleted them. He's like, I'm gonna delete them. Oh no. That's a rage quit right there. He hasn't even rage quit yet, and he rage quitted. Too bad you can't see the chats here. I know in Definitive Edition you can see the user chats, but you can't see that in Legacy. I can imagine what that Turkish fella's saying there to Kapi, like, "What you doing? You're cheating!" Yeah, some weird thing like that. He's like, "No, I'm not. I just know how to manage my units." He's in there with 2 bombards with like 5 okayish guard musketeer units protecting them. It's like, yeah, that's a great defense against how many cavalry we're talking here? Let's see. 19 Gunto Riders with veteran upgrade. Yeah, that's enough defense for that. He's deleting more stuff. He's deleting everything. Look at him delete everything. He's having an autistic meltdown. Oh my, he's deleting everything. He's pressing the nuclear button on himself. Look at that. He deleted that. He deleted everything. And then he resigns. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Nobody expected that. Ha ha ha. Oh boy, God's stressed by Kapi. I don't think we get stressed out that much usually. He did on a whole different level. Like, do not ever bring him to a Liga as your teammate, because if you do, bad things will certainly happen in terms of him deleting his base. Yeah, don't ever bring that guy as your teammate if he's willing to do that. I mean, unless you're doing it as a comedy thing, yeah, that's just not a way to play AoE3. Resigning's one thing, but deleting all your stuff is like a fidget spinner meltdown. Like, I just can't comprehend how we salted that high. Yeah. Yep, basically. I don't know. Look at all these myung-youngs. Yeah, I mean, poor Metal here, stuck here with 9.69 fingers. Literally having to do all the work himself now. I mean, he's going to put those 9.69 fingers to work now without an ally. We'll see what he can actually pull off here. Now he has to go all in with all these archers now and try to do something. Question is, can he pull off much here by himself? Yeah, I think I'm getting a call in the other room or something. Let me check on that real quickly, and then we'll continue. 1 second. Let's continue the rest of this. So now he's getting Bloody Harvest here to basically get some more multipliers on his Guntos. As you can see, Korea is mostly doing an archer spam, so you mostly want to just do multipliers to take out the skirmish here, typically. Yeah, I think at this point, Kapi might just let him fight it out against Lars, or is he going to come and intervene? Oh, he's going to hit him from behind, is that right? Making sure to stay clear of the spearman. So he will come to intervene to help his ally there. I mean, I think we all know at this point Meta would be able to defeat Lars pretty easily there, so kind of makes sense for Japan to sort of give him some... Ooh, he just took out his assault unit. Yeah, that is so interesting because not many people think of assault units as falling to skirmishers because they're cavalry, but the thing is, if it's an early skirmisher like an archer, they don't have a malice against assault units, only scout units. And assault units don't actually get pierce armor, so it's actually possible with a large army of archers typically to just snipe a daimyo and a skolta kidase without much of a challenge at all, actually. Yeah, quite interesting. Here comes some Trong Tongs as well to do some siege. Using those mostly anti-artillery rockets that start shelling into this Lars town center. Yep. Oh yeah. Quite the interesting outcome, to say the least. Take that out. Take out another town center here. He was saying things like he plays like a I'm like a virgin. Wait a second, so he called Kapi a virgin? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, he's a Juanito Bonito. He's got Juanitas muy bonitas at his beck and call. Juanitos aren't virgins. They come from the land of Juanitas muy bonitas. Of course, they're always gonna have action to fall back on. Yeah, absolutely. You know, you're in the land for Juanitas Bonitas. You're not going to be a virgin in that place. You'd have to be crazy to be a virgin there. Big time. Absolutely. It's not like you live in the Great White North of Canada, or, I don't know, northern Norway or something, I don't know. Northern Siberia. The 200-foot Russian women or something, I don't know. Yeah, definitely not in Juanita Bonita land. That just makes no sense to me how he would even come up with that. Yeah, I mean, if you play Armins that bad, you probably are a virgin, just saying. Because you clearly can't manage your artillery well, so how can you manage a partner very well? I mean, really. You're probably the type of dude that forgets the flowers and the chocolates and the, I don't know, coupon to Olive Garden or whatever you do with your wife or whatever, so that won't last too long there. Definitely not. That's at the very least, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately for poor Mel, though, he got the short end of the stick, and now he's going to get ramrodded by 2 players against 1. Definitely not a good sight at all. Say the very least, yeah. So what is Lars going to do? Is Lars just going to go to Imperial Age? Nah, he took a bit of pressure there, actually. So nah, he's just going to send some support behind Kapi at this point and finish the job, it looks like, yeah. That's all he can do here. Just about, yeah. Yeah, big time. What's that? Ooh, the Saltatierrador. Oh, that's an outlaw. Cool. Generates gold with each gun attack. Ah, interesting. So it's almost like a Kijik from AoE 2. Yeah, very interesting, yeah. If you never played Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition before, the Tatar Civ has a unique unit called the Kijik, not to be confused with the Cav Arch or the Chinese in AoE 3, that when it attacks in melee, it actually generates gold. So the way you want to normally use the Kijik in AoE 2 is to send them against large groups of villagers, archers, and the like, because the one thing it doesn't do is it doesn't generate gold when attacking buildings. So it's not cheesable enough to basically take a couple of Kijiks and attack like a wall piece or something. You literally have to send them against either archers, villagers, siege units or something to get the most out of it. And if you're really smart about it and you have the right numbers, you can actually make more gold from a mass of Kijiks than what you put into them. And it's certainly a good way to have a nice gold unit spam it deep into the late game as the Tatars, yeah. So I guess in sort of a way it's like a milder form of that, I guess. Milder because obviously in AoE 3, being able to have gold in the late game is not a luxury item, it's actually pretty common, you know. If anything, wood is more like the gold of AoE 2 because, you know, once all the trees are gone, you're basically in a similar situation as you are in AoE 2 with the gold. So, but instead of like relics, you're actually just trickling the wood from usually the factories if you're the Europeans or one of the Asian civs that gets access to the Russian consulate, or perhaps a German consulate with the wood trickle, or if your civ has something like distributivism, foreign logging, something like that. Yeah, typically you're just going to be trickling wood as if it was like relics in AoE 2. So in a sense, it's almost as if the wood becomes more like the gold in AoE 3. And it's sort of an interesting narrative that they put in that, because really, it's sort of a prelude to the fact that once the Europeans start colonizing the Americas and all these other parts of the world, it's almost as if these Ramels and stuff, yeah. Well, money in general is a lot easier to come by because you're doing all this commerce, all this business in the new land. But at the same time, your wood and your natural resources are going to dwindle because now you're going into these natural, untamed wilderness areas and you're basically cutting them down to buff up your economy, basically. So, yeah, money's easy to get, but the wood, not so much anymore. Whereas in AoE 2, you had the big forests and you didn't have all that modern tech to basically chop down entire forests. So wood is pretty easy to do, but in terms of gold, yeah, you only had certain instances of gold in your area depending on where you were, because travel wasn't as widespread back then. You were sort of within your own kingdom, and as far as you could get basically on a horse or a very, very archaic ship across the Mediterranean or the North Sea, basically. So yeah, sort of makes up and it makes a bit of sense how, you know, wood becomes the new gold in AoE 3, and gold sort of becomes more common because now you're a big European state with access to gold wherever you go, with the trade and commerce with the other nations and all that. Not just plundering like the Spanish sort of did with the Aztecs and the Incas. Yeah. I think definitely in this situation, though, it's going to be pretty hard for Mel to come back from this all. Yeah. He's going to add in another factory there. Yep. Just take up that infantry one by one there. Yep. Just wipe out more of that infantry. Yep. And one last hurrah, I think, with the archers and the spearmen. Yep. Sieging the Grand Palace, it looks like. Yep. I mean, at this point, it's looking like... How much res does Korea have? It actually has a lot of food and wood, so I think it's kind of like the opposite of what I was talking about. This lad has a lot of food and wood to go around. to be able to afford endless archers, really. Endless archers. Yeah. Now, the Gundo Cavalry, I would really be against him making it against these civs, mainly because both Japan and Portuguese, what is the sort of thing that they share in common, if you know unit rosters? Well, Portugal and Japan are actually two of the only civs in Wars of Liberty that actually do not have an assault tagged unit. Yeah, so basically things like the Gungo Cavalry are probably one of the worst things you could make against that combination, because if you know the Portuguese stable in Wars of Liberty, it's Hussar, which is Scout, and Dragoon, which is Maneuver. If it's Japan, it is Gungo Cavalry, which is Scout, and Yabazume, which is Maneuver. Now, you could make the argument that the Daimyos of Japan can do a assault, and that is true, but that's not going to be a main spammable unit you're going to be doing with Japan anytime soon. Right, unless they magically bugged the game and said, hey, you could have 200 Daimyos just roll across the map. Yeah, that would be the only way I think we could ever sort of change that narrative. So, in general, when you're going up against Japan, you're going up against Portugal. Making Dragoons is usually a really bad idea, unless you need the speed and mobility of the Dragoons to target artillery from long range, or you feel in certain cases the scout unit can be dominated by the Dragoon's melee attack. As such, you know, because as you know from the Napoleonic era, that mod, you had the Death's Head Hussar that was, you know, just a melee Dragoon, and then for a while the Scots Grey was exactly the same thing in Wars of Liberty, and then they sort of changed it to a real Dragoon, and so forth and so forth. But yeah, in general, when you're fighting Japan, you're fighting Portugal, never make ranged cavalry unless it has multipliers against scout units or against all units with shock. So those would be like Central America's Dragon Rojo, the Canal Police of Gran Colombia once you age up with one of the Panamanian politicians, as well as another set of a couple of other instances as well. So just figured I'd put that out there when you're playing your strategies, you know, and I definitely commemorate Medal 6-9 for holding it out here for as long as he could. He obviously had an ally that was barely even an ally at that point. Not only did he get upset and whine and cry to his basic mother at that point that he wasn't doing well, but he deleted his buildings and, you know, probably threw a temper tantrum in the room, you know. They probably had to give him a binky and change his diaper and put on that baby powder so he wouldn't get a rash, you know. Basically just that, really. So yeah, now we're going to be going into the final game of the stream, which would be Asalto 7. Asalto 7. Yeah. And there's some chat here that I haven't read yet either, that I want to take a look at. I think we even got some super chats here too, which we don't always get, so I definitely want to give those some attention right now. Alright, wait for this game to load and then we can check out the super chats. Alright, so what do we got right here? So, wait a minute, the chat window's acted sort of wonky here. Let me move it right here. Alright. Let's actually go into the match right now to lessen the music a bit. No, wrong area. Let's go into Asalto 7 and then I'll pause the game and then I'll read the chats, alright? Alright, so here's Asalto 7. Wait for this to load. There we go. Alright. So let's read this chat because it looks like a lot happened. First of all, we're going to have to make the window a little bit bigger. Alright, here we go. So, looks like Kapi said he was trash talking Mel. He was playing things like he plays like a retard noob, like a virgin. So I read that. Here's Geaf right here. He did one super chat here with no text, and a second super chat that says La concha de la Lola no mande nada. Hola Juanito Bonito. Ooh, thank you. I have to celebrate this the way that any good streamer would. So it's not enough to say thank you for the super chats. You have to say it like a cute anime girl. So I tell you, Geaf, thank you, Juanito Bonito, for the super chats. You send me lots of super chats. I'm cute Asian anime girl with large chests and kitty ears. Something like that, basically. Yeah. Something that rolls in the super chats. Yeah, I gotta come up with something like that every time I get a super chat to keep the ball rolling. Metal defended quite well, to be honest. Heroic defense from Mel. Yes, that's what I was saying. He did phenomenal. He gets a pat on the back from me for that. Yep. Yeah, everybody loved that response. I gotta do that every time we get a super chat. You know, I did the same thing when. Yep. There you go. Now I get big super chat now. Yeah, gotta do that every time we get a super chat. That has to be like a tradition. At least until we start getting like 20,000 of them a day. Even then, I could probably dish it out that way. You know, it really depends. So here we are in the last game of the day on the High Plains. The final countdown, the final match. Metal versus Cap. Two honorable opponents that fight to the very end and are also 6ix9ine clan members. Yeah, it looks like Cap is now using China. And Metal is using Korea. So Kapi is now using the primary civ of Metal, and Metal is getting creative with Korea. Yeah. This should be a good fight, you know? I mean, nobody could do China like Metal does. So, I mean, Cap might be able to do really well, but he's not going to certainly do Metal well with China, you know? It's just a question of how well Metal does Korea. But to me, if you can do China well, you can do Korea well. Because, to me at least, Korea has a lot of economic edges that China does not. You get the Grand Palace giving you free villagers. You can research European market techs at the Grand Palace to double up on your hunting, mining, and wood chopping rate. It's just a really good experience overall with Korea. And they get most of the good consulate options too. They get some of the good consulate options of China as well, namely the Russians. You know, the Russians go a long way with Korea, but they can also go with the Chinese consulate actually, which is also very good, and they can even do the Japanese consulate sometimes, depending on the take. Like I've been saying for a very, very long time now, the devs need to take a look at that Japanese consulate and give those samurai the one splash that they deserve. Really. I mean, the Doppelsolners from the German consulate have a splash attack, right? Why don't the samurai have that, you know? It's not enough to treat them like halberdiers. They should have that one splash. Make them stand out, you know? I guess in a way they stand out more by not having splash, because if you look at the Korean decks properly, there's actually a card here called Moye Dobo Tingji here, which actually gives Dangpuz one additional splash. Yeah, so I mean, in a way, the samurais actually feel more special by not having the splash, because literally the spearmen, when fully upgraded, are going to have the splash themselves. So, I don't know. Kind of goes either way, I guess. Yeah. Basically. Yeah. Now, question is what does China do here exactly to deal with Kapi? Well, what's Korea do to deal with Kapi? Well, I guess it's not wrong to view it that way, because, well, Korea could always ally with the Chinese consulate and use Chinese units against China, and then it turns into the Chinese Civil War and all that, and or one of the countless other Chinese civil wars in history of the Mandate of Heaven. Yeah, something like that, basically. Yeah. Either way, though, I mean, in general, I feel like, honestly, Korea might be able to do better here. Yeah. I think the one thing Korea does have going for them now is the fact that China no longer has a late game Dragoon. Well, I mean like a godlike late game Dragoon like the Banner Cavalry used to be. Now that Banner Cavalry is a assault unit like the Zouave, which is good against infantry. So now, if you're Korea, you can actually justify the Gungo Cavalry even more now just to take out. Yeah, that's it. I just figured it out. That's what Korea does better now. The whole Green Banner Army of China gets completely domineered by Korean Gungo Cavalry now because it's literally 2 assault units. You know, the Meteor Hammer's an assault unit and the Bear Cavalry's an assault unit now. So if you ever see assault units with China from those really expensive banner armies, just spam Gungo Cavalry, you know? So yeah, basically Gungo Cavalry received the buff against China in an indirect way. Yeah. But at the same time, that means Gungo Banner Cavalry can threaten your Korean infantry now. So it's sort of, you know, you gotta kind of consider that part of it too. But I guess in another sense as well, now that the Bear Cavalry is no longer a Dragoon, it is a little bit easier now to spam Iron Flails against China and their skirmisher units. Yeah, because mainly if China wants to deal with the assault units properly now, they literally have to make the Yellow Bear Army, which is sort of going out of their way from what they normally do, right? It's normally the Red Banner Army, the purple one, or the green one. Sometimes the light blue one, but normally it's the red one, the purple one, and the green one. So it basically forces China to redo their whole macro onto food and wood, just to be able to get Manchus out to deal with that. Yeah, so we'll see how this one turns out exactly. Kapi does go for the standard Summer Palace play here. Yep, definitely. I think in general, going with the Summer Palace will be a good strategy against Korea if you can get the right masses out against them, you know. I think in this case, China's under a bit of a clock, I think, to deal with Korea before they become too big of a ball. Yeah, and what I mean by that is, the longer you leave Korea alone, the more villager numbers they get over you. Because the way China works versus Korea, China does get extra villagers, but they get it more immediately, but in lesser numbers. Whereas Korea, they get infinite villagers into infinity and beyond, as long as their grand palace isn't destroyed. Right? So, the way China gets their extra villagers early is by building villages and extra town centers, and then each one will deliver a free villager when you age up. You know, but it's a one-time deal as well, so it's a finite set. Whereas what Korea gets is not technically a finite set unless, you know, the building gets destroyed or they just run out of population. They'll build limit for the rest of the game. You know, it's much hard to... Yeah, basically, yeah. Oh, red coat. Oh, no, I'm going to write it in there. I got to put it on the... Oh, I'll do that. I'll do that. You won't get a screenshot or an image of it, but I'll do it. I'll make sure I do it, sweetheart. Yeah. Oh god. You know, this is a funny way to basically do super chats that some male streamers should think of, you know. Instead of just doing super chats a normal way, try to be like a cute anime girl, like the ones most men that age are glued to the screen anyways watching, you know. It's a good way of, like, poking fun at in a healthy, fun way, you know? Instead of being like, oh, you watch VTubers? You must be weird or something. It's like, no, it's funny, you know? Because some people send super chats, some people don't, you know? I watch them, but I don't send money because, well, number one, I don't have the money. Number two, you know, I just don't feel like I would want to spend money on something like that from the way I grew up with my income, so, yeah. Everybody has a different way to enjoy streams, and it's cool. Yeah. I do say though, once you do get higher up there in the subs and the community and the memberships and stuff, it is a lot easier, I think, to come by super chats. But when you're starting out, it's kind of a rare oddity to see super chats usually. But it is a good way to encourage streamers to keep doing what they're doing, basically. I don't have an idea right now what I would do for membership of some kind. Like, what would I even include in that? I think I probably could do emotes or something, but I have no way of making those right now. So, yeah, it's certainly going to be something that's going to have to stay on hold for now until I can figure it out. Probably some time after I start making money through AdSense per view. Once I do that, I think it might be time to start thinking about making some emotes again, like a really basic membership that's like super cheap. And as I add more things to it, we can up the price on it slightly. Yeah, something like that. Something to get off the ground running with, really, and start making some real profit, Yeah, definitely. I guess at the end of the day, with ChatGPT and AI, it's not too hard to make good emotes and stuff with the right queries, That's one of the cool things of AI, I guess, is with the right attention, you could probably make a bunch of cool emotes from just writing queries and different characters and stuff. But the thing is, I don't know exactly with ChatGPT if it really knows a lot about Age of Empires 3. But there was a ChatGPT in the Discord server, I think it was that VTuber I play with in DE, that basically knew what the Strellet was and then pointed out to me, hey, did you make your username based off of this unit? Like, the AI actually was able to catch on to what Unstoppable Streletsy means. Oh, basically an Unstoppable Strellet from AoE 3. So if AI can figure that out, maybe it can create some alright AI art of Strelets and Cossacks and stuff for me to do. Maybe. Yeah, definitely. Alright, so looks like Kapi decides to go to Age 3 and start to pull in the Age 3 shipments. Zangu, followed by maybe Boxers, perhaps. Well, the thing is, against Korea, you don't have to get hand infantry right away. You can sort of just go skirmisher against Korea, because Korea does not normally go hand cavalry. It's kind of a backup anti-skirmish option with the assault unit, Because, yeah, when your only hand cav unit is an assault unit, going spearman right away is not always the best move. It's better to just go skirmisher, because even if they do assault units in the right numbers, you actually can beat assault units like we saw in last game just using skirmishers. Doesn't feel like the easiest thing to do, but as long as you micro well, you can handle it in limited numbers. Because the thing is, it can't be something where you're going to be so distracted targeting the cav that the ranged infantry are going to get a leg up on you, or the artillery. But if you're retreating and you're kiting and you can take out one assault unit at a time, and the numbers are that favorable, yeah, you can just do it with skirms. You just have to make sure you plot it out properly, really. So what is Korea actually doing here is the question. Like, I see they got some young archers. Any vills up here that they can raid? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to find much. Native Scout has them completely discovered there, so Kapi can position himself perfectly for the targeting. Yeah, he's going to put all his hand units here to basically surround him, so he has nowhere to go, and he's going to lose like 5 archers. It's not the biggest loss in the world, but yeah. Notice how he forced him to do that, and now he's going to be able to... I think he might be able to pick off all of these now. He's getting the one in the front even. I mean, that's really not good. He gets away with like 1 archer, which is really not good. He gets away with 1.5 archers. 1.5 archers, 1 that's barely hanging on to life there, and then 1 fully healthed one. He's got to come up with a better comp for this. I mean, Young, yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Like, if China has banner cavalry, they're assault units now, having Pyongyang's is actually microscopically better now, because if they have any Green Banner army, Pyongyang's now become like the best thing in the world since sliced bread. Yeah. And Juanitas Bonitas, of course, you know. I mean, it's hard to tell what's better in the world, sliced bread or Juanitas Bonitas. Maybe a Juanita Bonita between sliced bread, perhaps. That might be the best thing, but who knows. Yeah, basically. Yeah, this should be a pretty good setup, though, I think, for offense, perhaps. He's got some of the Fire Lance, and now this is good. This is mainly what I was thinking of in the back of my head. I was like, hey, why don't you get some Fire Lancers for this? This seems like sort of the appropriate situation for that. Yeah, basically these are not Abyss Gunners. They might look like it from the way they're holding their weapon, but they are actually a, they're actually heavy infantry, believe it or not. They're sort of like a grenadier hybrid thingy, I guess. They're like grenadiers because they deal splash, but they're also like skirmishers because they have multipliers against heavy infantry. So they're sort of like one in this multiple things at the same time. I mean, like, yeah, look, it's got siege trooper tag, it's got heavy infantry tag, and it's got skirmish tag, which means for all the power that it unleashes with its little tiny rockets, it does actually does indeed suffer multipliers from just about every unit on the planet, you know, that is an anti-cavalry, you know. Skirmishers damaging a lot. Anti-skirmishers damage it a lot, as well as Lanceros, and then, of course, even the Marine Infantry damages it a lot because of its siege trooper tag. So, you want one unit that's vulnerable to just about everything on the block that's infantry, that isn't like a pikeman or a musket. Maybe the Fire Lancer is your card at that point, yeah. So that's Ikun. Yamete Kaduzai. Yeah, big time.
Piggy.
Veteran Myungyungs. And veteran Dengpa Spearman. Yeah. Here's those iron flails. These Definitive Edition, of course, are a Chinese unit, but in Wars of Liberty, they're actually a Korean cavalry. And they're not really based off of the cost and stats of the Chinese unit. Here, they're sort of a little bit more tethered towards being sort of a standalone unit, just about. Yeah. Similar multipliers, though. It's got multipliers against skirmish only, not all infantry, and then it's got the splash, one splash. Basically like a weaker Mahout, because that's sort of what Mahouts do with India. You know, but the Mahout, of course, is an elephant, so of course it's going to have more splash, more multipliers, but here it's just a milder concept of that. There actually is a card for Korea called Tin Armor, Tin Scale Armor, which has a similar effect as that Chinese card that boosts up the HP and armor of the Chinese heavy cavalry. Let's see it. Yeah, it's not here, but I think you know what that is. Yeah. Kapi looks to be in industrial age right now, just about. Yeah. Chukunus, Xangus, make a siege on the TP. Hangyu and Simsi. Yeah, these might look like they're gonna do a lot of damage, but wait a second. They actually do 65 crush damage. I mean, they're not the quite a bit of damage actually. You know, I was gonna say, wait a second. Those are culverts. They're not gonna do a lot of damage. I don't know. 65 crush damage, not bad. You know, I mean, it's not cost efficient, but it certainly is nothing to laugh at if you've got like a few of them there to just deal with artillery. You know. Now, this is, yep. Alright, so he's got his Vil HP stats on, so that's good. That's the cool thing about Korea, because the Grand Palace can research European market techs at double price. Basically, you can get, Great Code and Blunderbuss times 2 with the Korean Civ, you know. You got the European upgrades as well as the medicine one for the Asian Civ, so basically, your villages become really durable to any sort of raiding. By extension, you know, on top of having a better gather rate from natural resources, including the wood, which is probably the most important one in late game. Yeah. I think Kapi is just counting his timing at this point before he goes for a strike here of some kind. Yep. Boom. Good targeting there with the Chung Tongs. That's exactly what they're for. The thing I find funny about the Chung Tongs is it shows like the rocket firing so slowly. It's not like an instant shot. You just sort of see it like a woo, like a little sword firing thing. Yeah, the rockets fire pretty slowly. You know, so you can actually see the projectile properly, which is pretty neat. Oh, but here comes the infinite shipment of rattan shields. Ooh, that's something you don't always see in 1v1. Yeah, infinite native shipments, yeah. Good way to wreck them with the rattan shields, yeah. I know in Arena, back when I used to do Arena, before ESO shut down, rattan shields were a pretty solid thing to spam against people when they were getting too much artillery and skirmishers, you know. It would take one China on the field to just spam like 20, 30 rattan shields for there to be serious problems. Yeah, basically rattan shields were a real menace to a lot of things, just about, yeah. Looking like a GG well played. Good fight though, I mean, I like how Metal's really exploring Korea very well and figuring out his strengths with the Civ, you know. I mean, I'm very seasoned with Korea because I've been playing them since the time they were released, so I really like the Civ and mastered them for a long time, but you know, I like your combinations. Your combinations are coming together very nicely, you know. The Myunggung can certainly be your bread and butter, but you're going to have to start learning how to balance in artillery, balance in consulate units, because here's the thing I say to everybody who plays Asians. What is this? What is all this export going to waste? Like, you know what you could get for all this export? You could get like 22, 23 Opel Shennet Pikemen and like 8, 9, or actually I think even 10 or 11 Plastoonis to just go into this fight with, and it would make a huge difference. Like those pikes would have completely shredded the rattan shields, and then the Plastoonis would pressure the skirms and even it out a bit, you know? Yeah, just food for thought when you're coming up with your comps. Just think about the consulate and how that can change up your fights. It's not a game winner all the time, but just enough to win the war for that period of time, and then just come back with a stronger counter next time. Yeah, definitely. Oh, that was a good stream. I liked it. Went very well, actually. Yeah. What match was your favorite one out of all these? Because we looked at like 17 different recordings the whole day. Was there any ones that particularly stood out to you? Any particular ones that were legendary in their own right? Yeah, definitely. Ooh, GG, good cast. Juanito Gringovic. Gringovic. I like that name, Gringovic. actually sounds very, rolls off the tongue very nicely, Gringovic. It's one I could get used to, yeah. But any particular games you liked? Any strategies? Oh, the Rage Quit. Yeah, that was probably one of the best. I'm tied between that and seeing Geaf completely throw the game by going naked FF with Maori. That was un-Geaf like in that one. You will never probably ever see Geaf throw a game that hard ever again with the naked FF. So definitely, if you're raising your kids on how to play Age of Empires 3 one day, refer to that stream at that exact moment and say, Junior, naked FFs are the best thing in the world, but just don't do them like Geaf did in this game. He's like a demigod, and he even fell from grace doing this. So just do not fall into that pitfall. Yeah, basically. Lars Argento now. Yeah, basically. It's almost as if Geaf decided that he was playing too well, and he decided he was going to eat some of Lars' edibles, like his gummy bears and his brownies and his cookies, and then decide he was going to get the munchies, and then by the time he realized everything was so bad at that point, he was already covered in cheddar and sour cream and chive glazed potato chip dust on his fingers to the point that he couldn't even press anything. Maybe even had the Cheeto dust and the Cool Ranch Dorito dust on. You never know. Maybe even the nacho cheese dust. Yeah, the nacho cheese Doritos too. Because where you got the Cool Ranch, you gotta have the nacho cheese one. You know, it's just the way it is. Yeah. So yep. Good stream overall. Yeah. Definitely impressive one. So, yeah, hopefully we get enough good games like this next week as well, you know. I'm thinking probably next week is going to be similar to this one, where we're going to probably be finishing off the grand campaign for Chronicles of Greece. I'll be doing that again this Thursday. I think we're going to get through the Athenian missions at least and start to dig into the Spartan ones. And probably next week we'll just finish off the Spartan ones with whatever we don't get done this week. Because these missions take a lot of work to do, a lot of practice and training and stuff. So, yeah, definitely. All right, well, see you Thursday then when we do Definitive Edition 2 Battles of Greece Grand Campaign. It's been fun for the first two streams, and I want to finish it off right, like it deserves, because, well, it is a really great campaign compared to what we normally see, and I want to finish it out. So, yep. See you next time. Sign off now, and I'm going to get myself something to snack on because I haven't eaten for, like 10 hours. Something like that. So, see you next time.